A certain man, widely regarded as the useless eldest son of Count Perdium, bore a reputation that overshadowed him. He was uncontrollable, a reclusive sword master confined to his room, and often labeled as a madman. This man's name was Ghislain Perdium. Amidst the chaos, a knight clad in armor trembled in pain as he struggled to comprehend the reality of his defeat. He had fallen to Ghislain, whom he considered nothing more than human garbage. It seemed inconceivable to him that, as the finest knight in the north, he had been bested by someone so despised. Surrounding the knight lay the lifeless bodies of several others who had shared his fate. As the injured knight quivered, another figure approached. The new arrival, a man adorned in fine armor and wielding a massive axe, questioned whether the surroundings were to the knight's liking. The man spoke of the substantial expense he had incurred in creating the traps, his tone cold and detached. His icy gaze bored into the injured knight as he inquired whether the place suited him. Enraged, the knight struggled to accept that someone like Ghislain, whom he deemed a worthless bastard, could orchestrate such a scheme. Through clenched teeth, he demanded to know if Ghislain had foreseen his plan. Ghislain moved closer, his expression unyielding, and revealed that he had anticipated every detail. He spoke of knowing the enemy's numbers, the identities of their spies, and even the source of their reinforcements. With a chilling calm, he told the knight that every move had played into his hands. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the knight struggled to grasp the truth. Raising his voice, he declared himself always to have a hidden ace and demanded to know how someone as insignificant as Ghislain could have orchestrated such a victory. Before the knight could finish speaking, Ghislain silenced him with a kick to the face. He commanded him to stop talking. Removing his helmet, Ghislain declared his intention to win not only this war, but every conflict to come. He then asked the knight if he understood why victory was assured. Smiling, Ghislain confidently stated that he held all the plans necessary for triumph. The narrative shifted to a year earlier, taking place in a soldier's camp within the Lithuania kingdom near Perdium estate. Within one of the tents, Ghislain awoke abruptly, stunned to find himself alive. He instinctively placed a hand on his neck, verifying his survival. His mind raced as he recalled events from what's in his mind was mere moment earlier. A knight had disarmed him, knocking his sword away. As he fell to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth, the knight, distinguished by red hair and golden armor, proclaimed Ghislain's end. This knight, known as the noble knight Idun, was one of the continent's 7 strongest men. Idun had declared the war over, his voice laced with finality. Pointing his sword at Ghislain, he asked if the defeated man had any last words. Struggling for breath, Ghislain admitted his regret at being unable to fulfill his vengeance. He added, with defiant resolve, that he hoped Idun would meet his end. Idun had smiled at the remark, dismissing it with derision and labeling Ghislain an arrogant fool. Idun informed Ghislain that he had not anticipated him being the eldest son of the fallen Perdium household. He reminded Ghislain of how he had abandoned his family after the death of his sister. The revelation caught Ghislain off guard, prompting him to question how Idun, a man from a different kingdom, could possess such knowledge. The noble knight dismissed Ghislain's surprise, explaining that he had worked tirelessly to track him down. With a malevolent smile, Idun revealed that he and his allies had conspired with the Delphine household to orchestrate the downfall of the Perdium family. Ghislain was stunned by this confession, shocked to learn that Duke Delphine's household had not acted alone. Moving his sword closer to Ghislain's neck, Idun declared that there was no need to divulge further details, as Ghislain was fated to die. He demanded that Ghislain accept his end, but Ghislain, filled with fury, vowed never to forgive him. Unmoved by Ghislain's defiance, Idun struck a decisive blow, severing his head with a single stroke. The scene shifted to the present, where Ghislain stumbled toward a barrel of water. He gazed into its reflective surface, confirming that his head was still intact. Confusion gripped him as he struggled to reconcile the events, wondering if he was hallucinating. Glancing around, Ghislain noticed that he appeared much younger than he remembered. Suspicion gnawed at him as he speculated whether he had been captured and used as an experiment by mages. Resolving to exact revenge if that were the case, he scanned the area and noticed a sword lying beside the barrel. While deep in thought, he heard a voice call out to him, addressing him as young master. The figure entered the tent and urged him to come outside, stating that he knew Ghislain was awake. The man, A soldier named Ricardo who served the Perdium household took another step closer. Before he could react, Ghislain moved behind him and pressed the sword to his neck. Startled, Ricardo froze as Ghislain, in a serious tone, warned him that his life would depend on how accurately he answered the questions. Ricardo, addressing Ghislain as young master, retorted that he was crossing a line. Ghislain, taken aback by Ricardo's casual demeanor despite the threat, demanded an explanation. With surprising nonchalance, Ricardo pushed Ghislain back and revealed that he had worn himself out earlier with a tantrum before falling asleep. Ricardo reminded him of his earlier tirade about wanting to command the army on a raid against the orcs. Ghislain, still unable to process the situation, accused Ricardo of spouting nonsense. Unfazed, Ricardo picked up a bag and instructed Ghislain to pack, explaining that others were waiting. With growing unease, Ghislain asked where they were headed. Ricardo, walking past him, informed him that their destination was the Perdium estate. Stunned by this revelation, Ghislain grabbed Ricardo and demanded clarification, asking if he truly meant the fallen Perdium estate. The scene shifted once more. Ghislain stood atop a cliff, gazing at the estate in the distance. The sight confirmed that it was indeed the Perdium estate. However, confusion clouded his thoughts as he tried to comprehend why it appeared untouched. He vividly remembered the estate being reduced to ashes the last time he saw it, yet now it stood in pristine condition. Ricardo stepped closer to Ghislain and questioned whether he had been having a nightmare. He expressed disbelief that Ghislain would refer to the Perdium household as a fallen one and warned that the Count would expel him for uttering such words. Despite Ricardo's statements, Ghislain remained unconvinced of the reality surrounding him. Believing he was trapped in a dream, he pinched his cheek to test the sensation. Feeling the sharp sting of pain, Ghislain came to the startling realization that everything was real. Observing his youthful face in the reflection and the unscathed state of his estate, Ghislain deduced that he had somehow returned to the past. Memories of his younger self surfaced, filled with resentment toward his household. His immaturity, born of feelings of inferiority, had caused trouble, alienating him from the family. Over time, criticism became unbearable, and he ultimately fled from home. Years later, he survived countless battles as a mercenary, honing his skills and earning renowned title. With his reputation solidified, Ghislain returned to his county, intent on making amends for past mistakes. But by then, his household had been reduced to ashes. Now, standing before his family's flag on top of a camp, Ghislain felt a flood of relief. Everything he had lost, his estate, the people he cherished, was still intact. Overcome with emotion, he laughed uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of madness, and fought the urge to burst into song. Yet, the moment of joy was fleeting. Ghislain recalled Ricardo's earlier mention of their mission, a raid on the orcs. His memory immediately turned to the disastrous raid in his past life, the day most of the squad perished. In his previous life, Ghislain had joined the raid to make a name for himself. Reports had claimed there were only 3 orcs, leading him to underestimate the danger. Lacking experience in command, he had insisted on leading the squad. When the group encountered over 20 orcs instead, the outcome was catastrophic, and nearly everyone lost their lives. Determined not to repeat his mistake, Ghislain resolved to handle the monsters strategically. Though orcs lacked cunning, their brute strength made them formidable. His primary concern was earning the trust of soldiers who viewed him as a useless failure. Lost in thought, Ghislain was jolted back to reality by a loud crash. A wooden guard post flew through the air, landing heavily in front of him. A soldier screamed, alerting the others to the orcs' arrival. Chaos erupted as the men scrambled to take defensive stances. Ghislain's heart sank. The orcs had come earlier than in his past life. He watched in horror as the beasts tore through the soldiers, their massive weapons and hulking forms overwhelming the defenders. Amid the chaos, a man in blue armor shouted for the soldiers to form ranks. The commander of the raid squad, Scoven, called for calm and ordered a defensive formation. As Scoven moved to confront an orc, the creature swung its massive weapon at him. The commander narrowly blocked the attack with his sword, but the situation grew direr. Scoven realized that the squad had been ambushed and caught unprepared, and the number of orcs far exceeded their expectations. While Scoven reeled from the situation, a voice called out, warning him of danger. An orc loomed behind him, preparing to strike. Before the blow could land, someone pushed Skovin out of harm's way. It was Ghislain, who stepped between the commander and the orc. Skovin was stunned to see his young master standing there. As the orc's axe descended, Ghislain acted swiftly. He stabbed the creature's hand and severed its fingers with his sword. Without hesitation, he followed up with a precise slash to its thigh, wounding the beast and halting its advance. The soldiers, along with Skovin, stood frozen in disbelief as the orc screamed in agony and collapsed. Ghislain, however, was dissatisfied with the cut he had inflicted. He quickly realized his limitations. His inability to use mana yet was a glaring disadvantage. Frustration bubbled within him as he lamented not returning to the past sooner. Turning to Skovin, Ghislain demanded something unexpected. The commander, confused, asked for clarification. With unwavering confidence, Ghislain requested command of the squad. Skovin was stunned. He had always considered Ghislain reckless, but to demand command in the middle of a battlefield where soldiers' lives were at stake was beyond anything Skovin had anticipated. Standing tall, Skovin refused Ghislain's request. He explained firmly that the authority granted by the Lord was not something to be relinquished lightly. Annoyed but understanding, Ghislain reflected that he might have reacted the same way if an inexperienced fool had approached him with such a demand. As his thoughts wandered, an orc charged toward him. Skovin shouted for Ghislain to retreat, insisting he was too inexperienced to lead the squad. Faced with no alternative, Ghislain took his stance. What followed left everyone astonished. He hurled his sword. Skovin instinctively dodged the weapon and spun around, grabbing Ghislain to demand an explanation. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, a sound behind him drew his attention. He turned to find Ghislain's sword embedded in the orc's skull. The creature collapsed silently to the ground, its weak spot struck with precision. Skovin, astonished, questioned how Ghislain had managed such accuracy. Ghislain, unfazed, addressed the commander, stating that the key to victory on the battlefield was morale. He pointed out that soldiers paralyzed by fear could not hope to win. Skovin glanced at the trembling men, their resolve shaken by the orc's intimidating cries. With a confident smile, Ghislain declared that they needed to seize momentum. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, retrieving his sword from the fallen orc's head before leaping into the midst of the enemy. Ghislain landed squarely on another orc, driving his blade deep into its skull. The soldiers gasped, watching as he stood atop the creature, shouting at the top of his lungs. He taunted the remaining orcs, daring them to face him and vowing to kill them all. The orcs turned their attention to Ghislain, their anger stirred. Undeterred, Ghislain cut into the stomachs of two approaching orcs and severed the arm of a third. Heads rolled and blood sprayed as Ghislain moved through the battlefield. From a distance, Skovin watched in disbelief. Despite being a skilled mana user, even he found it challenging to confront orcs with such efficiency. Yet, here was Ghislain, a seemingly frail young man, tearing through the monsters with unmatched precision. As the fight progressed, Skovin noted Ghislain's exhaustion. His movements grew smaller and more deliberate, conserving energy while evading attacks. Each strike targeted the orc's weak points with surgical accuracy. Skovin realized that Ghislain was fighting like a sword master who had mastered combat without the use of mana, relying solely on refined technique and instinct. Ghislain taunted the orcs as he darted away, mocking their reputation as a warrior species and claiming he wasn't even warmed up yet. Despite his confident words, the sight of all the orcs charging at him left Ricardo in shock. A soldier standing beside Ricardo pointed out that Ghislain was running away even as he continued his trash talk. Concerned, Ricardo called out to Skovin. Skovin struggled to understand what Ghislain was attempting. He acknowledged the strategic brilliance of drawing the orcs' attention, but the direction in which Ghislain ran perplexed him. The path led directly to the edge of a cliff. As the realization hit, Skovin suddenly understood Ghislain's plan. Wasting no time, he ordered his troops to form a shield wall and prepare to follow their young master. Reaching the cliff's edge, Ghislain braced himself against the orcs' relentless attacks, silently hoping that Skovin, as a skilled commander, would discern his intent. Though he would have preferred to eliminate the orcs himself, his limited stamina made it impossible. With a faint smile, Ghislain assured himself that he had done enough. As if on cue, the orcs turned at the sound of soldiers advancing behind them. The sight of Skovin and his men spears at the ready and forming a solid shield wall, caused the orcs to hesitate. Ghislain, seeing this, grinned and declared the timing perfect. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. The moment Ghislain disappeared from view, Skovin ordered the soldiers to push the orcs over the edge. The troops advanced, shouting as they drove their spears into the monsters. The orcs, overwhelmed, were pushed off the cliff one by one, their massive bodies tumbling to the ground below and painting the area in blood. The soldiers stood stunned, marveling at what they had achieved. They could hardly believe they had managed to defeat all the orcs. With the battle over, Skovin rushed to the cliff's edge and called out for Ghislain. To his relief, he spotted his young master clinging to the cliffside, his sword embedded into the rock. Ghislain, breathing heavily, smiled weakly at the commander. Skovin, relieved, stretched out his hand to help him up. Unfortunately, Ghislain's depleted stamina caused his grip to weaken. Before he could reach Skovin's hand, he slipped, releasing the sword and plummeting into the abyss. Skovin and the soldiers looked on in horror. The scene shifted to a hazy memory. Ghislain heard a familiar voice calling to him. He recognized it instantly. It belonged to Elena. Images of his sister flooded his mind. Her tears when their mother passed, her gratitude for his care, and the bitter words she once spoke, telling him she hated him. As these memories replayed, Ghislain felt a tug and saw Elena as a little girl, asking to go with him. Awakened by this vision, Ghislain opened his eyes. He was in a room with a cloth draped across his forehead. He realized the soldiers had managed to save him, and a wave of relief washed over him. Yet he couldn't shake the strangeness of the dream. Attempting to sit up, he was overcome by pain, his body trembling from the toll of his exertion. As he lay there, the door opened, and a maid with white hair entered. Her name was Belinda, and she beamed with happiness upon seeing Ghislain awake. Setting a bucket on the table, she expressed her worry and reminded him that she had advised him to leave the battle to the soldiers. To her astonishment, Ghislain suddenly rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Belinda stood in shock at her master's sudden embrace. She asked if she had offended him somehow, but Ghislain reassured her, saying he was simply happy to see her. Since his childhood, Belinda had served as Ghislain's personal tutor and remained by his side despite his immature antics. However, after the Perdium family fell to ruin in his previous life, Belinda had vanished, and he never saw her again. Belinda, confused by his unusual behavior, asked why he would be so happy when they saw each other every day. Ghislain felt the need to share the truth. He urged her to listen carefully and revealed that a catastrophe would soon strike their family. Uncertain what he meant, Belinda pressed him for an explanation. With a serious expression, Ghislain told her that he had died and come back to life. Belinda laughed, assuming he was exaggerating because of his near-death experience with the orcs. Ghislain clarified that he wasn't referring to the recent battle, but Belinda dismissed his words, instead warning him that he should focus on his own safety. Realizing she didn't believe him, Ghislain grew frustrated. Belinda shifted the subject and asked what he would have done if he were too injured to attend the upcoming festival. Her question caught Ghislain off guard. Belinda reminded him that Elena, his sister, had been eagerly waiting for this day to go to the festival with him. She emphasized that it was a perfect opportunity for the siblings to mend their strained relationship. Ghislain glanced at a picture of himself and his sister, recalling the annual festival held at this time. In his previous life, his trauma had kept him from enjoying it. He asked Belinda when the festival would begin. She replied that it was scheduled for next week, a date etched into Ghislain's memory. A week from now was the day that his life changed forever. While lost in thought, someone entered the room. Ghislain was shocked to see Elena, who had come to visit him. Without hesitation, Ghislain ran to embrace his little sister. Belinda and Elena both stared in surprise. Elena, startled by her brother's unusual display of affection, asked him what he was doing. Ghislain told her he had missed her, but Elena pushed him back, remarking that his behavior was creepy. Ghislain was further taken aback by her strength, having never realized how strong she was. Elena, dusting off her clothes, explained that she had come because Belinda had asked her to visit. She demanded to know what game he was playing and questioned whether he thought this would fix everything. Ghislain, confused, asked what she was talking about. Elena reminded him of his past behavior, recounting how he had once told her to leave him alone because she was annoying and that he felt disgusted by her very breath. Hearing this, Ghislain was horrified by the memory. In his previous life, he had not been close to Elena, and he admitted to himself that he had been a terrible brother. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ghislain apologized to his sister for his past actions. Belinda was stunned. She had never seen her master apologize first. Elena, skeptical, asked if he had hit his head. She mentioned hearing that an orc had struck him during the raid. Ghislain, irritated, wondered why both Belinda and Elena kept bringing this up. He corrected them, insisting he was the one who defeated the orcs. But as soon as he spoke, a sharp pain shot through his body, and he collapsed. With a smug smile, Elena teased him, remarking that he had returned unconscious after battling the orcs. Belinda and Elena laughed at the sight of him trembling, leaving Ghislain surprised by their laughter. Yet deep down, he was happy to see them acting just as he remembered. Reflecting on his past, Ghislain regretted how much time he had wasted on meaningless pursuits. He remembered the festival that would occur next week. In his previous life, he had rejected Elena's offer to go together, claiming the events of the raid had upset him. That decision marked the last time he ever saw his sister. Elena's shredded body had been discovered along with her bodyguards in Ghislain's previous life. He couldn't shake the regret of not accompanying her that day. As these thoughts consumed him, a knock on the door interrupted his brooding. Two armored men entered the room, Jamal and Philip, Elena's bodyguards. Jamal informed Elena that they were waiting for her. Elena, slightly annoyed, reminded the men that she had asked them to wait outside. Apologizing, Jamal explained that the servants had requested her assistance in overseeing their work on the festival supplies. This revelation surprised Ghislain, who questioned why the maids would assign such a task to Elena. Belinda, ever blunt, remarked that Ghislain was clueless because he spent his days lazing about. She explained that Perdium was suffering from a worker shortage, forcing even the young lady to contribute. The news shocked Ghislain. He couldn't believe such a shortage existed, though it made sense. His past self had never paid attention to the estate's affairs. Elena announced that she needed to leave, but as she turned to go, Ghislain unexpectedly volunteered to help. Both Elena and Belinda were taken aback. Elena, skeptical, wondered aloud if her brother had truly been hit on the head during the raid. Later, in the town, servants busily prepared for the festival. Elena could be heard scolding Ghislain, who had followed her despite her protests. She argued that his presence would frighten the workers. Ghislain countered, questioning whether this was how she treated someone offering assistance. With a sharp reply, Elena told him that the best way he could help was by staying out of their way. As his sister tried to push him away, Ghislain's mind wandered to the grim discovery of her body in his previous life. Her remains had been found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. He deduced that someone must have lured or forced her there. Determined to prevent this outcome, he resolved to familiarize himself with every corner of the castle to uncover potential threats. Amid the commotion, a soldier ran toward them, addressing Ghislain as his lord. The voice instantly triggered recognition, and Ghislain identified the man as old Fergus. Breathing heavily, Fergus wiped his sweat, relieved to see his master alive and well. Grabbing Ghislain, Fergus humbly referred to himself as a lowly servant and explained that he had come immediately upon hearing news of the orcs. Ghislain, irritated by the constant reminders of the raid, dismissed the topic brusquely. Elena approached Fergus, commending his timely arrival. With a sly smile, she explained that her brother had been acting strangely since waking up and begged Fergus to escort him back to his room. The old soldier readily agreed, much to Ghislain's annoyance. His infamous hooligan reputation was becoming an obstacle, even in situations like this. Resigned, Ghislain decided to delay his investigation of the castle until the following week. Turning to Fergus, he requested to be taken to an abandoned training field within the estate. Fergus was taken aback and asked why Ghislain wanted to go there. With a resolute expression, Ghislain declared his intent to train. The old man was astonished, but complied with the request. Arriving at the training ground, Ghislain was surprised by its pristine condition. The area was well maintained, the weapons in excellent shape, and the grounds ready for use. It was far better than anything he had encountered as a mercenary. Fergus explained that the facility had been kept in readiness in case Ghislain ever wished to use it. The old soldier admitted that he had always believed Ghislain's recklessness was a phase he would outgrow. Ghislain, moved by the man's faith in him, tapped Fergus's armor and declared that he intended to live a long life. With a somber expression, He added that dying was a terrible experience, one he never wished to repeat. The old man was startled by Ghislain's words and asked why his young master spoke as though he had already experienced life and death. Ghislain, wearing a confident smile, commended Fergus for his sharpness. He explained that he had indeed died and been resurrected. Fergus dismissed the comment, insisting he had no time for jokes. Ghislain then instructed Fergus to leave, stating his intent to begin training. Bowing his head, Fergus complied and left the room. Left alone, Ghislain reflected on how he had treated everyone around him in his previous life, often regarding them as enemies. He realized his short-sightedness had alienated those who could have stood by his side. Memories of the past returned to him. Elena's death had been orchestrated by a neighboring territory, which used her demise to provoke Perdium into a war. The conflict eventually led to the household's downfall. Elena's tragic death had been the catalyst for it all. Determined to rewrite his family's fate, Ghislain resolved to set things right in this life. To achieve his goals, he needed to strengthen his physique and refine his abilities. Although time was limited, Ghislain was confident in his capacity to master mana control. Sitting in a lotus position, he began to meditate. Mana, a supernatural force enabling humans to surpass their limits, was said to be challenging to detect and harness. For Ghislain, however, it was second nature. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he had easily connected with the mana particles floating in the air, bundling them together as if spinning thread on a spool. With his battle-hardened experience, creating a mana core was a straightforward task. But Ghislain knew that a single core wasn't sufficient. His success as one of the 7 strongest men had come from mastering an advanced technique. Using knowledge from a half-burned magic book he had found in his previous life, he developed a method to create additional cores. By forming a connected network of 2 or even 3 cores, he could generate explosive power. As he pushed mana through his body, Ghislain screamed in pain. Blood poured from his nose and mouth, and he was disheartened to realize he could only create 3 cores. In his past life, he had managed 5. The technique, while powerful, demanded an immense amount of mana, and Ghislain knew its limitations well. It was this very method that had left him vulnerable during his fight with Idun. The noble knight had brought an entire knight order to the battle, overwhelming Ghislain when he had run out of mana. He was convinced that he would have won if the fight had been fair. Though unstable, Ghislain was undeterred. He had youth and time on his side now, and vowed to refine the technique further. Anger flared within him as he promised to take vengeance on Idun and the traitorous allies of House Delphine who had conspired to destroy Perdium. He swore that this time, he would be the one to deliver the final blow. The scene shifted to the day of the festival. Ghislain donned his gear and made his way to the festival grounds. Elena, spotting her brother, was visibly shocked. She approached him, asking if something was wrong and reminding him that he had never shown interest in such events before. Ghislain calmly replied that, as a member of the Perdium household, it was necessary for him to attend these gatherings occasionally. Elena looked at him suspiciously, remarking that he had been acting strangely lately. She went on to say that she had heard rumors about his week-long training regimen, a stark departure from his usual indolence. With a nervous expression, Ghislain explained to his sister that there was nothing unusual about the heir of a knightly family engaging in training. Elena reminded her brother that he had never cared about such matters before. She also recalled that he had once declared their father to be annoying and expressed eagerness to assume the role of lord. Ghislain was shocked to hear his own words repeated back to him. Smiling brightly, Elena remarked that she liked the changes she observed in him, adding that it felt as though he had returned to his former self. Ghislain reflected on the past week, realizing that his recent actions had begun to reshape both his reception by others and his future prospects. While Ghislain was deep in thought, he noticed Belinda giving instructions to Elena's bodyguards. She directed them to resolve any issues caused by Ghislain independently, emphasizing the importance of avoiding problems, especially with so many visitors around. The 2 men assured her that she could rely on them. Despite the overall consistency in events, Ghislain found it challenging to measure the impact of his actions on smaller occurrences. Utilizing the information available to him effectively became a priority for Ghislain, who knew he needed to respond appropriately to each situation. Ghislain accompanied his sister throughout the festival, carefully observing their surroundings for any suspicious behavior. After some time, Elena sat down and commented that she had enjoyed the festival a little, though she found it repetitive and wondered if there was anything new this year. Ghislain found it peculiar that nothing untoward had occurred, speculating that his presence might have deterred any incidents. While pondering this, a soldier approached Elena and suggested visiting other areas where new events were reportedly taking place. The soldier explained that his friend had mentioned these events, inviting Elena to join him. Surprised, Elena grasped the soldier's hand, expressing excitement about the possibility of fun activities. As Ghislain observed, he realized that the two soldiers accompanying them, Jamal and Philip, were traitors. He struggled to comprehend how these men, once the most trusted knights of their household and known for protecting Elena since her childhood, could betray them. It was common knowledge that they had sacrificed their lives to defend her in the past. With a smile, Jamal welcomed Elena to the supposed event. To her astonishment, the area was desolate and unkempt. She questioned Jamal about the likelihood of an event being held in such a place, to which he nervously replied that preparations were likely delayed, but that attendees would arrive soon. Elena assumed he was joking and teased him about performing in such a shabby location. While the conversation continued, Ghislain surveyed the surroundings. Despite its appearance as an abandoned street, he noticed that escape routes had been carefully blocked, indicating premeditated preparations. Elena, tugging at his arm, suggested leaving. Jamal, however, urged her to stay and watch the performance, but Elena refused, stating that she had no interest in remaining in such a place. Ghislain asked his sister if she worked out, playfully commenting on her strength. Before she could respond, Philip appeared with a menacing expression, asking Elena to wait. Alarmed, Elena accused the two men of acting strangely and questioned whether something was wrong. Jamal apologized for frightening her and, with an unsettling demeanor, mentioned a request that had been received. As Jamal spoke, three men entered the area. Two were dressed in black, while the leader wore a blue coat and matching hat. This man, named Frank, commended the traders on their efficiency. Jamal approached Frank, announcing that they had delivered their mistress as promised and stating that their deal was now concluded. Frank noticed Ghislain's presence and expressed dissatisfaction, noting that he had not asked for him to be brought along. With a nervous grip on her brother, Elena held on tightly as Jamal, smiling, declared that Ghislain had foolishly followed them, unaware that he was walking into his graveyard. Ghislain questioned Jamal, asking if he truly believed he could escape after betraying them. With a smug expression, Jamal dismissed the concern, suggesting that Ghislain should worry about himself. He explained that he and his ally could simply flee to a distant land. Jamal elaborated that they had grown tired of the impoverished county, plagued by barbarian raids, and noted that many others were leaving as well. As he spoke, Ghislain closed the distance and struck, slicing through Jamal's armor in a single blow. The sight stunned everyone present as Jamal's body fell apart. Ghislain coldly remarked that those who left before never tried to sell out their own people. Turning to Philip, Ghislain demanded to know if he was wrong. Philip quickly seized Elena, cursing Jamal and calling him an idiot. He expressed disbelief that a knight could fall to an amateur. Before Philip could draw his sword, Ghislain hurled his blade, striking Philip's forehead and killing him instantly. Elena rushed to her brother's side. One of the men in black, still processing the scene, asked Frank if the young man before them was truly Ghislain. Another commented that Ghislain had no prior combat experience or formal training. Frank confirmed their observations, though he admitted he found it difficult to believe. The sight of Ghislain eliminating two knights so swiftly, using mana-infused strikes, was unexpected. Trembling, Elena asked Ghislain to explain what was happening. Instead of responding, he struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Gently placing her on the ground, he told her to rest for a while. Frank, watching this, thanked Ghislain for simplifying their task. He noted that Ghislain was far more formidable than expected and revealed that they had intended to deal with Jamal and Philip themselves. Lighting a pipe, Frank inquired whether Ghislain had been concealing his true abilities all along. Ghislain retrieved his sword from Philip's head and, with a measured tone, asked why Frank was so interested in his skills. As he examined the group, Ghislain dismissed the men in black as insignificant threats. Frank, however, was different. The sheer mana he exuded was on a completely different level. Recognizing the danger, Ghislain resolved to finish the battle quickly. Releasing his mana, he prepared a set of strings. Before engaging, he demanded to know who had issued the order. Frank mockingly replied that it was pointless for a dead man to know such details. Realizing they would not give up the information willingly, Ghislain readied himself, stating that the truth would soon come out regardless. One of Frank's subordinates asked if they should decapitate Ghislain. Frank ordered them instead to capture him alive and break all his bones, ensuring he would lose his sanity. With a sinister smile, Frank added that Ghislain's screams of agony would make for a perfect masterpiece. At Frank's command, the two men charged at Ghislain. Ghislain reached into his pocket and hurled a firecracker at one of the attackers. The sudden distraction caused the man to falter, and in that moment, Ghislain closed in and delivered a fatal stab to his head. The remaining subordinate scoffed, calling it a cheap trick before launching his own attack. Ghislain swiftly maneuvered his sword behind him to block the strike. As the two locked weapons, Ghislain gripped his blade tightly, using it to strike the man's hand. Before the man could recover, Ghislain executed a swift strike, severing his head. As Frank launched a sudden attack, Ghislain deflected it with a second sword. Frank was stunned, unable to comprehend how Ghislain managed to block from such an awkward position. Believing his ambush to have been flawless, Frank was caught off guard. Ghislain quickly shoved Frank's sword downward and rose to his feet, delivering a clean slash across Frank's neck, causing his pipe to fall to the ground. To Ghislain's astonishment, Frank retaliated almost immediately, using mana to reinforce his neck. Frank admitted his surprise and stated that he would have lost his neck if not for his concentrated mana. Ghislain realized that the man had minimized the attack's damage by directing his mana to the critical area. Frank adopted a combat stance and questioned the origin of Ghislain's unusual swordsmanship. With a menacing smile, he promised that Ghislain would meet his end here. Shoving Ghislain backward, Frank mocked his meager mana, confidently assuring him of defeat. However, Ghislain's smile in response unsettled Frank. Puzzled, Frank hesitated, giving Ghislain the opportunity to parry his sword and disrupt his balance. Ghislain followed up with a swift kick to Frank's face, forcing him to retreat. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Frank smirked and reminded Ghislain that such attacks were futile against his reinforced mana. Yet moments later, Frank coughed violently and collapsed to his knees, bewildered by the unexpected potency of Ghislain's attack. Frank struggled to process how Ghislain's seemingly low mana could bypass his enhancements. Ghislain slowly approached, revealing that he had suspected someone of orchestrating his sister's demise, but never imagined the true culprit. With a piercing gaze, Ghislain unleashed his third core, dramatically amplifying his mana. Frank, visibly shaken, was unable to react before Ghislain appeared directly in front of him, moving at a speed his eyes could hardly track. Ghislain's attacks came fiercely and relentlessly, each strike heavier than the last. Despite his best efforts, Frank's arms grew numb under the barrage, and his sword was nearing its breaking point. Frank tried to regain his footing, reminding himself that excessive mana bursts typically had limited effects. However, Ghislain's surge defied his understanding. It was as if the young man had transformed entirely. Ghislain, noticing Frank's faltering defense, shattered the assassin's weapon with a decisive strike. Without hesitation, he followed through with a heavy blow to Frank's body, driving his sword deep into the assassin's torso. Frank cried out in agony, but Ghislain silenced him by gripping his throat and pinning him against the wall. Keeping his blade embedded, Ghislain demanded answers, insisting that Frank reveal who had ordered the assassination. Refusing to cooperate, Frank produced a hidden blade and vowed to take Elena with him, unwilling to go down without inflicting further harm. Before he could act, strings wrapped tightly around his wrist, halting his movement. Ghislain, controlling the strings, warned Frank against making any rash decisions. With a cold, unwavering stare, Ghislain proposed a deal, promising to sheath his sword if Frank complied and refrained from further resistance. Frank was stunned to realize that the threads binding him were made with mana. He could not fathom when Ghislain had managed to create such a tool. With calculated precision, Ghislain drove his sword deeper into Frank's body, remarking that someone of Frank's caliber should be able to patch up the injury. His voice carried a chilling tone as he warned that no amount of skill would matter once Frank's mana core was destroyed. Panic flickered in Frank's eyes as he glanced down to see Ghislain's sword glowing ominously. The assassin screamed as he felt his mana core cracking uncontrollably, shouting at Ghislain and accusing him of madness. He warned that the backflow could cause a catastrophic explosion, obliterating the entire area, and questioned whether Ghislain intended to self-destruct. With an unflinching gaze, Ghislain coldly replied that only the unskilled made such mistakes and assured Frank he had complete control. Frank was unnerved by Ghislain's expression and realized he wasn't bluffing. Accepting his impending death, Frank screamed and revealed that Count Desmond had orchestrated the assassination. The Count, he explained, sought a pretext to ignite a war against the Perdium and Degard families. Ghislain was taken aback by this revelation. In his previous life, such schemes were typically carried out by families allied with Duke Delphine. It infuriated him to see the Duke pulling strings from behind the scenes while remaining uninvolved. Ghislain demanded to know if this was why Frank had targeted his sister. Frank confirmed it with a grim smile. Without hesitation, Ghislain drove his sword through the assassin's body. Coughing up blood, Frank reminded him of his earlier promise to put the sword away. Ghislain smirked and asked why Frank, who had taken so many lives, was now afraid of death. Frank began to laugh, catching Ghislain off guard. Moving closer, Frank declared that his death would change nothing. The Degard family's mission was already accomplished, and Perdium was destined to fall into ruin. He sneered, questioning whether anyone would listen to someone like Ghislain. As Frank taunted him, Ghislain grabbed the assassin's head and slammed it against the wall. With a sinister smile, Ghislain declared that his rebirth after death meant everything would be different this time. His sword began to glow brighter, and Frank's screams echoed through the air. A burst of energy erupted from Frank's mouth and exploded in the sky like fireworks. Moments later, the assassin's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Ghislain, breathing heavily, surveyed the scene. The bodies scattered around, and his unconscious sister's sleep peacefully confirmed the carnage. Satisfied that no one else was nearby, he discarded his sword, took a deep breath, and collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Wiping his mouth, Ghislain muttered that detonating 3 mana cores had once been effortless for him as the Mercenary King. Steeling himself, he rose and vowed not to fall here. Heading to a nearby building, he kicked the door open and found 2 bodies inside. In his previous life, a 3rd body had been discovered here alongside Elena's. This time, based on Frank's earlier words, Ghislain identified one of the deceased as a son of the Degard family. The boy had been murdered alongside his escort knight, their deaths staged to frame Elena as the killer. Ghislain moved the bodies, aware that revealing them would almost certainly spark a war. Deciding to eliminate all evidence, he took out a firecracker and set the building ablaze. With the flames consuming the damning proof, Ghislain carried his sister and began walking away. Determined, he promised himself that his enemies would never succeed in their plans. Unbeknownst to Ghislain, a figure hidden in the trees observed his every move. After watching for a moment, the person disappeared into the shadows. The scene shifted to a round table, where the observer reported the assassination's failure to a group of superiors. The members of the council were visibly shaken, unable to comprehend how Frank and the 2 knights had failed their mission. The council members questioned the spy, accusing him of underestimating the mission because he assumed it would be easy. Nervously, the spy admitted their failure was due to Ghislain. The revelation shocked the men at the table, as they found it hard to believe that the so-called useless bastard of the North could accomplish anything significant. One member dismissed the claim, branding Ghislain as a worthless excuse for failure and demanding the spy stop using him as a scapegoat. The spy, however, insisted that Ghislain was nothing like the reports and rumors suggested. Recalling how Ghislain had dealt with their men, he explained that Ghislain seemed like an entirely different person. The spy reassured his superiors that their plans to eliminate the Degard family were still intact, and that starting a territorial war would not be difficult. Pleading for another opportunity, he promised to rectify his failure. The council members, unimpressed, silenced him, berating him for his inability to gather adequate intelligence on a single individual. They condemned him for delaying their plans and were outraged that he dared request another chance after his failure. The group ultimately decided to eliminate the spy. However, before the order was carried out, a man seated on a throne intervened, his voice cutting through the noise. He dismissed the commotion as tiresome and asked the spy to explain the kind of chance he was requesting. The spy confidently assured the man that he could eliminate Ghislain. When asked how he planned to do so, the spy proposed orchestrating a duel. He explained that he had someone in mind for the task. The council demanded to know the identity of this individual, and the spy revealed that his choice was Cain Logius. Cain, famous for his strength-based swordsmanship despite his young age, was regarded as a paragon of raw power. The spy argued that no one in the north could rival Cain's strength and assured the council that arranging a duel would be easy since Cain was Ghislain's cousin. The man on the throne, fixing the spy with a cold gaze, warned that there would be no further chances if he failed again. The spy vowed not to disappoint. The scene shifted to the training hall of the Perdium household. Fergus entered the room, announcing to his master that it was time for a meal. As soon as he spoke, something flew toward him. Ghislain, practicing with his mana thread, had wrapped the thread around the sword near the entrance and pulled it toward himself. Observing his own movements carefully, Ghislain tested the thread's handling, swinging the sword as he fine-tuned his control. Fergus approached, apologizing for interrupting the training session, and asked his master how he had managed to pull the sword. Ghislain showed him the mana thread, explaining that it was a technique for manipulating mana as a string. He recounted that in his past life, he had relied on this method extensively. However, in his current state, his limited mana reserves required him to implode his core to use the technique effectively. Ghislain noted that his lack of mana now restricted him to creating fewer threads. Fergus, visibly impressed, admitted that he had never seen such a technique before, despite believing himself to be well-trained in mana manipulation. He was puzzled by how Ghislain, whom he had considered unskilled and untrained, could master such an advanced method. Ghislain, noticing Fergus's lingering presence, asked if there was something he needed. Fergus replied that he had stopped by to deliver some news. Fergus bowed his head and expressed gratitude to Ghislain for protecting his younger sister. Ghislain, surprised by the old man's gesture, replied that he had simply done what was necessary and invited Fergus to join him for a meal. A day later, the festival was temporarily halted, as expected after the incident involving a knight's attempt to traffic the young lady. Inside the castle, Elena voiced her frustration to her brother, lamenting that no one believed her when she said he had saved her. She urged Ghislain to speak up and set the record straight. Ghislain assured her it wasn't necessary, adding that no one would believe him either. Belinda, overhearing the conversation, was visibly irritated. She expressed her disgust at Jamal and Philip, declaring that she always suspected the two knights were perverts and accusing them of trying to take Elena for their own gain. Ghislain, meanwhile, found relief in knowing that his sister had survived the ordeal. While he had managed to prevent a war from breaking out, he was acutely aware that their enemies would not give up so easily. Realizing he couldn't face these threats alone indefinitely, Ghislain concluded that he needed to establish his own military force. As he pondered his next steps, a maid entered the room, pushing a cart laden with food. She set a plate in front of him, and when Ghislain uncovered it, he found only a single slice of bread. Startled, Ghislain turned to Belinda and asked when they would be having dessert. The maid, astonished by his question, asked if he was truly unaware of their dire circumstances. Before Ghislain could respond, shouting from outside the castle caught his attention. He froze momentarily, startled by the commotion. At the castle gates, a portly, bearded man was demanding compensation from the Perdium household for the losses incurred by the abrupt cancellation of the festival. He was not alone. Other men had joined him, brandishing pitchforks and voicing similar demands. They called for Ghislain and Elena to come out, accusing them of wasting the county's money. The guards pleaded with the crowd to remain calm. Ghislain peered out the window to assess the situation, but struggled to understand the root of the unrest. Belinda, standing nearby, explained the context. She informed him that the county's economy heavily depended on merchants who thrived on the profits generated by the annual festival. While last year's festival had been profitable, this year's premature cancellation left many merchants struggling, and their anger was understandable. Ghislain was taken aback by the revelation, having not realized the county's financial state was so precarious. Recognizing the potential danger if the merchants' frustrations escalated, he resolved to intervene. He turned to Fergus and inquired about the soldiers' current actions, instructing him to deploy them to calm the crowd. Fergus, however, revealed that there were no soldiers available. Ghislain was stunned by this news, prompting Fergus to explain that most of their forces had been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction efforts following an orc raid. Frustration etched on his face, Ghislain absorbed the reality of their situation. Perdium was caught in an unending struggle, sandwiched between barbarian incursions from the north and the looming threat of monsters from the forest on the county's other side. The challenges of governing the region became increasingly apparent, and Ghislain realized the need for a swift and strategic response to address the growing unrest. Ghislain struggled to grasp the reality of their dire situation. No money and no soldiers. He pulled Belinda aside and reminded her that she was responsible for managing his finances. He asked her to use whatever funds he had left to calm the merchants. Belinda, visibly surprised, informed him that he had no money remaining. Stunned, Ghislain demanded an explanation. Belinda reminded him that the Count had cut off his allowance due to his past extravagance, spending money recklessly. Realizing he was broke, Ghislain pleaded with Belinda to lend him some funds, but she admitted she had no cash either. The scene shifted to Ghislain staring out the window at the town below, his thoughts racing. He couldn't believe his family was in such a precarious state. Without money, even his knowledge of the future seemed useless. Ghislain began to consider whether anything on the estate could change their fortunes. As he pondered, Ricardo burst into the room, breathing heavily. Startled, Ghislain asked him why he was in such a hurry. Ricardo, visibly distressed, informed him that there was a problem. Cain wanted to see him. The mention of Cain shocked Ghislain. The scene shifted again to Scoven, who was struggling to remain standing. His face was bruised, and his opponent struck him once more, landing a blow so forceful it pierced his chest plate and left him sprawled on the ground. At the entrance to the tavern, Ghislain arrived just in time to witness the commander's collapse. Scoven, noticing his young master, called out weakly. Ghislain, irritated by the sight, turned his attention to Cain, who greeted him with a wide smile. Standing before Ghislain was a massive young man, Cain Loges, heir to the Loges County. Ghislain recognized his cousin immediately, recalling that Cain had always been both his friend and rival. As Cain descended the stairs, Ghislain asked Ricardo for an explanation. Ricardo revealed that he and Scoven had come to the tavern to investigate reports of a disturbance. Upon arrival, they encountered Cain and his escort knight. Recognizing them, Cain questioned the rumors he had heard about Ghislain. Scoven had attempted to explain the details, but Cain had silenced him by grabbing his jaw. With a sinister smile, Cain accused Scoven of lying to the heir of Loges County before proceeding to beat him. Cain then asked Ricardo to recount the story properly. According to him, the rumors suggested that Ghislain, despite never training, had taken down an orc with his bare hands and single-handedly dealt with traitorous knights. Cain, mocking the tale, claimed he was merely giving the commander a wake-up call to knock some sense into him. Cain turned his attention to Ghislain, accusing him of being the root of the situation. He sneered, claiming that none of this would have happened if Ghislain hadn't lied. Ghislain immediately remembered Cain's behavior, recalling how his arrogant cousin had always treated him like a subordinate. Every time Cain visited Perdium, he caused trouble, yet no one dared confront him because of his high status. Cain's bold demeanor and confidence were celebrated as qualities befitting an heir, while Ghislain's insecurities and perceived weakness drew criticism. Unexpectedly, Ghislain smiled at the memory. Cain, startled, hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Normally, Ghislain would have charged at him after such blatant provocation. A few hours earlier in Loges County, the spy approached Cain with a request to kill Ghislain. Cain was initially shocked, but listened as the spy assured him that the esteemed one would support his family if he succeeded. Cain admitted that dealing with Ghislain wouldn't be difficult, but killing the heir of a county was another matter entirely. He asked how such an act could be executed without causing scandal. The spy explained that they could lure Ghislain into a duel and stage his death as an unfortunate accident. The spy assured Cain that the duel could be made to look like a trivial dispute between heirs. Disguised as an escort knight, he promised to orchestrate the situation perfectly. With a smile, he reminded Cain that this was a rare opportunity, even for someone like him. Cain, grinning, expressed disbelief that he now had a chance to kill his own cousin. With growing enthusiasm, he urged the spy to leave with him immediately. Right at this moment, Cain pondered why the mysterious organization might want to eliminate Ghislain. He suspected that something about his cousin had changed. Smiling at the thought, Cain asked Ghislain why he was simply standing there. Sitting casually on the stairs, he demanded Ghislain bring whatever he had prepared for him. Ghislain, puzzled, asked Cain what he meant. Cain explained that he had heard about the festival's interruption and insisted they liven things up and enjoy themselves. He reminded Ghislain that they always worked well together on such things, and with a menacing expression, asked if he was wrong. Ghislain, unbothered by Cain's intimidating demeanor, took a moment to reflect. Then understanding dawned on him. Cain was talking about alcohol and women, things Ghislain had been forced to arrange for him during his past visits. Back then, Ghislain had complied to avoid being beaten up by his larger, stronger cousin. Those demands had drained Ghislain's funds, and he now understood Belinda's reminder that his father had cut him off for spending recklessly. As these memories resurfaced, Ghislain smiled, realizing the solution to his current financial problem had been in front of him all along. Snapping back to reality as Cain called out again, Ghislain assured his cousin he would bring what was needed soon. However, with a sharp look in his eyes, he informed Cain that there was a debt to settle first. The spy, observing from the side, was startled by the shift in Ghislain's demeanor. Confused, Cain asked what Ghislain was talking about. Ghislain explained with a calm smile that all the extravagant arrangements Cain had enjoyed were paid for out of his own pocket. Now he demanded repayment, 1,000 gold to be precise. Cain, taken aback, protested that the expenses couldn't have exceeded 100 gold. He claimed that the money was merely a friendship fee, given out of appreciation for Cain's companionship. Ghislain scoffed and called Cain an idiot, stating that he had always been treated as a doormat. With a smirk, Ghislain warned Cain to repay him immediately or face a beating. The tavern fell silent as onlookers gawked at Ghislain's boldness. Cain sighed, stood, and accused Ghislain of acting out because he had been lenient with him. He dismissed the idea that Ghislain had grown stronger and accused him of spreading false rumors about defeating knights. Cain labeled Ghislain a parasite who leached off the land and claimed that everyone in the north regarded him as a worthless scoundrel. With those words, Cain clenched his fist and demanded Ghislain pull himself together. Without further warning, Cain launched an attack. Ghislain easily sidestepped, dodging the blow. Both Cain and the bystanders, including Ricardo and the spy, were visibly stunned. Cain, growing more agitated, swung again, this time aiming for Ghislain's head. Ghislain ducked, moved low, and delivered a swift punch to Cain's ribs. Cain recoiled in pain, shocked to feel the force of the blow. Ghislain swung a punch toward Cain's head, but Cain managed to block it with his hand. Though he smiled at successfully blocking the attack, Cain immediately fell to his knees, screaming in pain. The spy rushed to his side, asking if Cain was all right. Ghislain, unimpressed, told Cain to stop whining, pointing out that he had blocked the attack. The spy quickly turned on Ghislain, demanding that he stay away from Cain. The tavern fell silent, the crowd stunned by the sight of Cain, the seemingly unbeatable air, brought low by Ghislain. Ghislain observed the situation, quickly deducing Cain's intentions. Whispering to the spy, Cain asked if his acting had been convincing. With a sly smile, the spy assured him it was perfect, explaining that the stage was now set to paint Ghislain as the aggressor. Cain, determined to leave a lasting impression, pulled a blue glove from his pocket. He raised it high and declared that Ghislain had disgraced the nobility with lies, accusing him of attacking without provocation. Before Cain could finish his speech, Ghislain hurled his glove at him, cutting off his words. Ghislain challenged his cousin to a duel, leaving Cain momentarily shocked. Ghislain pointed out that Cain had insulted him as an heir and assaulted his knight, accusing him of tarnishing the dignity of the nobility. With a calm smile, Ghislain asked if Cain intended to deny the allegations. Cain, regaining his composure, smirked. He had always believed Ghislain to be foolish, but he hadn't expected him to dig his own grave so thoroughly. Drawing his sword, Cain accepted the challenge, vowing that Ghislain would regret it, even if it cost him his life. Ghislain called out to Ricardo, who promptly responded. Ghislain instructed him to bring the merchants protesting outside the castle. Ricardo, taken aback, hesitated, but Ghislain, now smiling with a hint of madness, assured him it would help them make a great deal of money. While the cancellation of the festival had left merchants and tourists alike frustrated, Ghislain believed an event like this would be enough to rekindle their excitement and soothe tensions. The scene shifted to a stage surrounded by an eager crowd. Ghislain and Cain stood ready to duel, their confrontation attracting a throng of spectators. Many were thrilled at the prospect of Ghislain getting humiliated. The excitement reinvigorated the town, with merchants reopening their stalls to sell goods to tourists. Among the crowd, a chubby merchant shouted for bets to be placed, certain Kane's victory was inevitable. The merchants, confident of Kane's dominance, bet heavily in his favor. Kane rested his massive sword on the ground and questioned why Ghislain had turned a sacred duel into a marketplace spectacle. With a sinister grin, he warned that his sword wouldn't stop, even if Ghislain surrendered. Ghislain, unfazed, replied that enough people had gathered, signaling the start of the duel. Just as the fight was about to commence, the spy interjected, claiming that a proper bet couldn't proceed. The chubby merchant revealed to the crowd that no one had bet on Ghislain, a fact that surprised no one. Many believed that betting on him would be foolish, given the apparent outcome. Kane mocked Ghislain, laughing that even his own people didn't trust him. The chubby merchant suggested altering the bet to predict how long Ghislain would last against Kane. At that moment, Scovin, supported by Ricardo, stepped forward and placed a bag of gold on the table. He declared his bet on Ghislain, shocking the crowd. Following him, Elena approached and dropped an even larger bag of gold. She announced her intention to bet on her brother, surprising even Ghislain. When asked if the amount was sufficient, the merchant confirmed it was. Belinda, standing nearby, reminded Elena that she had advised against such a move. Kane, irritated by the delay, demanded the duel begin. The referee signaled the start of the fight. Ghislain reminded Kane that, as his elder cousin, it would look strange for him to make the first move. This statement confused Kane, who responded that it was far too late for Ghislain to act like an older brother. As the referee gave the command, Kane leapt forward, using his momentum to swing his heavy sword at Ghislain. He managed to block the attack, but was surprised by the sheer weight of the blade. Kane, smiling arrogantly, taunted Ghislain, saying he had stooped too low to act like an elder sibling. Using the hilt of his sword, Kane shoved Ghislain back and immediately followed up by swinging the hilt toward Ghislain's head. Ghislain dodged Kane's attack by ducking low, but Kane immediately followed up with a powerful kick. Although Ghislain evaded the strike, the force of Kane's legs shattered the ground beneath them. The crowd gasped, awestruck by Kane's raw strength. It was clear that Kane wasn't giving Ghislain even a moment to counterattack. With a cocky grin, Kane reveled in his own power. Ghislain noted his cousin's pride, but the sight did not intimidate him. Belinda, however, began to panic after witnessing Kane's display. She clutched Elena's arm and urged her to stop the fight. Nearby, the spy smiled knowingly, confident that it was already too late. He understood Kane's strategy well. His overwhelming strength and relentless attacks would force any opponent to focus solely on evasion. Exhaustion would eventually leave them vulnerable, and Kane would seize that moment to end the fight. It was a strategy Kane had perfected, and he had always emerged victorious this way. As Kane's attacks became more aggressive, Ghislain continued to dodge, displaying surprising agility. Kane, noticing this, remarked that his cousin was as slippery as ever. He acknowledged that Ghislain's skills had improved since their last encounter. Switching tactics, Kane grabbed his sword by the blade and swung the hilt at Ghislain. He mocked his cousin, claiming that Ghislain had always been good at running away since they were children. Ghislain managed to block the attack with his sword, but Kane used the hilt to grab and toss him into the air. The crowd watched in stunned silence, assuming this was the end for Ghislain. The spy smirked, convinced of Kane's victory. As Ghislain descended, he calmly muttered that he had wanted to go easy on Kane. Unfortunately, Kane had crossed the line. Gathering mana into his legs, Ghislain controlled his landing and immediately charged at his cousin. Kane was caught off guard by Ghislain's sudden burst of speed and gasped in pain as Ghislain's blade struck his stomach. The spy, stunned, realized that Ghislain had condensed mana into his legs to regain stability and move swiftly. Ghislain chastised Kane, calling his swordsmanship ignorant. He accused Kane of believing he was invincible simply because his opponents cowered at his displays of strength. Taking a stance, Ghislain declared that he would open Kane's eyes. Enraged, Kane rushed forward with his sword. Ghislain countered by kicking the blade to push Kane back. Before Kane could recover, Ghislain leaped to the side, avoiding the weapon, and delivered a precise strike down Kane's shoulder to his hand. As Kane thrust his sword forward in retaliation, Ghislain sidestepped and pressed the blade down with his foot. Capitalizing on the moment, Ghislain landed a near-fatal cut close to Kane's neck. Blood trickled from the shallow wounds Ghislain had inflicted earlier, shocking the audience into silence before cheers erupted. No one had expected Ghislain to display such skill. Many in the crowd began regretting their bets on Cain, while Elena gleefully pointed out the turn of events to Belinda. Scovin smiled as he watched, while Cain, noticing his wounds, realized they were shallow. He deduced that Ghislain could have inflicted far greater harm, but had deliberately held back. Confusion clouded Cain's mind as he failed to comprehend how his cousin had attained such a level of swordsmanship. Ghislain glared at his cousin and tossed his sword aside. To the astonishment of everyone present, he declared that the gap in their skill was too great to entertain the crowd. Turning to Cain, Ghislain stated that he would fight him barehanded. Cain, now visibly irritated, demanded an explanation. With a calm demeanor, Ghislain explained that he intended to use this duel as an opportunity to educate his cousin. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared that the lesson would be delivered with his bare knuckles. Cain was taken aback when his cousin announced that he intended to educate him. Ghislain clarified to Cain that his skills in swordsmanship were superior and suggested providing a handicap. He proposed that they engage in a barehanded fight, an area where Cain excelled. With a serious expression, Ghislain declared his intention to double the original bet by adding 1,000 gold, asserting that he was confident in his victory. The crowd reacted with shock at the unexpected escalation, unable to fathom Ghislain's boldness in increasing the stakes. Among them, the spy was the most astonished. He struggled to believe that Ghislain had the audacity to challenge Cain to a barehanded fight. Nonetheless, the man felt elated, convinced that Ghislain's recklessness had handed him an advantage. As preparations for the fight commenced, the chubby merchant invited spectators to place their additional bets, announcing the switch to a barehanded contest between Ghislain and Cain. Opinions were divided. Some considered Ghislain foolish for challenging Cain to a test of sheer strength, while others believed he had a strategy and chose to bet on him. Cain was incredulous at his cousin's decision to face him barehanded. After a moment of hesitation, he instructed Ghislain to proceed as he wished, discarding his coat and readying his weapon. Lifting his sword, Cain proclaimed his intention to use it, charging at Ghislain immediately after. Belinda, observing this, expressed her frustration and urged her master to retrieve his weapon and defeat Cain. As these words left her lips, Cain swung his sword at Ghislain with lethal intent. However, Ghislain evaded the attack, smiling as he determined that his cousin required a lesson. Dodging Cain's strike, Ghislain dropped to the ground, avoiding the blade. Cain attempted to redirect his sword, but Ghislain maneuvered to his side and delivered a punch to Cain's thigh. Before Cain could react, a heavy blow landed on his jaw, causing him to lose his balance and collapse. Cain was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Ghislain, whom he had always regarded as inferior, could execute such precise movements. The crowd erupted in astonishment as they began to perceive the possibility of Ghislain emerging victorious. With a calm but stern demeanor, Ghislain demanded that Cain rise, declaring that he had barely begun. Infuriated by his cousin's words, Cain lunged again, wielding his sword with ferocity. He swung the blade wildly as he closed the distance between them, but Ghislain skillfully evaded each strike. Seizing an opening, Ghislain grabbed Cain's arm, twisted it, and locked him down. Before Cain could retaliate, Ghislain delivered a knee strike to his rib, causing him to spit blood. Disoriented and unable to reconcile the situation, Cain struggled to process how someone he had always regarded as subservient could dominate him so thoroughly. Memories of Ghislain bowing in submission replayed in his mind, heightening his disbelief. Despite his injuries, Cain clung to the belief that defeating Ghislain should have been a simple matter, one that would secure his family's future. However, Ghislain offered no respite. He pressed his advantage relentlessly, raining blows on Cain without pause, leaving no room for recovery. By the time Ghislain ceased his relentless assault, Cain's face and entire body were swollen. The boy trembled before Ghislain, who grabbed him by the hair and expressed pity for his father. Ghislain explained that Count Loges had once supported Perdium tirelessly, even to the brink of ruin, simply out of loyalty and friendship with Ghislain's father. However, Cain, unlike his father, had chosen a different path. As these words sank in, Cain recalled a moment from a few years prior. In that memory, Cain had argued with his father, frustrated by the Count's decision to continue aiding Perdium. Cain could not comprehend why his father wanted to send more support when their own county was struggling. He had likened the effort to pouring water into a cracked bucket and reminded his father that it had been less than a week since he had returned. only to prepare to leave for Perdium once again. Pleading, Cain asked him to stay, pointing out that everyone needed him. Count Loges, however, turned and firmly explained that his actions were driven by his friendship with Count Perdium. As Cain recalled this conversation, his focus returned to the present just in time to see Ghislain's fist approaching his face. Cain closed his eyes, bracing for the blow. Instead, Ghislain stopped and told his cousin that enough had been done. When Cain opened his eyes, he saw Ghislain extending a hand toward him, inviting him to rise. Cain, overwhelmed, lowered his head and admitted his defeat. The crowd erupted in disbelief, chanting Ghislain's name, marveling at his unexpected victory. Those who had bet on Cain regretted their decision, while others celebrated their winnings from wagering on Ghislain. Among the spectators, Elena beamed with pride at her brother's success. Meanwhile, Belinda and the two soldiers accompanying her stood in stunned silence, shocked by the outcome. The spy climbed onto the stage, visibly enraged. Approaching Cain, he shouted, demanding to know why he had surrendered so easily after encountering only a slight disadvantage. The spy reminded Cain of the trust placed in him, but Cain merely responded that he was finished and insisted it was time to leave. Infuriated by Cain's perceived weakness, the spy stewed in frustration. While the spy brooded, Ghislain called out to him with a confident smile. Addressing the crowd, Ghislain announced that the spy had volunteered to cover the cost of meat and drinks for everyone present. Cheers erupted as the crowd celebrated their young master's generosity, declaring him the best. The spy, however, was stunned and protested, insisting that he had made no such offer. Ghislain placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder and calmly explained that this was the price of losing the duel. He reassured the spy that the expenses would not be deducted from the betting pot, but rather an additional contribution expected from him. As Ghislain tightened his grip on the spy's shoulder, he reminded the man of the terms of the bet, which now included an additional 1,000 gold on top of the initial 1,000. With a chilling look, Ghislain warned the spy of the consequences of attempting to flee. Recognizing the severity of the situation, the spy dropped to his knees in defeat, agreeing to Ghislain's demands. He understood that disobedience would only lead to his demise. The following day, the scene shifts to Ghislain's room. He placed a large box on the table, opening it to reveal an impressive quantity of gold coins, profits from his recent bet. Ghislain was astonished at the amount, realizing it was enough to hire a small mercenary corps. Closing the box, he acknowledged the difficulty of accumulating such wealth again and the urgency of his circumstances. He understood that his enemies would not wait for him to prepare and knew he needed to act quickly to launch the plan he had in mind. While contemplating, Ghislain noticed Elena and Belinda standing nearby. With a nervous expression, he asked if something was wrong. Elena, smiling brightly, inquired how her brother intended to spend his newfound wealth. Ghislain jokingly asked if she wanted some of it, but Elena clarified that she was merely curious. Belinda interjected, confidently stating that she already knew Ghislain's intentions. She reminded him that Lady Amelia's birthday was approaching and teased that he had orchestrated the entire display to purchase an extravagant gift for Amelia. Belinda remarked that her master's actions were easy to interpret. Elena, surprised, questioned whether her brother was truly working so hard to impress his fiancée. Ghislain, startled, seemed unaware of having a fiancée. He asked his sister and maid for clarification. Belinda, amused, urged him to stop pretending and assured him there was no need to feign ignorance out of embarrassment. Elena then reminded Ghislain that they were referring to Amelia from the Rayfold County. Hearing the county's name, Ghislain's expression darkened. He recalled Amelia Rayfold vividly, likening her to a spider. Amelia Rayfold, a noble admired for her kindness and selfless actions, had won the unwavering support of her territory's people. However, in time, she would incite a rebellion and gain notoriety as the Witch of the North, aligning with the Delphine Duchy to deal a decisive blow to Perdium's downfall. Ghislain viewed her as a traitor. A faint smile crossed his face as he asked Belinda when their father was expected to return. Belinda informed him that the Lord would arrive in a week. Ghislain determined that this time frame was sufficient. Rising from his seat, he announced his intention to visit Rayfold County. Belinda, surprised, pointed out that it was not yet Amelia's birthday and asked about the reason for his visit. Ghislain revealed that he intended to secure funds from the county. The narrative transitions to a beautiful noblewoman placing her shoes on the ground. The woman, adorned with a spider near her mouth and striking red eyes, was revealed to be Amelia. She handed her shoes to a ragged girl nearby. The child, overwhelmed, struggled to believe that Amelia was gifting her the shoes. Amelia remarked that she alone deserved to walk barefoot on the land. Turning to her soldiers, she instructed them to provide food and shelter to the surrounding people. Her men immediately set about distributing provisions, leaving the crowd astonished. As Amelia departed, the people expressed their gratitude for her kindness. The scene shifts again, now to Amelia's garden at the Rayfold Manor. A man knelt, cleaning Amelia's feet. This man, Bernarf, served as Amelia's escort knight. While stroking a cat on the table, Amelia recounted her father's insistence on absolute obedience from the people of their territory. She observed that the common folk would follow anyone who kept them warm and fed. Bernarf complimented Amelia's strategy, assuring her that winning the hearts of the people would benefit her in the competition to determine her father's successor. In response, Amelia struck Bernarf's face lightly with her foot. She then demanded an update on the duel involving the finest swordsman of the North. Bernarf apologized and explained that he had avoided participating to prevent drawing undue attention, reasoning that such attention could disrupt their plans. Bernarf reminded Amelia that the time had not yet come for her to reveal her claws. He kissed her feet, pledging his blade to her service. Amelia, with a calm yet commanding demeanor, reminded her knight that he was naturally her blade, as she had invested a great deal into his development. Lifting his head, she leaned closer, her expression darkening. With an intimidating tone, she warned Bernarf that weakness was unacceptable. Letting go of him, she shifted the conversation and inquired about the status of the merchants. Bernarf reassured Amelia that there was no need to worry about the Arctium merchants. He explained that their guild was purchasing all the materials needed for the reconstruction of the Forest of Beasts outpost, recently destroyed in an orc attack on Perdium. Furthermore, he detailed how they were recovering the annual support fund sent by Count Rayfold to Perdium. Bernarf also revealed their ongoing recruitment of soldiers and knights leaving Perdium. These men, well trained from battles against the barbarian tribes, were considered excellent additions to their forces. Amelia commended Bernarf's efforts, cautioning him to ensure that the guild maintained the appearance of an ordinary merchant operation. She emphasized the importance of keeping their true intentions concealed until their strength was fully amassed. While they spoke, a steward entered the garden, prompting Bernarf to rise and confront him. In a stern voice, he demanded to know who had allowed the interruption. The steward, unfazed, explained that news had arrived from the gate. Ghislain had come to visit. Amelia, surprised by this revelation, questioned the steward about the purpose of Ghislain's visit. The man relayed that Ghislain claimed to have matters to discuss concerning their merchant guild. Both Amelia and Bernarf were startled by this unexpected development. The scene transitioned to the visitor's room, where Amelia entered and took a seat. Across from her sat Ghislain, dressed in a rough coat and holding a small flower. Ghislain greeted her cordially, but Amelia expressed her disapproval of his unannounced visit. She chided him for his lack of etiquette and manners. Smiling, Ghislain explained that he had come to present her with an early birthday gift. He placed the flower on the table, describing its pleasant fragrance and mentioning that he had acquired it from the nearby merchant guild. Ghislain added that he intended to purchase flowers from this guild moving forward, revealing its name as the Arctium Merchant Guild. Amelia listened, but appeared perplexed by Ghislain's remarks. Rising from her seat, she claimed not to understand his point and dismissed herself, stating that she would leave now that she had received his gift. However, as she turned to depart, Ghislain, his gaze cold and unyielding, asked her to sit back down. The energy radiating from him startled Amelia. She froze momentarily, unable to reconcile the powerful presence before her with the timid young man she had once known, who could barely speak in her presence. Ghislain lifted the tea in front of him, addressing Amelia directly. He informed her that he had no intention of wasting her time and revealed his need for 10,000 gold. Amelia, taken aback, struggled to believe that Ghislain had appeared so suddenly, only to request such a large sum of money. She questioned whether this request was sanctioned by his father, but Ghislain assured her that his father had no involvement in the matter and asked her to simply provide the money. With a calm demeanor, Ghislain poured the tea onto the floor. Smiling, He remarked that Amelia had never intended to marry him. The statement left her momentarily stunned. Ghislain continued, explaining that it would be disastrous for her if word spread about her secret efforts to build power, particularly in the midst of a fierce succession struggle. As he spoke, Amelia's cat leapt onto the table and growled at him. Amelia dismissed his remarks as a poor joke, but Ghislain assured her that her secret was safe with him, for now. However, he warned that his silence might not last if he left empty-handed. Amelia smiled coldly and told Ghislain that such a scenario would never occur. Without hesitation, she called for Bernarf. The knight entered the room promptly, placing a hand over his chest as he greeted Ghislain. Recognizing Bernarf, Ghislain recalled him as a loyal companion to Amelia and a skilled swordsman, capable of rivaling the finest sword in the north. Ghislain addressed Amelia directly, warning her that his death would spark a war. He asked if she could truly handle the consequences. Unfazed, Amelia responded that if a ruffian barged in, caused chaos, and was subsequently killed by her escort knight, that would be the story the world would hear. Smiling, she ordered Bernarf to kill Ghislain. The knight drew his sword without hesitation, and Ghislain realized he had no choice but to take the situation seriously. Placing a hand on his sword hilt, Ghislain prepared to defend himself. Before he could act, Bernarf smiled, catching Ghislain off guard. A sudden noise broke the tension as an assassin emerged from a knight's armor positioned behind Ghislain. The assassin aimed to strike at Ghislain's chair, but Ghislain quickly jumped to avoid the attack. As the assassin struggled to free his weapon, Ghislain delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing through the window. Both Amelia and Bernarf were visibly stunned by the display. Turning back to his hosts, Ghislain expressed disbelief at Amelia's feigned politeness while orchestrating a surprise attack. Picking up his sword, he remarked sarcastically on the poor hospitality. Without delay, he charged at Bernarf, swinging his weapon. The knight managed to block the attack. With a cold glare, Ghislain questioned whether Rayfold County had forgotten the principles of chivalry. Bernarf, unfazed, apologized mockingly. He reminded Ghislain that he had been the first to show disrespect by arriving unannounced and unsettling his mistress. Seizing Ghislain's sword, Bernarf locked it in his arms and declared that courtesy was unnecessary for someone like him. As Bernarf moved to attack, Ghislain evaded the strike with ease. Jumping into the air, Ghislain delivered a strong kick that forced Bernarf to retreat, creating space between them. Bernarf had heard rumors that Ghislain was all talk and lacked skill, but the man before him did not resemble a novice. Observing the exchange, Amelia demanded to know why her knight was fighting so conservatively. Angrily, she ordered Bernarf to bring her Ghislain's head, reminding him that fulfilling such commands defined him as her sword. Upon hearing the command, Bernarf assumed his stance and released his mana, daring Ghislain to step forward. Ghislain smirked, finding it absurd that a mere escort knight would presume to order him around. Bernarf, unfazed, remarked that he was doing Ghislain a favor. He advanced swiftly, appearing in front of Ghislain in an instant. Swinging his sword with incredible speed, he caught Ghislain off guard. Although Ghislain managed to dodge the strike, Bernarf's blade still grazed his face, leaving a shallow cut. Ghislain was stunned by the knight's speed and precision. Bernarf pressed his advantage, launching a series of fierce attacks. Ghislain struggled to parry each strike, the ferocity of the blows forcing him on the defensive. Observing the duel, Amelia was equally surprised and unsettled. She had not expected a so-called weakling like Ghislain to hold his own against Bernarf. Despite the display, Amelia remained confident in her knight's superior skill. Ghislain managed to block another strike, locking Bernarf's sword in place and moving his blade dangerously close to the knight's neck. Before he could land a decisive blow, Bernarf skillfully pulled his sword back and trapped Ghislain's weapon with his arm. Countering swiftly, Bernarf attacked with the same technique he had used earlier. Ghislain smirked, recognizing the maneuver and attempting to disarm Bernarf as he had before. However, this time, the outcome was different. Ghislain quickly realized that Bernarf's body had been reinforced with mana, allowing him to maintain his grip. Bernarf calmly informed Ghislain that his trick would not work twice. Seizing the opportunity, Bernarf slammed Ghislain to the ground and rushed forward to capitalize on the advantage. Ghislain, recovering quickly, deflected the oncoming strike and leaped backward, creating some distance between them. Assessing the situation, Ghislain deduced that Bernarf's use of mana had given him a significant physical edge. Bernarf took note of his opponent's resilience, remarking that Ghislain was far removed from the rumors. He acknowledged that one could truly understand an opponent's capabilities only by engaging in combat. Analyzing Ghislain's technique, Bernarf observed that his swordsmanship lacked the structure of formal training, appearing instead to have been honed through real combat experience. With a confident expression, Bernarf inquired if Ghislain had fought the barbarians so frequently that he had adopted their chaotic style. Tossing Ghislain's sword aside, Bernarf declared that such methods were only effective on the battlefield and that Ghislain's deviation would end now. Breathing heavily, Ghislain silently admitted the difficulty of the battle. Bernarf's precise thrusts, aimed narrowly at vital points, disrupted Ghislain's sense of timing and distance. At close range, Bernarf's larger frame and refined techniques created an overwhelming advantage. Ghislain realized that Bernarf was an opponent beyond his current level. Raising his hand, Ghislain revealed a mana thread attached to his wrist. He informed Bernarf that his own time was running out as well. Pulling the thread sharply, Ghislain caught the knight off guard. Bernarf, unfamiliar with the technique, hesitated for a fraction of a second. Using this opening, Ghislain struck Bernarf at the back of his head with the hilt of his sword. As Bernarf staggered, his stance faltered, and Ghislain advanced. Delivering a powerful knee strike to Bernarf's face, Ghislain left the knight disoriented. Bernarf, confused and unable to process what had just transpired, could not fathom how Ghislain had managed to position his weapon so effectively. Amelia called out to Bernarf, but Ghislain immediately raised his sword and launched an attack. To Ghislain's surprise, Bernarf managed to block the strike and countered by pushing him back with his own blade. Despite the force, Ghislain held his ground. Observing the intensity of the battle, Bernarf turned to Amelia and urged her to leave the room, stating that he could no longer guarantee her safety. With a determined expression, the knight declared that he would now give his best effort. Ghislain, unfazed, smirked coldly and remarked that this was precisely what he wanted, admitting that it had been a long time since he had faced such an entertaining opponent. The narrative shifts to Amelia, who was fleeing the room with her cat. Anger simmered within her as she reflected on the humiliation Ghislain had caused her. She questioned how he had learned about the Merchant Guild, suspecting someone had leaked the information. It seemed impossible for him to know such details without inside help. As she ran, Amelia begrudgingly acknowledged that the rumors of Ghislain slaying orcs and rescuing his younger sister from assassins were likely true. Despite this realization, she still believed that much of his reputation was due to luck or exaggeration. Turning a corner, Amelia expected to find the guards she had stationed there. Instead, she was met with a shocking sight. Her guards lay unconscious on the ground, and a hooded woman stood amidst them. The woman turned and greeted Amelia with a smile, remarking on how long it had been since their last meeting. Under the hood, the woman was revealed to be Belinda. Startled, Amelia demanded to know why the maid was there. Before she could react further, Belinda moved with incredible speed, appearing beside her with a blade pressed to her neck, ordering her to remain silent. Amelia froze in disbelief at the blade against her throat. Belinda's gaze settled on the spider, still clinging to Amelia's lip switch. With practiced ease, Belinda removed the spider. Smiling, she revealed that she had overheard Count Perdium and Count Rayfold during the engagement ceremony. She recounted how Amelia's siblings had mocked her for her fascination with spiders, and how Amelia had raised the creatures as a means of exacting revenge. Belinda then questioned why Amelia continued to wear a spider, suggesting it could either symbolize overcoming her trauma or a display of defiance. Without waiting for an answer, she tossed the spider to the ground and crushed it underfoot. With a satisfying crunch, she declared that it did not suit her. With an unsettling calm, Belinda urged Amelia to cooperate. The scene shifted back to the room where Ghislain and Bernarf continued their fight. Ghislain noticed a change in the air, sensing the overwhelming mana Bernarf was now releasing. Bernarf addressed Ghislain, recalling his earlier remark about being an entertaining opponent. With disdain, he declared that only a lowly mercenary would speak in such terms. He dismissed Ghislain as unworthy of calling himself a noble like his mistress. Ghislain, taken aback, countered with a sharp reminder that Bernarf was merely an escort knight. He firmly warned Bernarf not to question his nobility. Bernarf rushed forward, launching a series of rapid attacks against Ghislain. Despite the knight's incredible speed, Ghislain managed to block the strikes, though it became increasingly difficult. With a stern expression, Bernarf admonished Ghislain to uphold the dignity of nobility. As he spoke, his attacks intensified, reaching a level far beyond what Ghislain had encountered earlier. Each blow pushed Ghislain further back, testing the limits of his endurance. Frustrated, Ghislain growled that enough was enough. Using his sword, he deflected Bernarf's blade and attempted to pierce his opponent's head. However, Bernarf intercepted the attack skillfully, bending Ghislain's sword away and forcing him to retreat. With a swift counter, Bernarf thrust his blade forward, landing a strike on Ghislain's shoulder. To the knight's astonishment, Ghislain had intentionally taken the hit, using the impact to push the blade aside and create an opening. Capitalizing on the moment, Ghislain launched a counterattack, but Bernarf managed to block it in time. Realizing the danger of underestimating his opponent, Bernarf maintained his guard, locking down Ghislain's sword and kicking him away. He remarked that this was the difference between a true warrior and one who wields a sword for mere entertainment. Ghislain, breathing heavily, couldn't help but find the battle exhilarating despite the mounting pressure. Bernarf's overwhelming speed, reach, and relentless attacks kept him in control of the fight. Any attempt by Ghislain to counter through close-quarter grappling was immediately neutralized. In a binding clash, Bernarf deceptively locked their swords together, giving the impression that neither could break free. With Ghislain's current mana reserves, it was nearly impossible to overcome the knight's superior strength. The situation was dire, and Bernarf appeared to have the upper hand. As Ghislain analyzed his predicament, Bernarf charged again, forcing him to act decisively. Ghislain, preparing himself, acknowledged that the fight had to end soon. While Bernarf had accounted for nearly every variable, he had overlooked one critical factor: Ghislain's unique mana cultivation technique. Drawing upon his third mana core, Ghislain unleashed an explosive surge of power and met Bernarf head-on. When their swords clashed, Ghislain channeled his newfound strength, forcing Bernarf's blade downward and disarming him with sheer force. The knight froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Ghislain had summoned such overwhelming mana mid-battle. Before Bernarf could recover, Ghislain raised his sword to strike a fatal blow. At that moment, a voice interrupted, commanding Ghislain to stop. Turning, he saw Amelia standing nearby, fury etched across her face. She demanded that Ghislain take the 10,000 gold and leave immediately. Irritated, Ghislain lowered his sword and stepped back, remarking that it would have been far simpler if she had handed over the money when he had asked politely. Belinda, observing the scene, quipped that Ghislain's actions went far beyond what could be called a lover's quarrel. Ghislain, unfazed, replied that it was merely a difference in opinion. Approaching Amelia, he rested his sword on his shoulder and informed her that there was unfortunate news. With a calm but firm tone, Ghislain announced that the fee had now doubled to 20,000 gold. In the next scene, Amelia smashed a vase onto the floor, her frustration echoing through the room. Bernarf stood beside her, bowing slightly as he apologized for his failure. He explained that Ghislain was far stronger than the rumors suggested, admitting that he had underestimated him. Bernarf revealed that Ghislain had managed to release mana exceeding that of an advanced-level knight. Amelia, her expression darkening, stated grimly that Ghislain had changed. When Bernarf cautiously suggested reporting this development to the Delphine Duchy, Amelia's reaction was swift. She slapped him sharply and grabbed his shirt, glaring at him with fury. She reprimanded him, asking if he truly understood the terror Duke Delphine inspired. Amelia explained that exposing the incident would spell their doom. The alliance with the Duke, formed secretly and without her father's knowledge, hinged on a covert agreement. The Duke had promised to support her rebellion in exchange for her assistance in toppling Perdium. Amelia added that her siblings would kill her if the agreement ever came to light. Her anger deepened as she considered the possibility that Ghislain might already know about the deal, given his knowledge of the Merchant Guild secrets. Turning to Bernarf, she declared that Ghislain had to be eliminated, no matter the cost. Bernarf readily accepted the directive. Amelia then inquired about the state of Ghislain's injuries. The knight explained that while he had inflicted light injuries across Ghislain's body and a heavier wound on his shoulder, Ghislain's use of explosive mana would likely leave him in poor condition for a time. Bernarf cautioned that they could not use knights from their own territory, as doing so would leave a trail. Amelia nodded, acknowledging the constraint and reminding him of the reason she had trained a specific group of operatives. Immediately understanding her intent, Bernarf asked if she intended to deploy the Wildcats. Amelia confirmed this, explaining that the Wildcats were composed of war orphans, outcasts, and those without status. Only the most naturally talented individuals proficient in mana were selected for this elite group. Amelia placed a flag on the map before her, marking a location, and instructed Bernarf to send a dozen of the Wildcats there. She emphasized that only those skilled in mana manipulation should be chosen. Bernarf understood her reasoning. The ravine she marked was the only narrow passage between Rayfold territory and Perdium County. Its remote location and restrictive terrain made it an ideal site for discreet operations. Bernarf assured his mistress that he would prepare the Wildcats as instructed. Amelia, her expression resolute, vowed to repay Ghislain for the humiliation he had inflicted upon her. The scene shifted to Ghislain, who was seated in a carriage. Wrapping a cloth around his injured arm, he appeared deep in thought. Ghislain's senses prickled, and he wondered if Amelia was already planning her next move. Fergus, seated nearby, asked if he was all right. Ghislain assured him that he was fine, explaining that the cuts were not very deep. Reflecting on the recent battle, Ghislain acknowledged that he had pushed himself to his limits, but was satisfied with the outcome. The 20,000 gold he had obtained from Amelia was enough to cover the foundational funds needed to rebuild Perdium. For his territory, it was equivalent to years of accumulated savings. Despite his earlier anger, Ghislain had decided against killing Amelia, knowing that her death would have inevitably triggered a war, one his county could not afford at the moment. Ghislain understood that he could not risk the safety of his territory for the sake of his whims. Perdium was already struggling to handle the barbarian threat, making it wiser for him to retreat for now. The knowledge he possessed about the Arctium Merchant Guild would be enough of a burden on Amelia. As he put on his jacket, Ghislain resolved to make good use of Amelia's predicament. Belinda, observing her master's confident demeanor, asked if events were unfolding according to his plan. She reminded him of his earlier instructions to subdue the guards upon hearing fighting noises and to take Amelia hostage if she exited the room. Ghislain clarified that he had entrusted Fergus with those tasks. As he spoke, a wave of pain coursed through his body, causing him to spit blood. Alarmed, Belinda and Fergus quickly moved to his side. Ghislain realized that the pain was the recoil from using and opening his third mana core. Although the current discomfort was less severe than before, it remained a significant burden. He acknowledged that this would be troublesome to endure every time he accessed his power and concluded that he needed to find a way to increase his mana capacity. While he was lost in thought, Belinda grabbed his hand and took out a large needle coated with mana. She noted that the flow of his mana was chaotic and unbalanced. Without hesitation, she began applying the needle to various points on his hand. Ghislain was startled by the sensation, feeling something being released from his body. Exhaling sharply, he noticed that his tangled mana pathways had opened slightly. The technique, he realized, required an advanced understanding of mana manipulation. Ghislain reflected on Belinda's unusual skills. Though he knew she was not an ordinary maid, having been brought into the family by his mother, he remained uncertain of her true identity. He found it curious that someone so talented would choose to serve as a head maid in the countryside. However, Ghislain dismissed the mystery, reasoning that having skilled individuals in his territory was always beneficial, especially since the challenges he had faced were just the beginning. Belinda assured Ghislain of her unwavering loyalty, promising to help him with anything he required. She then asked why he had taken such a large sum of money from Amelia. Ghislain explained that he needed to spend money, and Amelia was the wealthiest person he knew. Both Fergus and Belinda were shocked by this revelation. Belinda expressed disbelief that he had ended his engagement for such a reason, warning that Count Rayfold would retaliate if he found out. Ghislain, unconcerned, assured her that Amelia would never report the incident to her father. Smiling, he reminded Belinda of her earlier declaration of trust. Annoyed, Belinda demanded to know his intentions for the money, asserting that she had taken risks alongside him. Ghislain revealed that he intended to use the funds to conquer the Forest of Beasts. Belinda was taken aback, while Fergus expressed skepticism, pointing out that efforts to conquer the forest had failed since the time of Ghislain's great-grandfather. Ghislain then reminded Fergus of a request he had made before entering the castle. Fergus hesitated before revealing that the individual Ghislain had asked him to find was at the designated location. Nervously, he cautioned that the man was unstable and not in his right mind. Ghislain dismissed these concerns, stating that as long as the man was alive, he was useful, and insisted they depart immediately. Belinda objected, urging her master to return home due to his physical condition. She reminded him that he could not afford to wander in his current state. Ghislain countered by pointing out that Amelia was unlikely to let them leave without attempting to silence them. Acknowledging this, Belinda tapped her muscle confidently, reminding him that she was skilled in combat. She also noted that Fergus, as a knight, would be an asset in dealing with any threats. Ghislain reassured Belinda of her reliability, but clarified that the role he required was beyond her expertise. Smiling, he revealed that they were on their way to meet the vanguard he had in mind. The scene shifted as the group arrived at a wooden house nestled deep within the forest. Belinda remarked that the house appeared abandoned, but Fergus confirmed that this was the correct address. When Ricardo knocked on the door, it was opened by a massive, disheveled man with long, unkempt hair. The man peered at them suspiciously and demanded to know who they were. Everyone, except Ghislain, was taken aback by the man's appearance. Belinda leaned toward her master, whispering her doubts about the individual's suitability, noting that he looked frail and unlikely to survive another day, let alone fight. Ghislain, unfazed, assured her that they were in the right place. The man, noticing Ghislain's noble bearing, dismissed him as a bored young aristocrat and turned to leave, telling them to go away. However, Ghislain called out to him, addressing him as the ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries and referring to him by name, Ghislain. The call stopped the man in his tracks. Ghislain turned sharply, his expression a mix of surprise and caution. With a calm smile, Ghislain told him that he had long wanted to meet him. The rest of the group was stunned to learn that the seemingly destitute man before them had once led the legendary Ratatosk mercenaries, a group renowned for requiring mastery of nearly all weapons from its members. Though the group no longer existed, their valor and reputation remained so great that even knights in foreign lands knew their name. Without warning, Ghislain hurled an axe at Ghislain, the blade narrowly missing and slicing through his jacket. Alarmed, the group drew their weapons and moved to protect their master. With a menacing look, Ghislain demanded that Ghislain state his business. Belinda urged her master to step back, warning that Ghislain was unstable. Ignoring her, Ghislain mentioned the eternal punishment, causing Ghislain to freeze in shock. Ghislain revealed that he knew the cure for the incurable disease afflicting Ghislain's daughter, describing the symptoms: high fever, bloody coughing, and red spots resembling flower petals on the skin. Ghislain explained that the disease's agonizing nature earned it the name eternal punishment. He then asked if this information had piqued Ghislain's interest. Reluctantly, Ghislain stepped aside and allowed the group to enter. Inside, the sound of a girl's screams filled the house. Ghislain rushed to his daughter, Rachel, who writhed in pain on the bed. As Ghislain observed her, he concluded that it was not too late to act. In his past life, Ghislain had searched for Ghislain to recruit him, but by the time he found him, the man had lost his daughter, sold all his assets, and ultimately taken his own life. The condition of the house, bare, leaving only weapons, confirmed that Ghislain had already sacrificed everything to try to save Rachel. She is sobbing, pleaded with her father to end her suffering. Realizing the urgency, Ghislain removed his jacket and announced that he would begin treatment immediately. Before he could act, Belinda placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to leave. She admitted that she didn't know what he intended to do, but she insisted that the disease was beyond his power. Even priests had failed to cure it, declaring it a punishment from the gods. Belinda implored him to explain how he planned to deal with such a dire illness. Ghislain brushed her hand aside, asserting confidently that he could save Rachel. Belinda was unconvinced and called out to him again. Ghislain turned to remind her of her earlier promise to trust him, which left her momentarily silent. He handed her a list of medicinal herbs and instructed her to purchase them immediately. Surprised by the items on the list, Belinda quickly carried out the task and returned with the requested supplies. For wandering mercenaries like Ghislain, survival often depended on knowledge, and while the disease, known as eternal punishment, was currently deemed incurable, a cure would eventually be discovered in the future. Ghislain, drawing on his foreknowledge, prepared to apply his unique insight to save Rachel's life. The cure quickly became a topic of great interest, especially due to its relatively simple method of preparation. Ghislain, thanks to its straightforward process, remembered it clearly. The primary challenge, however, was the exorbitant cost of the ingredients, with the fairy's blessing being the most critical and expensive component. To prepare the cure, the fairy's blessing and the herbs were finely chopped, tightly packed into a bottle, and covered with distilled alcohol. The mixture was shaken thoroughly and left to sit for a while. Afterward, the remaining ingredients were added and stirred until combined. Once the preparation was complete, Ghislain handed the purple glowing liquid to Ghislain, instructing him to let his daughter drink it. Desperation left Ghislain with no alternative. He quickly fed the liquid to his daughter, Rachel. Almost immediately, the red spots on her face began to fade, leaving everyone in the room astonished. The group could barely comprehend what they were witnessing. Ghislain, more shocked than anyone, stared in disbelief at the visible transformation. Ghislain, calm and composed, remarked that the outcome was as expected. With a trembling voice, Ghislain asked Ghislain how he had accomplished this, pointing out that even holy power had failed to cure her. Ghislain explained that divine power was not omnipotent. While it could enhance the body's vitality and regenerative capabilities to aid in combating illnesses, it was fundamentally different from a cure. Ghislain's hands trembled as he grabbed Ghislain and desperately asked if his daughter could truly be healed. Ghislain reassured him that Rachel would be fully cured within a few months. Overwhelmed, Ghislain stepped back and bowed his head in gratitude, acknowledging that Ghislain must have come to this remote place with a purpose. He confessed that all he had left was his body and offered to become Ghislain's servant or even his dog if that was what he desired. Ghislain dismissed the man's offer, stating firmly that he wanted neither a slave nor a servant. Instead, he declared that he sought the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. As Ghislain raised his head, he noticed something extraordinary. Ghislain's eyes shone with the ambition of a dreamer. Inspired, Ghislain stood up and grabbed an axe, using it to cut off his long ponytail. The group watched in awe and fear as the man's demeanor transformed. Without the ponytail, Ghislain looked like an entirely different person, more alive, determined, and ready to act. Moving toward his weapons, Ghislain asked if there were others accompanying Ghislain or if anyone might come looking for him. Ghislain confirmed that his group was the only one present. Ghislain then inquired whether Ghislain had enemies, to which Ghislain admitted he did and added that he would likely gain more in the future. Ghislain picked up a spear and wrapped a rope around it. With swift precision, he hurled the spear through the wooden wall of the house, sending it deep into the forest outside. The force destroyed part of the wall, and the group watched as the spear found its target. Ghislain pulled the spear back toward him using the rope, demonstrating his formidable skill. The scene left everyone in the room silent, their awe at Ghislain's transformation evident. As the spear re-entered the house, it became clear that Ghislain had spear-fished an assassin. The weapon had struck the figure directly in the chest, leaving him struggling to free himself. Without hesitation, Ghislain grabbed the assassin by the neck and demanded to know who had sent him. The assassin, revealed to be a member of the Wildcats, appeared stunned that Ghislain had detected him. Ghislain turned to Ghislain, asking what he wanted to do with the captive. Ghislain, already suspecting who had sent the assassin, placed his hand on his sword, but remarked that he had no desire to draw it again that day. Ghislain intervened, placing a hand on Ghislain's hilt to stop him. Smiling faintly, he assured Ghislain that he would handle the matter. With a swift motion, Ghislain snapped the assassin's neck, killing him instantly. Bowing respectfully, he turned back to Ghislain. Belinda, watching the scene unfold, was shaken by Ghislain's lack of hesitation in killing. She struggled to understand why her master would want to recruit someone so dangerous. Kneeling before Ghislain, Ghislain swore his loyalty, pledging to place his life in Ghislain's hands. Ghislain, recognizing the value of having such a powerful ally for his reconstruction plans, accepted the pledge with a smile, expressing his eagerness to work with Ghislain. The narrative shifted to a cabin deep in the woods, where a group of wildcats was gathered. A trafficker reported to the group that one of their members had been killed. The news caused shock and unrest among the group, prompting their leader, Vigo, to demand silence. Apologizing for the commotion, the traffickers explained that Bernarf had assured them that Ghislain would neither locate their reconnaissance unit nor be capable of killing them. Vigo questioned whether the reconnaissance team had made mistakes or been given bad intelligence. One of his subordinates, trembling, revealed that Ghislain had joined Ghislain's group. Startled, Vigo grabbed the subordinate by the neck and demanded confirmation. The man nervously insisted he was certain, recounting that he had seen it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Vigo smiled, expressing satisfaction that his former captain was finally taking action. The scene transitioned back to Ghislain, who was traveling through the woods with Ghislain and the others in a carriage. Belinda, feeling cramped, complained about the sheer volume of weapons Ghislain had brought along. She asked Ghislain whether it was truly necessary to transport so many, remarking that a sword or two should have sufficed. She expressed disbelief that they had been forced to purchase another carriage to accommodate Ghislain's arsenal. Ghislain calmly reminded her that they already needed an extra carriage to ensure Rachel traveled comfortably. He assured her it was not a problem and asked her to endure it for now, emphasizing that their primary concern was escaping the ravine. Belinda then inquired whether the captured assassin had been sent by Amelia. Ghislain confirmed her suspicion. Hearing this, Belinda explained that the mask worn by the assassin was a symbol associated with the Wildcats traffickers, a powerful and notorious guild in Rayfold. Ghislain, surprised, asked her to elaborate. According to Belinda, the Wildcats traffickers specialized in smuggling, assassination, drugs, human trafficking, and other illicit activities. Comprised of skilled former mercenaries, the guild wielded significant combat power and was regarded as a shadowy and dangerous organization. Ghislain, curious, asked how Belinda had come to know this information despite spending most of her time in the castle. The maid revealed that she had learned about such matters before entering her role as head maid. She urged her master to exercise caution, emphasizing the Wildcats' persistence and ruthlessness. Ghislain, smiling confidently, assured her that he would be fine, reminding her that they had Ghislain on their side. Immediately after the statement, something emerged from the ground after the carriage passed by. The figures began chasing the carriage, and Ghislain sensed their presence. As the figures closed in, they leapt out of the ground, revealing themselves to be Wildcats. The Wildcats launched an attack on Ghislain, catching him off guard with their ambush. He responded swiftly, drawing both an axe and a sword to block their assaults. With precise movements, he severed one's hand using the axe and then drove it into the chest of another. Before the injured Wildcat could retaliate, Ghislain ripped his head apart, and both bodies fell lifeless to the ground. As the men fell, their remaining allies released ropes that triggered massive trees to drop onto the carriage. Ghislain, surprised by the trap, heard Belinda warn that the trees could crush them. Reacting quickly, he seized the ropes and slowed the horses, narrowly avoiding disaster. However, the path was now obstructed. Ghislain remarked that he had anticipated the ambush. Nearby, Wildcat traffickers began to close in, and one of them, Vigo, addressed Ghislain directly. He referred to Ghislain as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, a title that visibly startled him. Vigo accused him of cowardice, claiming he had disbanded the entire group for the sake of his daughter. Stepping down from the carriage, Ghislain denied any knowledge of the accusations. Vigo, visibly irritated, countered by blaming Ghislain for the life he had been forced to endure. He questioned whether Ghislain had grown so senile that he couldn't recall his past comrades. Ghislain offered no response, which further convinced Vigo that he was feigning ignorance. With a smirk, Vigo declared that he would force Ghislain to remember and commanded his men to attack. The attackers advanced quickly, prompting Ghislain to offer his assistance. Ghislain, however, declined, stating that Vigo clearly had personal business with him. He assured Ghislain that he could handle the situation alone. Before the Wildcats could strike, Ghislain infused his axe with mana and dispatched 4 attackers in a single, devastating swing. The sight of this stunned the remaining assailants, who surged forward in a renewed attack. Drawing his short sword, Ghislain struck down the first who approached with his axe, stabbed the second through the neck, and cleaved the third in half after deflecting their strike. Vigo observed these feats with little surprise, recognizing that Ghislain's strength had not waned. He instructed his men to split into 2 groups and encircle Ghislain. As they moved to execute the order, Ghislain mounted a horse, drawing a larger axe and spinning it menacingly. Charging at the Wildcats, he unleashed a mana-enhanced strike that decimated several attackers. The remaining Wildcats, hesitant to approach, shifted their focus to the horse, but before they could act, Ghislain attached a rope to his axe and swung it in a deadly swirl, cutting through their ranks. Belinda watched in disbelief as Ghislain dispatched his opponents. With his men defeated, Vigo launched a direct assault. Sensing the attack, Ghislain equipped a shield to block the strike. Vigo accused him of ruining his life and vowed to kill him. With 3 blades in hand, Vigo hurled them at Ghislain's horse, bringing the animal down. Ghislain dismounted just before the fall, landing on the ground only to face an incoming blade. Drawing a smaller axe, he blocked the attack and firmly denied being the captain of the Ratatas mercenaries. He struck Vigo's ribs with his shield, forcing him to retreat. Vigo demanded an explanation, asking Ghislain to reveal his identity if not the captain. Ghislain replied that he had abandoned his past and now served as Ghislain's subordinate. The declaration angered Vigo, who charged forward, vowing to kill Ghislain at any cost. Ghislain parried the attacks as Vigo pressed his sword into the shield. Vigo revealed that the mercenary company had disbanded after Ghislain's departure, lamenting that he had lost his purpose and fallen into a disgraceful existence just to survive. Ghislain deflected the sword and countered with a swing of his axe. Vigo evaded by dropping low and quickly retaliated with a kick, which Ghislain blocked with his wooden shield, though the shield shattered under the force. Vigo expressed his frustration, explaining that he had dedicated his entire life to making the Ratatas mercenaries the best in history. He voiced disbelief that his former captain had abandoned everything, only to become a mere pawn of a spoiled noble. Drawing several blades, he imbued them with mana and hurled them toward Ghislain. Ghislain intercepted the attack with his axe, but as he did so, Vigo closed the gap and attempted to stab him. Ghislain narrowly dodged the strike and countered with an overhead swing of his axe. Vigo landed just in time to block with his sword, smiling at the exchange. The clash between them grew more intense, with both men exchanging fierce blows. Vigo believed that Ghislain had not changed from the captain he once admired, though he viewed him as weakened by his years spent searching for a cure for his daughter. In contrast, Vigo claimed to have grown stronger through countless battles. He believed that Ghislain was no longer his equal. Ghislain unleashed a massive swing, which Vigo dodged by leaping over him. Using his sword for leverage, he flipped and landed behind Ghislain. Wasting no time, Vigo kicked the blades Ghislain had previously blocked, sending them hurtling back toward him. Ghislain used his armor to deflect the projectiles, but as he did, Vigo charged at him. Ghislain anticipated the attack and swung his axe, but Vigo evaded once again, taunting that the fight was over. In response, Ghislain channeled mana into his hand and caught Vigo's blade mid-strike. This act stunned Vigo, who was left speechless as he realized Ghislain had been holding back. Ghislain asked if Vigo's pursuit of vengeance was driven by hatred, but Vigo did not answer. Instead, he stared in disbelief at Ghislain's use of mana to seize the blade. Ghislain then slammed the head of his axe into Vigo's face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Standing over his fallen opponent, Ghislain remarked that he did not understand Vigo's actions. He pointed out that Vigo had many opportunities to exact revenge if that was his true intent. Questioning his motives, Ghislain asked why Vigo had not sought him out sooner. Vigo laughed bitterly, admitting that he had already visited Ghislain's former residence, but had found only a feeble old man unworthy of death. With anger in his voice, Vigo demanded to know what had become of the Ghislain he once revered. Ghislain tossed Vigo's dagger to the ground and instructed him to pick it up. He declared that he was now merely a body bound to another's will. Unsheathing his sword, Ghislain promised to grant his former comrade the highest level of respect, even in their confrontation. Ghislain declared that he would take action as the captain of the Ratatas mercenaries, a statement that brought visible satisfaction to Vigo. Picking up his dagger, Vigo charged at him. Ghislain blocked the attack, and Vigo expressed his joy at finally experiencing the fight he had long desired. The intensity of the battle increased as Vigo attacked more fiercely, but Ghislain held his ground. With a powerful swing, Ghislain aimed to end the fight, but Vigo dodged by dropping low and countered swiftly. Ghislain parried the attack with his axe, forcing Vigo's dagger downward before driving his sword into Vigo's ribs. Despite the injury, Vigo gritted his teeth and retaliated. Ghislain evaded and raised his axe high, pausing momentarily to acknowledge Vigo as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatas mercenaries, referring to him by his full name, Vigo Villanos. Hearing this, Vigo smiled, but the expression was fleeting as Ghislain plunged his blade into him, ending his life. With Vigo's lifeless body at his feet, Ghislain picked up the dagger and stood silently, gazing at his fallen comrade. Ghislain commended Ghislain's efforts, and Belinda remarked on the potential profit from looting the wildcats. Ghislain apologized to Ghislain for causing unnecessary delays, but Ghislain reassured him, expressing admiration for his exceptional skills. Reflecting on his early days as a mercenary, Ghislain admitted that stories about Ghislain from his seniors had inspired him and helped lay the foundation for his rise to becoming the Mercenary King. This encounter confirmed to Ghislain that recruiting Ghislain had been the right decision, as he had gained a reliable ally. Ghislain then asked Ghislain if he remembered who Vigo had been. Ghislain raised Vigo's sword and replied that Vigo had been an old comrade. These words resonated deeply with Ghislain, prompting him to reflect on his own former comrades. He wondered where they were and what lives they were leading, knowing that their paths had diverged long before meeting him. Resolving to reconnect with them one day, Ghislain instructed the group to follow Belinda's suggestion and gather anything valuable from the wildcats. Belinda ordered Ghislain to lead the collection efforts, but Ghislain curtly reminded her that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, the group reached Perdium territory. Belinda, visibly relieved, commented on their arrival. Ghislain looked at the city ahead and asked Ghislain if it was Perdium. Ghislain confirmed it, feeling a sense of contentment at returning home. He reflected on how, when he had first run away, he believed he could return any time. As Ghislain studied the county, Ghislain asked for his opinion. Startled, Ghislain nervously responded that it seemed great. Ghislain, however, disagreed. He pointed out that the houses were outdated and renovations were impossible. He revealed that the fields lay uncultivated because the farmers had been conscripted into the military, leaving the land barren. Ghislain remarked that he had heard of Perdium's perpetual conflict with the northern barbarians, but admitted the situation was worse than expected. Ghislain affirmed the dire circumstances, but expressed determination to fix the issues. Turning to Ghislain, he declared that he needed his strength to make it happen. Both Belinda and Ghislain were surprised by this sudden appeal. Ghislain understood that the upcoming battle would be a long and arduous one, a fight to eradicate everything tied to Duke Delphine and to safeguard what had been taken for granted. Resolute, he vowed to restore the land, no matter the cost. As the group entered the county, Belinda noticed something unusual and urged her master to look ahead. When Ghislain lifted his gaze, he saw a figure he hadn't expected. The silhouette was unmistakable, a man in armor with a coat draped over his shoulder. It was his father. At Perdium Castle, several men were gathered, engaged in discussion with the Count. The Count proposed reducing their forces, a suggestion that shocked the assembly. One man protested, warning that maintaining the front lines would become increasingly difficult with fewer troops. Another suggested requesting additional support from the Rayfold family. In response, the general administrator disclosed that the Rayfolds had cut the support funds. He added that they were amassing soldiers and stockpiling food instead, a revelation that left the knight in the room visibly surprised. One man pointed out the urgent need for funds to rebuild the Forest of Beast garrison, which had been partially destroyed in the recent battle against the orcs. He argued that reducing the Knight Order's forces would barely provide financial relief and carried significant risks. Ghislain observed the heated debate, finding the scene unsurprising. Among the men was Randolph, the knight captain, known for his commanding presence. Albert, the bearded treasurer, exuded a gruff seriousness, while the general administrator, Homern, maintained a more composed demeanor. Ghislain's thoughts drifted to his father. Though only a few months had passed since their last meeting as the young Lord of Perdium, for Ghislain, who had lived decades as the Mercenary King, the time felt far longer. Addressing his father directly, Ghislain welcomed him back home. Count Zwalter Perdium, Ghislain's father, found his son's words unusual, given their typically formal interactions. As a child, Ghislain had disliked his father's stern and serious nature, but now he saw the weight of countless burdens etched into the Count's shoulder, the exhaustion and responsibility of governing the land. Sipping his tea, Zwalter remarked that he had heard of Ghislain's absence from the castle for a week. Ghislain explained that he had visited the Rayfolds. The Count inquired if he had caused any trouble during his visit, to which Ghislain reassured him that he had not. Albert, the treasurer, interjected, mentioning rumors of a duel Ghislain had won against Cain. along with a significant sum of money. Albert, skeptical, questioned if the young lord had gone to Rayfold to gamble. Ghislain, irritated by the suggestion, clarified that his trip had been an investment-related visit and that he had conducted business with Amelia. Homern, the general administrator, advised Ghislain to be mindful of his actions, reminding him of his future responsibilities as the next ruler of Perdium. Ghislain, maintaining a calm demeanor, acknowledged the reminder, but assured Homern that there was no need for concern. Homern grew increasingly frustrated as it became evident that Ghislain was disregarding his advice. His concern only deepened as a result. Zwalter set his tea down and intervened, instructing his subordinates to stop. Turning to his son, he remarked that he had heard about some good trouble Ghislain had caused during his absence. Ghislain, puzzled, waited for clarification. Zwalter then asked if it was true that Ghislain had executed Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. The mention of those disloyal knights surprised Ghislain. Randolph, the knight captain, interjected with skepticism, insisting that it was impossible for Ghislain to have defeated the two knights alone. He speculated that they must have turned on each other and that Ghislain merely delivered the final blow. Ghislain understood the captain's disapproval. Despite their treachery, the fact that knights had died at Ghislain's hand troubled Randolph. To avoid conflict, Ghislain chose to go along with Randolph's version of events. Randolph, with a smug expression, declared that his assumption had been correct. Zwalter, however, praised his son for his actions, much to Ghislain's astonishment. The Count dismissed the details of how the knights had been dealt with, stating that the only thing that mattered was Elena's safety. For the first time, Ghislain received a genuine compliment from his father. Encouraged, he informed Zwalter that he had a request. Zwalter, surprised by the declaration, listened as Homern cut in, warning Ghislain to stop if he intended to ask for money. Randolph agreed, citing all the trouble Ghislain had caused in the past. With visible irritation, the captain listed incidents such as selling military provisions for gambling funds, setting the front gate on fire to grill an army horse, and melting down armor to forge a useless, legendary sword. Ghislain couldn't refute the accusations. Though he didn't recall these events clearly, he knew he was likely responsible. Ghislain clarified that he wasn't asking for money, but simply needed his father's permission. Zwalter asked what the request entailed, and Ghislain revealed that he wished to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The announcement shocked everyone present. Ghislain, unfazed by their reactions, smiled confidently. Later, in his bedroom, Ghislain recounted the encounter with amusement, sharing that his father had denied his request. According to him, Zwalter had reacted with alarm and began yelling at him. Belinda, unsurprised, commented that the response had been predictable. She explained that the forest was teeming with dangerous monsters and that there was nothing to gain from such a venture. Ghislain then asked Gillian if he had heard the plan from Belinda. Gillian confirmed that he had, recounting Ghislain's intention to fund the endeavor using the money received from Amelia. He further explained that the Forest of Beasts was infamous as a forest of death, where no one had ever returned alive. Its deadly reputation extended even to other regions, and people universally avoided it. With a calm smile, Ghislain assured his guard that he was well aware of the forest's dangers. Ghislain explained that there was nothing to gain by delaying their departure any further. Rising from his seat, he walked toward the door and informed Gillian that it was time to get started. Belinda reminded him that he had not received permission from the Count and asked if he intended to proceed regardless. Turning to her, Ghislain clarified that he had only asked for permission out of courtesy, emphasizing that he didn't actually require his father's approval. He stated firmly that this was something he had to do. Belinda, confused by her master's determination, questioned what he hoped to find in the forest that made him so resolute. Ghislain deflected, promising to explain later. He knew revealing the truth now could be disastrous if word spread. The forest held the key to massive wealth, a vein of runestone buried near its entrance. When infused with mana, or from this vein would produce runestones, a rare mineral highly coveted by mages. These stones were essential for crafting magical tools, including barriers, magic circles, scrolls, alchemy devices, and for conducting magical research. Their value was immense. In his previous life, Duke Delphine had discovered this vein, but in the present, only Ghislain held this critical information. Belinda, unable to discern her master's motives, ultimately chose to trust him, conceding that he must have a plan. Ghislain assured Ghislain that he would follow his orders. Ghislain instructed Belinda to visit the nearest guild and hire 200 mercenaries for the mission. Belinda, taken aback by the number, remarked on his willingness to spend the hard-earned money he had risked his life to obtain. Ghislain voiced concerns, pointing out that mercenaries were often unruly and difficult to control, especially in large numbers. He warned that they might even betray their employer if the opportunity arose. Acknowledging the risks, Ghislain agreed, but explained that he and Ghislain would personally select the most reliable individuals. Ghislain asked for clarification, and Ghislain revealed that they were headed to the most skilled small-scale mercenary group in the north. Ghislain, visibly uneasy, inquired if his master was referring to the Mad Dogs, also known as the Cerberus mercenaries. He explained that while the Mad Dogs were indeed skilled, they were infamous for turning on their employers if situations deteriorated. Ghislain confidently responded that they were going to put a leash on the Mad Dogs. The scene shifted as Ghislain led his master's horse up a hill toward the outskirts of the Zimbar territory, where the Cerberus mercenaries were based. One of the mercenaries spotted the pair approaching from a distance and alerted his colleague. Upon hearing this, the second man laughed, referring to Ghislain as a poor soul and remarking that the visitors had no idea what they were walking into. The mercenary took another look at Ghislain and realized he was a noble. Convinced that Ghislain would be a profitable target, he continued observing through his spyglass. Suddenly, someone grabbed him, prompting a scream of pain that startled the rest of the camp. It was Ghislain who had seized the man, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The mercenary cursed Ghislain, demanding to know what he was doing. Without a word, Ghislain hurled the man with such force that the upper half of his body became lodged in the sand. The remaining mercenaries, outraged by what had happened to their comrade, began shouting at Ghislain. One of them stepped forward, accusing Ghislain of acting recklessly because of his connection to a noble family. This mercenary held a chain with a spiked ball attached, smiling as he warned Ghislain not to expect to leave the camp alive. Unaware of who he was dealing with, the man paused as he noticed someone else entering the camp. Ghislain, seated on his horse, addressed the mercenary, instructing him to be quiet and fetch his captain. The mercenary laughed mockingly at the demand and began spinning his chain. He taunted Ghislain, calling him a noble brat and declaring that it was time for him to learn responsibility. As he hurled the spiked chain toward Ghislain, something intercepted it midair. The person responsible was Ghislain, who had stopped the attack with a dagger. The blade lodged into a section of the chain, halting its movement and causing the spiked ball to drop to the ground. The mercenary, shocked by the display, watched as Ghislain twisted the dagger into the chain to disable it further. Ghislain smiled at the scene, remarking that words alone would not suffice. He instructed Ghislain to handle the situation, but warned him to ensure no fatalities. Ghislain acknowledged the order, took hold of the chain, and yanked the mercenary toward him with ease. The man flew helplessly in Ghislain's direction, and as he came close, Ghislain struck him in the stomach with the spiked ball. The mercenary cried out in pain, drawing more enraged responses from his comrades. Declaring that Ghislain's status as a noble servant meant nothing to them, they charged at him. Ghislain twisted his dagger further into the chain, using it to hoist the injured mercenary into the air. He then threw the man into the group of attackers, scattering them as they collided with their fallen comrade. The remaining mercenaries, stunned by Ghislain's strength and precision, hesitated as Ghislain turned to glare at them. His piercing gaze sent fear through their ranks. Ghislain dismounted his horse and addressed the group, demanding to know how much longer they intended to keep him waiting. He ordered them to fetch their captain immediately. Before they could respond, a voice interrupted, asking about the cause of the commotion. The mercenaries quickly parted, clearing a path for the newcomer. The man, with fiery red hair and an imposing presence, introduced himself as Kair, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Curious about their purpose, Kair asked Ghislain why they were seeking him. Ghislain found the question absurd, believing there was only one reason to approach a mercenary group. Without hesitation, he stated that he was there to entrust them with a request. Kair was taken aback by the situation and questioned Ghislain about why a client would harm one of his subordinates. He remarked that a noble should have better manners. Ghislain, smiling, responded that this was his unique way of greeting. He added that it was the most effective method to tame someone. Kair, amused by the remark, chuckled and wondered aloud what might have happened if Ghislain had greeted them twice. The scene shifted to Kair's tent, where he and several mercenaries sat with Ghislain and Ghislain. Kair asked Ghislain to explain the nature of his request. Ghislain revealed his intent to hire the mercenary group to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The announcement stunned Kair's men, who were incredulous at the idea of entering a forest notorious for being filled with dangerous creatures. Knowing the forest bordered Perdium territory, the mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. Kair, maintaining his composure, asked Ghislain what kind of person he must be to consider disturbing such a perilous place. Ghislain introduced himself as the young lord of Perdium. Kair and his men, surprised by the revelation, erupted into laughter. They could hardly believe they were speaking to the infamous young lord described in local rumors. Their laughter grew louder as they became convinced that Ghislain had lost his mind. Kair, dismissive, told Ghislain that he likely had no idea what the Forest of Beasts was truly like, having grown up sheltered in a greenhouse. He asserted that the forest was no place for rookies like him. Declaring the discussion over, Kair signaled his men, who raised their weapons. Ghislain, seeing this, lifted his axe in preparation for a fight. Ghislain, unfazed, asked Kair if he was afraid. The question startled Kair, who responded with a smile that he was disappointed. He remarked that he had heard of the Cerberus mercenaries' reputation for skill, but now he believed it to be a hoax. Placing his foot on the table, Kair warned Ghislain not to provoke him, reminding him that mercenaries do not take jobs that offer no worthwhile reward. Ghislain replied that weaklings often rely on excuses, a comment that visibly annoyed Kair. Kair declared that Ghislain was ruining the mood with his pathetic provocations, dismissing him as a clueless brat unworthy of his time. He assured Ghislain that he would allow him to leave unharmed, but demanded compensation for the trouble caused. Ghislain, his demeanor now serious, refused. He then made a bold request, a Moriana's recognition with Kair, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Both Ghislain and the other mercenaries were shocked by the challenge. Kair, narrowing his eyes, asked Ghislain if he even understood what he was asking for. Ghislain, wearing a confident smile, confirmed that he did. He explained that Moriana's recognition was a traditional mercenary duel, bound by specific rules. Each participant used only a single dagger, with one arm tied to their opponent's. The use of mana was strictly forbidden, and stepping outside the designated small circle counted as a loss. The match thrust both participants into a brutal, life-or-death struggle, confined within a small space that limited their movements. Often, the duel resulted not only in the death of the loser, but sometimes even the victor. Ghislain explained to Kair that the terms of the match required the loser to admit defeat without reservation and submit completely to the winner, effectively becoming the winner's subordinate or dog. He then asked Kair how he felt about the bet. Ghislain, observing his master, was puzzled by how a noble could be so familiar with such a crude mercenary tradition. Among mercenaries, rejecting a Moriana's recognition was seen as an admission of weakness, making refusal virtually impossible. Kair began laughing maniacally, his expression turning unsettling. Addressing his subordinates, he mockingly announced that they had a bold young noble who wanted to prove himself by mercenary standards. Encouraged by their captain, the mercenaries laughed along, amused by the absurdity of the situation. The scene shifted outside, where Ghislain and Kair stood ready for the duel. Their arms were tied together, and each was handed a dagger. Kair removed his jacket, revealing his imposing physique. The mercenaries cheered for their captain, shouting for him to kill the insolent noble. Kair, believing Ghislain had learned about the tradition from somewhere and was attempting to bluff his way through, told him there was no turning back now. Pulling Ghislain closer with a binding, Kair confidently stated that he had participated in this type of duel 5 times before. Returning to his starting position, Ghislain pulled Kair toward him and, with a cold, condescending gaze, revealed that he had completed this type of duel over 100 times. The captain was visibly shocked by the claim. At the signal to begin, both men charged at each other with their daggers, narrowly dodging each other's initial strikes. They swung again, their movements precise, though neither landed a blow. Ghislain pressed forward with greater strength, forcing Kair to block his attacks. Seizing an opening, Kair yanked Ghislain toward him and attempted to stab him from behind. Ghislain, unable to see the blade clearly, blocked each strike with skill. As Kair missed an attack, Ghislain bent his head to avoid it and countered swiftly. Kair managed to evade and retaliated by pulling Ghislain close and delivering a heavy kick to his leg. The force of the blow was jarring, but Ghislain endured it. Kair, surprised by Ghislain's resilience, acknowledged that he was performing better than expected. He expressed disbelief at Ghislain's claim of having participated in over 100 Moriana's recognitions, remarking that most mercenaries never experience even one in their lifetime. Charging at Ghislain again, Kair mocked him, advising that he should at least make his bluffs more convincing. This time, he didn't give Ghislain any opportunity to counter. The Cerberus mercenaries, delighted by the display, encouraged their captain to finish Ghislain off. However, their cheers subsided under Ghislain's intense glare, silencing them instantly. Ghislain, observing the fight, recognized the severity of the situation. The circle was so small that it barely accommodated one person lying down. With no mana or external force allowed, the duel demanded complete reliance on physical skill and strength alone. Another significant challenge in the duel was the size difference and restricted movement due to the tied hands, which left Ghislain at a disadvantage. He could barely evade or block Kair's relentless attacks, while Kair had ample opportunity to dominate and control the fight. Ghislain, observing closely, rested his hand on his axe, prepared to intervene if the situation turned dire. Kair seized Ghislain's arm and pinned him down before swinging his dagger toward him. Ghislain evaded the strike by jumping to the other side, landing unsteadily. Upon landing, he felt a sharp pain surge through his leg, the same leg that had absorbed Kair's earlier attack. Without the protection of mana, the accumulated damage was beginning to take its toll. Kair noticed Ghislain's pained expression and smirked. Mockingly, he remarked that Ghislain looked pale and asked if he had already reached his limit. Kair then intensified his assault, driving Ghislain into a desperate defense. Despite his disdain for nobles, Kair acknowledged that Ghislain showed more determination than most. However, he remained convinced that Ghislain lacked skill and believed he had deciphered his strategy, deflecting dagger strikes while absorbing less harmful blows with his body. Yet Kair also understood the harsh reality of Moriana's recognition. Without mana, every attack inflicted accumulating damage. He could see that the strain was evident in Ghislain's movements and facial expressions. Relishing the struggle, Kair spun his dagger and charged. Ghislain blocked the attack, but was immediately forced to dodge as Kair swung his dagger toward his head. Ghislain bent low to avoid the strike and attempted to counterattack from below, but Kair blocked it easily. Kair dragged Ghislain's arm to the side, pinning him again, and delivered a brutal kick to his already injured leg. Ghislain winced in pain, and Kair, noticing his reaction, assumed victory was at hand. Raising his dagger, Kair commanded Ghislain to prepare to die. His subordinates erupted in cheers at the apparent conclusion. From the sidelines, Ghislain gripped his axe, ready to intervene and rescue his master. However, before Kair could deliver the finishing blow, Ghislain smiled. With a sudden burst of agility, he dodged the dagger by lowering himself even further, a move that stunned Kair. Taking advantage of the opening, Ghislain shifted to the side and delivered a precise cut near Kair's ribs. The strike left Kair momentarily stunned, and gasps erupted from the gathered mercenaries. Even Ghislain was shocked by the turn of events. Enraged, Kair charged at Ghislain, but Ghislain moved low again, evading the attack with remarkable skill. This time, he countered with a slash to Kair's chest as he passed. The mercenaries stood in disbelief. Their captain, who had been dominating the fight and tossing Ghislain around earlier, was now wounded twice. They shouted for Kair to demonstrate the strength of a true mercenary. Meanwhile, Ghislain watched with astonishment at his master's movements, realizing that Ghislain had far greater skill than he had anticipated. Kair swung his dagger at Ghislain's head, but Ghislain ducked low to avoid the strike. Rising quickly, he used his shoulder to slam into Kair's face. With the dagger tightly clenched in his fist, Ghislain delivered several blows to the captain's face in rapid succession. Before Kair could recover, Ghislain rotated his dagger and stabbed it into Kair's hand. Despite the injury, Kair did not cry out. Instead, he charged at Ghislain with renewed ferocity. Ghislain, however, easily dodged each attack. Kair began to falter, confused by the sudden change. Just moments earlier, Ghislain had seemed barely capable of withstanding his strength. Ghislain, watching intently, finally understood. Kair's reliance on brute force was his downfall. His powerful swings had stiffened his muscles and restricted his movements, making his body rigid and slow. By contrast, Ghislain had avoided resisting directly. Instead, he relaxed his own body, using the captain's momentum to redirect the fight into his favor. Ghislain, impressed by this unexpected display of strategy, quietly placed his axe back in its sheath. As Kair gasped for breath, his men taunted him, urging him to stop playing around and finish the fight. Ghislain commended Kair for his resolve, noting that many others in his position would have resorted to breaking the rules by using mana when cornered. Kair, smirking despite his exhaustion, replied that Ghislain spoke like someone who truly had fought in 100 Moriana's recognitions. He revealed that he had earned his position as captain through this very method, adding that mercenaries who broke the rules never survived long in their profession. Ghislain smiled at Kair's words, stating that he admired his spirit. Kair admitted that he was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, but pointed out that victory in Moriana's recognition was not limited to overpowering an opponent. He reminded Ghislain that stepping outside the circle was an automatic loss. With that, Kair grabbed Ghislain's arm, hoisted him into the air, and attempted to throw him out of the circle. Confident in his plan, Kair was certain that this would secure his victory. However, before Ghislain's foot could touch the ground, he tightened his grip on Kair's hand and pushed his legs upward, bracing against Kair's knees to stop his descent. Using Kair's body for support, Ghislain reversed the momentum, pulling Kair toward him. Taking advantage of the surprise, Ghislain climbed up Kair's leg, maneuvered behind him, and locked his arm around the captain's neck. In one fluid motion, he slammed Kair's head to the ground, pushing it outside the circle. The gathered mercenaries stared in stunned silence, unable to believe what had just happened. Kair, realizing his loss, glared at Ghislain in frustration. Ghislain smiled gently, declaring his victory. Still in disbelief, Kair turned to Ghislain and demanded to know his true identity, unable to reconcile the skill he had witnessed with the idea of Ghislain being a noble. Fixing Kair with a cold, piercing gaze, Ghislain stated that he disliked the captain's attitude and reminded him that he was now speaking to his new master. Pulling Kair to his feet, Ghislain asked what he planned to do next. Kair assumed the fight was over, but Ghislain calmly corrected him, pointing out that he himself had not yet stepped outside the circle. Kair, taken aback, watched as Ghislain clenched his fist. Ghislain announced that it was time to discipline his subordinate, signaling that the ordeal was far from over. Ghislain delivered a solid punch to Kair's face, knocking him to the ground. Kair quickly raised a hand, asking Ghislain to wait. He reminded him that the fight was over the moment a combatant stepped out of the circle. In response, Ghislain struck him again and questioned if Kair intended to abide by rules on the battlefield. Kair, furious, called him a bastard and reminded him that nobles weren't supposed to act this way. Ghislain, his expression serious, ordered him not to speak back to his master. When Kair insulted him again, calling him a lunatic, Ghislain hit him once more. The punches continued, one after another, until Ghislain's hand was smeared with Kair's blood. The mercenaries, watching from the sidelines, grew uneasy. They had expected Ghislain to let their captain go after winning the duel, but instead, the beating continued. Kair, his face swollen and bloodied, begged Ghislain to stop. Ghislain pulled him to his feet and, with a cold gaze, reminded him that he had not yet stepped out of the circle. Kair, horrified, turned to his men and shouted for them to intervene and kill Ghislain. The mercenaries grabbed their swords, but before they could approach, Ghislain unsheathed his axe. His commanding tone froze them in place as he warned that anyone interfering with his master's discipline would be killed. The mercenaries, seeing the deadly intent in Ghislain's eyes, dared not move. Kair, trembling like a beaten dog, turned back to the young noble. Ghislain asked if he was finished, and Kair's only reply was laughter born of fear. He knew he had miscalculated. Another punch landed, pushing Kair back. For the first time, Kair's overconfidence had failed him. He had always seen nobles as pompous losers, arrogant, selfish, and easily manipulated with the right scare tactics. It was this attitude that had earned him the nickname Mad Dog, a title he relished. Yet now, the so-called Mad Dog was being thoroughly beaten by a noble he had underestimated. The mercenaries, visibly worried by their captain's condition, glanced at one another, unsure of what to do. Kair's face was swollen, his body bruised, and his strength depleted. Ghislain paused to assess Kair's injuries and then turned to the mercenaries. Breaking the silence, he ordered them to fetch water, bandages, and a towel. The men were taken aback by the command, but Ghislain calmly warned that their captain would die if they didn't act quickly. Shocked into action, they complied with his orders. Ghislain observed the scene closely. He noticed how the previously unruly mercenaries were now following Ghislain's commands without question. In a world where strength often carried more weight than laws, Ghislain had established his authority in the most direct and irrefutable way. He had demonstrated who was in charge. In the next scene, Kair sat slumped in a chair, his body wrapped in bandages. Ghislain placed a sheet of paper on the table in front of him and instructed him to sign it. Kair, staring at Ghislain with a mixture of defeat and resignation, realized that he had no choice but to comply. Kair hesitantly took out a pen and signed the document. As he handed it to Ghislain, he nervously asked him to take it. Ghislain, fixing him with a cold stare, demanded he repeat what he had just said. Kair, now visibly shaken, stammered that he looked forward to working with him. Ghislain grabbed Kair's hand, causing him to flinch. With a calm but firm tone, Ghislain told him they were now family and that he too looked forward to their collaboration. A few days later, at the outskirts of Perdium territory, a group of mercenaries had gathered in the early morning. One of them, yawning, asked if anyone knew why they had been summoned so early. A bald man carrying a shield chimed in, mentioning a rumor that their employer was the young lord of Perdium. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. One of them scoffed, calling Ghislain just a brat and doubting his ability to manage mercenaries effectively. He speculated that the job would be easy. A shirtless, heavily built man clapped his hands to grab the attention of the group. Known as Gordon the Muscle, he smiled and addressed his fellow mercenaries, suggesting that they needed a representative to handle their brat employer. His imposing presence caught everyone's attention, and they nodded in agreement. Gordon commended their admirable posture in devising ways to gain rewards without effort, but he warned them that their plan would fail without unified voices. The mercenaries agreed with Gordon, recalling past incidents where poor coordination had led to failure. The bald man asked Gordon about his plan, and he explained that knowing one's boundaries was crucial. Opening a bag of coins, he announced that he would act as their representative to pressure their employer, requesting contributions from the group for his hard work. The mercenaries, impressed by Gordon's confidence and size, believed him to be the perfect choice for the task. Praising his reliability and wit, they added coins to the bag. Their plotting was interrupted when one of them noticed someone approaching. Looking up, they saw Ghislain riding toward them alone on his horse. The sight surprised them, and one remarked that Ghislain might flee once he saw Gordon's intimidating build. Gordon instructed the group to approach him together, creating an imposing presence. Smiling confidently, he declared it was time to teach the young lord a lesson about the real world. However, before Gordon could confront Ghislain, he noticed a group trailing behind him. As they drew closer, the mercenaries identified the group as the Cerberus mercenaries, recognizable by their distinct dog-snout-shaped helmets. Shocked, Gordon questioned how Ghislain had managed to recruit the infamous Mad Dogs. When Ghislain finally reached the group, the mercenaries instinctively stepped back. Turning to Gordon, Ghislain asked if he was the representative. Gordon, now visibly nervous, admitted that he was. Ghislain inquired about his name, and Gordon introduced himself as Gordon the Muscle. Ghislain smiled, commenting on the uniqueness of the name before tapping Gordon's chest and complimenting it as pretty cool. Introducing himself as the young lord of Perdium, Ghislain commanded Gordon to gather the mercenaries. Once assembled, Ghislain addressed them with a serious demeanor. He announced that the time had come to begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts. In the next scene, Belinda was assisting Ghislain in donning his armor. All preparations for pioneering the forest had been completed. The expedition's temporary base had been constructed, resources had been procured, and the most critical asset, the troops, had been secured. Ghislain requested Belinda to perform a final head count, and the maid obliged. She informed him that 148 mercenaries had been contracted through the office, along with 41 Cerberus mercenaries he had brought himself. The total number of personnel reached 192. Ghislain acknowledged her effort, commending her for the work, and inquired whether Scoven had been properly informed. Belinda assured him that Scoven had been notified and, contrary to her expectations of resistance. The knight had stepped in to ensure their passage through the forest of beasts remained undetected. As the commander of the forest post, Scovin's involvement gave Belinda confidence that no immediate issues would arise. She urged Ghislain not to worry, and her reassurance brought a smile to his face. Ghislain then called for the mercenaries to assemble. He addressed them, stating that the land they were about to pioneer lay ahead. Acknowledging the rumors surrounding the forest, he explained that it was a place rife with unknown dangers, inhabited by monsters and unseen threats beyond imagination. Yet, he expressed his determination to conquer the forest despite its perils. The mercenaries, visibly unsettled by the mention of the forest of beasts, murmured among themselves, claiming they had not been informed of such dangers and feared for their lives. Belinda, stepping forward, silenced them and reminded them not to interrupt while their leader was speaking. Ghislain gave the mercenaries an opportunity to withdraw if they wished, promising to pay them 3 times their current wages should the mission succeed. The unexpected offer shocked the group, as it was an exceedingly tempting reward. Belinda moved closer to her master and whispered her concerns, pointing out that all their funds had already been spent on preparations. Ghislain calmly explained that such promises were necessary to boost morale. Confident in the mission's success, he assured her that there would be sufficient funds to fulfill the promise afterward. When he asked Belinda if she trusted him, she admitted she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Care commented to Ghislain that their master must be out of his mind to offer such an extravagant reward and questioned how Ghislain intended to honor his words. Ghislain, however, remarked that their master always had a plan. Ghislain officially named the group the Forest of Beasts Expedition Team and declared that it was time to move out. As the group progressed, they began cutting down the trees obstructing their path. Everyone, including Ghislain, actively participated in clearing the way. After felling a tree in front of him, Ghislain looked up, relieved to see sunlight piercing through the now-thinned canopy. Raising his hand, he directed the men to continue clearing the path toward the indicated direction. He instructed them to chop the felled trees into logs, load them onto carriages, and dig around the stumps to facilitate their removal. According to the Forest of Beasts Developmental Journal, a resource Ghislain had obtained in his previous life, the forest was vast and rich in untapped potential. He firmly believed that one day, the monsters would be driven out, and the forest's resources would be fully utilized. At that moment, what Ghislain needed most was money. He chose to disregard all other concerns, focusing solely on securing the quickest route to the runestone vein. The wealth from this expedition would play a pivotal role in halting the conspiracy surrounding Perdium. Care found it peculiar that their employer was taking such an active role, while one of the mercenaries suggested that Ghislain was simply trying to uphold the dignity of a noble. Another mercenary, wearing a helmet, scoffed, claiming that Ghislain was merely pretending and would soon give up. Belinda, overhearing the remarks, firmly told the men to stop gossiping and return to their work. Though they obeyed, she was visibly irritated by their dismissive attitude toward her master. She approached Ghislain, reminding him of the considerable effort he had put into hiring the mercenaries. She questioned why he was personally involved in the labor, pointing out that his actions made the men take him lightly. Ghislain reassured her that it was fine, explaining that having more hands on the job would allow them to finish faster. He emphasized that lingering in the area for too long would bring no benefit. Accepting his reasoning, Belinda remarked that he spoke as though he already knew what lay ahead. Care observed their exchange with a bemused smile. He found it hard to believe that his employer had someone worrying about him, while he himself had become the dog of his master, willingly heading into danger. Ghislain, overhearing this, struck Care with a log, prompting Care to accuse him of trying to pick a fight. Despite their banter, the operation proceeded smoothly. The Duchy of Delphine, which had conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, had launched a large-scale development initiative in the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain had been unable to uncover the Duke's specific motivations for focusing on the forest. However, he had managed to obtain a developmental journal that detailed major resource locations and the ecosystem of monsters. Armed with this knowledge, Ghislain had come better prepared. One of the mercenaries, noticing the abundance of oil lamps among their supplies, wondered aloud why they had been brought instead of cheaper torches. The lack of incidents along the way unsettled Ghislain. He had only read about the dangers of the forest and had no first-hand experience. Sensing the deepening of the forest, he cautioned the men to remain vigilant. While some mercenaries continued cutting trees, one remarked on the increasing darkness, asking if night had already fallen. Another mercenary, smiling, noted that no monsters had been encountered despite the forest's fearsome reputation. Agreeing, his companion speculated that the dangers had been exaggerated. He joked that even without any effort from their leader, Gordon, the job would have remained simple. They lamented that tripled pay seemed excessive for such an easy task. As they spoke, a bald mercenary struck Gordon on the back while he carried a log, jokingly demanding his money back. Gordon, however, noticed something strange. Turning to the others, he pointed out that they had cut countless trees along the way. When asked, the men confirmed that they had. Gordon's expression darkened as he directed their attention to the path behind. It was inexplicably blocked. The mercenaries froze in shock at the sight. Ghislain's voice rang out, commanding everyone's attention. Sensing the shift in the forest's atmosphere, the troops instinctively reached for their swords. The mercenaries who had earlier dismissed the rumors now began to panic, as an oppressive tension descended upon the group. Something was amiss. Ghislain called out to Gordon, warning him that staying there would result in his death. He instructed him to walk toward the group slowly. Gordon obeyed but stumbled into a tree and fell to the ground. The group immediately assumed defensive positions, calling Gordon an idiot. Turning back to face the others, Gordon was surprised that nothing happened. The mercenaries, equally perplexed, exchanged confused glances. A bald man among them chuckled, mocking their employer for being overly cautious. He claimed that the path only appeared blocked because the scenery was so similar, dismissing Gordon's concerns as a mistake. He further belittled the forest of beasts, calling it nothing more than a slightly dense forest with an exaggerated name. Ghislain, maintaining a serious demeanor, ordered the man to step closer if he wished to stay alive. Irritated, the mercenary accused him of trying to create unnecessary fear. As he finished speaking, vines suddenly wrapped around his waist. Before he could react, the vines lifted him into the air and toward the top of a tree, where a monstrous mouth filled with sharp teeth awaited. The massive tree-like creature devoured him in an instant. The creature, which had no detectable presence, was impossible to anticipate. It was a predator that thrived on catching its victims unaware. The monster's eye opened, revealing its identity as a dirus ent. Ghislain quickly noticed that numerous dirus ents were encircling the group. Panic spread among the mercenaries as they attempted to flee, convinced they were about to be eaten. The dirus ents extended their vines, capturing several mercenaries and dragging them into their gaping mouths. Gordon, clinging desperately to a nearby tree, screamed for help. One of the men approached him with an axe, urging him to hold on. Swinging the axe at the vine, the man was stunned to see it remain unharmed while his weapon began to crack. As he stared in disbelief, the monster pulled Gordon further upward. Before Gordon could be consumed, Ghislain leapt into action. Infusing his sword with mana, he sliced through the vine and simultaneously landed a blow on the creature's eye as he descended. Blood gushed from the monster's wounded eye, and the mercenaries, astonished by their employer's feat, began to assume that the dirus ent's eyes were their weak points. Ghislain took a deep breath and shouted for the men to regroup. His commanding voice cut through their panic as he warned them that spreading out would only make them easier targets. He ordered them to form a tight shield formation and focus solely on defense until further instructions were given. The mercenaries, galvanized by his leadership, complied quickly, one of them vowing not to die in such a place. Ghislain rushed to the carriage and asked Kair about the oil lamps. Kair affirmed their presence, and Ghislain instructed him to light them and hurl them at the monsters to burn them down. Realization dawned on Kair. This was why so many lamps had been brought. Just as he began the task, a teammate warned that the monsters were watching them. Ghislain ordered the lamps to be thrown immediately. Kair and his team began tossing the lamps, but the dirus ents swatted them away with their vines before they could connect. Shocked by their inability to harm the monsters, Kair's subordinate noted that their strategy wasn't working. A dirus ent fired its vines at the group, but Ghislain intercepted them, cleaving the vines with his axe. Belinda, armed with knives, aimed for the creature's eyes, successfully hitting her targets. Ghislain instructed Ghislain and Belinda to prepare for a coordinated assault while protecting the Cerberus mercenaries. Raising his sword, he declared that he would draw the monster's attention. Almost immediately, a dirus ent launched its vines at him. Belinda called out, urging him to be careful. Ghislain swung his sword, cutting through the vines, only to be targeted by additional attacks. Displaying remarkable agility, he dodged their strikes. One of the direst ants raised a massive leg, preparing to crush him. The mercenaries were stunned to see that the monsters, despite resembling trees, had legs. Many believed that their employer was about to be crushed. Ghislain, undeterred, infused his sword with mana and struck at the leg of a direst ant, severing it. Using the momentum of his leap, he drove his sword directly into the creature's eye. The remaining direst ants immediately shifted their attention to him, their movements drawing gasps of shock from the onlookers. Belinda, maintaining her composure, ordered the Cerberus mercenaries to throw the oil lamps. Certain that this tactic would succeed, the mercenaries acted swiftly. The lamps shattered against the direst ants, setting them ablaze and eliciting ear-piercing shrieks of pain. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered at the sight of their effectiveness, but Ghislain quickly urged them to continue throwing the lamps until every direst ant was consumed by fire. Flames began to engulf the monstrous creatures, spreading rapidly across their bodies. The mercenaries, still processing the scene, expressed both relief and disbelief that they were holding their own against such formidable foes. One remarked nervously that the entire forest might catch fire at this rate. Gordon, trying to mask his unease, dismissed the direst ants as being naturally weak to fire due to their tree-like nature. However, Ghislain's sharp command brought their focus back. He warned them not to let their guard down, emphasizing that the fight was far from over. The mercenaries were startled by his tone, realizing there was more to the battle. Ghislain gravely informed the group that the direst ants were about to reveal their true forms. As if on cue, the creatures released a dense cloud of steam, enveloping the battlefield. The mercenaries exchanged confused glances, speculating whether the fire had already been extinguished. Belinda and Ghislain rushed to Ghislain, seeking an explanation. He calmly clarified that while the monster's outer shells were vulnerable to fire, their inner structures were drastically different. The fire burning their shells had reached their moist, fleshy cores, causing the steam to form. When the steam dissipated, the mercenaries were horrified to witness the direst ants' true forms. The creatures emitted guttural screams, their grotesque appearances more fearsome than before. Disbelief rippled through the group as they struggled to accept that the monsters were still alive. Raising his sword high, Ghislain called for the troops' attention. He ordered them to ready their weapons, declaring that the fight would now transition to close-quarters combat. With a determined battle cry, he led the charge, launching himself toward the direst ants and setting the example for the others to follow. Ghislain moved forward alone with commanding confidence, though the group of the mercenaries hesitated to follow. The enormity of the task ahead weighed on them, and their fear was palpable. A member of the group expressed disbelief at the idea of a close-range attack against such a colossal monster, remarking that it was beyond belief. Another murmured that even one wrong move would mean their end, while a third admitted outright that standing against such creatures seemed impossible. Kair, however, dashed forward without hesitation. He called out to Cerberus, urging them to advance, and his mercenary group followed in close formation, as though he had been waiting for this moment to unleash his pent-up energy from enduring his master's previous discipline. Belinda, worried for her young master, hurriedly followed after him. Ghislain turned to the paralyzed mercenaries, his voice cutting through their fear as he asked what they were waiting for. He reminded them that the order came directly from their young master, Ghislain, urging them to trust and obey. His words carried reassurance, promising safety if they followed Ghislain's lead. The sight of Ghislain standing alone against a herd of direst ant reignited their spirits. A mercenary raised his weapon, rallying the others by shouting that whatever was destined to happen would happen. Another added that if the worst occurred, the young master would surely find a way to save them. Gordon's war cry echoed, and the group charged in unison, forming smaller teams to take on each direst ant. Ghislain issued clear instructions, explaining that the creature's burned shells were vulnerable and that they could now be cut without using mana. He urged them not to be afraid, dismissing the direst ant as nothing more than overgrown scarecrows. At the forefront, Kair, Ghislain, and Belinda took their positions, weapons ready, and prepared to face the onslaught. A chaotic but systematic battle unfolded. The mercenaries struck at any part of the creatures they could reach. Ghislain leaped high into the air, using his superhuman strength to strike at the monster's weak points, while Belinda stayed close to guard his back. Ghislain confronted the herd head-on as Kair darted around, targeting one creature after another. Determined, Ghislain steeled his mind, knowing that even a moment of doubt could lead to their demise. His mission was to erase any uncertainty from those who followed him. With unwavering resolve, he dashed toward the gaping mouth of one of the direst ent and delivered a powerful upward swing, splitting its maw apart. His final blow marked the end of the last direst ent in their path. The mercenaries remained on edge, scanning for more monsters. When it became clear that they had succeeded in defeating them all, their heavy breathing accompanied the realization of their victory. Standing at the front, Ghislain addressed the group. He acknowledged the dangers of the Forest of Beasts, noting that they had only just entered its boundaries and had already encountered such formidable creatures. The atmosphere grew tense as his words settled over them, but he assured them that he would always be at the front line. He urged them to trust him and follow his lead, a command met with a unified response of affirmation from the previously fearful group. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came across a massive boulder containing a runestone. Ghislain decided to ignore it for the moment, choosing instead to focus on clearing a path forward. Along the way, they encountered herds of orcs and swarms of flying monsters, which Kair eagerly engaged. Despite the chaos, Kair couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the way Belinda fussed over and cared for her young master. Their journey led them to a towering, 3-meter-tall rat-like monster with razor-sharp teeth, which screeched at them as though they were its next meal. Gordon positioned himself as the vanguard. The mercenaries voiced their frustration, cursing the appearance of yet another monster and wondering aloud how many more would attack. Before they could react, Kair and Ghislain stepped forward, weapons drawn. Kair lunged at the creature, severing one of its legs with a single swing, but the rat continued its charge toward the group. Ghislain intercepted its advance, standing firm as an immovable force. Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain delivered a precise blow, driving his blade into the creature's gaping mouth and ending its threat. A quick head count revealed that no one had fallen during the skirmish. As the day progressed, the group shared a collective thought. Survival hinged on staying true to their master's command. Together, they could overcome any challenge. Ghislain observed that the mercenaries were beginning to resemble a cohesive unit. Kair remarked that real-life experience was the best teacher, and Ghislain affirmed their sentiments before commanding them to clear the path ahead. The mercenaries immediately set to work, chopping down trees. Not all shared the same resolve, however. One mercenary privately thought that the Forest of Beasts had driven the group mad. Nightfall brought them to a pristine lake, where the mercenaries rushed to wash their faces and fill their water pouches. Belinda, ever cautious, stayed close to Ghislain, her worry evident as she watched the others approach the water. Ghislain assessed the situation and deemed the lake an important waypoint on their journey to the runestone vein. He ordered the group to set up camp with the lake behind them, deciding that they would rest there for the night. As the mercenaries gathered around the campfires for their meal, unease lingered. Some muttered doubts about the expedition, expressing concern about what deeper dangers awaited. Gordon dismissed the idea of abandoning the mission when Manus suggested it at another fire. Manus argued that their lives were more important than money and criticized their leader's motivations, accusing him of seeking glory through brute force. Others, like Gordon and a calm mercenary with a patch over his eye, defended Ghislain, pointing out his repeated efforts to save them and emphasizing that they had already been paid. Manus remained adamant, warning that nobles often treated mercenaries as expendable. His words sowed seeds of doubt among the group, though Manus inwardly plotted to use the others as cannon fodder to secure his own escape. The man with the patch over his eye spoke, his calm voice breaking the tension. He pointed toward Ghislain, surprising Manus. Ghislain was carefully applying medicine to an injured mercenary. He reminded the wounded mercenary to avoid exposing the wound to water, cautioning that it would take longer to heal otherwise. The mercenary thanked him quietly, gratitude evident in his tone. Belinda approached Ghislain, her concern spilling over into frustration as she scolded him for using such expensive medicine. She argued that it should have been reserved for his own injuries. Ghislain, however, dismissed her concerns, explaining that this was the right time to use it. Medicine stored away served no purpose, he reasoned as he called out to the next injured mercenary for treatment. The man with the patch addressed the group again, asking if they truly believed Ghislain would use such valuable medicine on them if he saw them as mere cannon fodder. His words struck a chord. Another mercenary spoke up, agreeing that their current master was nothing like their previous one. Ghislain, they affirmed, was not the type to throw them away. Manus turned away in frustration, anger simmering beneath the surface. He muttered to himself about his failed attempt to sow dissent, realizing that it was now impossible to instigate the others. As he walked off, Ghislain approached the group and ordered them to finish their meals and get some rest. Then, he called Kair and Gillian aside for a private discussion. Kair, always direct, asked Ghislain whether he truly intended to do nothing about Manus's behavior. Ghislain responded calmly, stating that the monsters in the forest would keep Manus too occupied to cause further trouble. He added that there were more pressing matters to address at the moment. Belinda, her curiosity piqued, wondered aloud why Ghislain had suddenly asked for a count of the remaining lamps. Kair reported the number, 24. Ghislain's expression grew serious as he inwardly noted the steady decrease in their supply. Since entering the forest of beasts, monsters had attacked relentlessly, both day and night. However, Ghislain explained, the attacks had mysteriously ceased over the past 2 nights. This observation seemed to signal a shift in their circumstances. Realization dawned on the group. Gillian voiced what they were all beginning to understand, suggesting that they had entered a nocturnal territory where the influence of the monsters might be keeping others at bay. Ghislain confirmed the theory, his tone steady but grim. He warned them that the path ahead would be more perilous than anything they had faced so far. Ghislain placed several lanterns around the camp as bait. The mercenaries, unaware of his plan, slept peacefully through the night. Even Gordon, bare-chested, leaned against a tree trunk and slumbered undisturbed until a sudden noise roused him. His eyes widened in shock when he noticed a lantern floating seemingly on its own, as though an unseen force had seized it. The object vanished into the darkness as soon as Gordon let out a startled cry. Moments later, Gordon caught sight of something monstrous. 4 pairs of glowing red eyes pierced through the shadows. His scream of alarm grew louder as he flailed his weapon wildly, attempting to strike the creatures he had glimpsed. He shouted, urging whatever was nearby to retreat, his voice filled with terror. The commotion woke the other mercenaries, who quickly gathered around him. One of them asked what was happening. Gordon, still shaken, declared that a monster had been right next to him. His words were met with confusion, as none of the others had seen anything. They exchanged puzzled glances, assuming that Gordon might have been dreaming. Realizing the monsters were no longer visible, Gordon's confusion deepened. He looked around, insisting he had not imagined the encounter. One mercenary cursed at the disruption, complaining about the noise, while another suggested cutting Gordon some slack, considering the numerous recent encounters with monsters. Gordon continued to plead, trying to convince them of the reality of what he had seen, but most dismissed him. A third mercenary, however, hesitated. This one admitted to feeling something strange and waking up to see a lantern disappear before their eyes. Others began to chime in, sharing similar experiences. One mentioned hearing an eerie laugh. The group's uncertainty grew, and tension rippled through the camp. One mercenary voiced confusion, wondering aloud if everyone was losing their minds. Then, a one-eyed mercenary broke through the rising panic, stating that the presence of something unperceivable was undeniable. His calm yet resolute tone steadied the group. Ghislain entered the gathering, his voice commanding attention. The mercenaries immediately parted to clearly see him, their respect evident. At his side stood Gillian and Kair. Ghislain ordered everyone to regroup, preparing them to address the unseen threat. As the mercenaries formed a defensive circle, guarding one another's backs, the high-ranking members convened inside a tent to hear Ghislain's explanation. Gordon, still visibly shaken, questioned if monsters were truly surrounding them. The one-eyed mercenary voiced concern over their inability to see the creatures. Ghislain confirmed the suspicion, explaining that the creatures were likely drawn to the group near the lake. He identified them as shadow hunters, known as Pallor, beings capable of blending seamlessly into the darkness. He elaborated that physical attacks were futile against them, as they thrived by stealing surrounding light. The creatures used this ability to create an ideal hunting ground, where they could toy with their prey before striking. The mention of hundreds of such creatures left Gordon and the one-eyed mercenary shocked. Belinda voiced her realization, noting how the lantern's light had begun to dim. Kair's anger flared as he speculated that the creatures were toying with the group, his frustration driving him to suggest launching an immediate attack. Ghislain, however, dismissed the idea, insisting that waiting for the creatures to make their move would provide the best opportunity for a counterattack. Belinda questioned whether it was wise to wait, given the rapidly diminishing light. Ghislain explained that a reckless attack would only provoke the monsters further, forcing them to alter their tactics and escalate their harassment. Such a response, he warned, would leave the group unable to eliminate the creatures in one decisive action. Ghislain, skeptical, questioned whether it was even possible to deal with hundreds of invisible and seemingly invulnerable monsters. Ghislain reassured him, referring to the magic scrolls he had previously instructed Belinda to prepare. These scrolls were handed out to each mercenary, accompanied by a detailed plan. As Ghislain knelt to sketch the plan in the dirt, and the gathered people paid close attention, he revealed that the Pallars were encircling the camp from 3 directions, using stolen light to tighten their hold. With their smaller numbers, the mercenaries could not hope to defend the entire area, particularly against such foes. A direct confrontation would leave them vulnerable to flanking attacks. Ghislain noted that the lake at their backs prevented a complete encirclement, a fact Ghislain confirmed. Despite the unfavorable situation, Ghislain remained confident, declaring that the group held the initiative in the battle. His confident tone instilled a glimmer of hope among the gathered mercenaries. Belinda, however, voiced her confusion, uncertain what he meant by holding the initiative. Ghislain laid out the plan. The group would divide into 3 units: a shield unit to withstand attacks, a crossbow unit to hold off the enemy, and an elite assault unit, which he himself would lead. The shield and crossbow units would form a tight formation in the center, their primary role to block incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the assault unit would focus all their firepower to quickly break through the enemy's left flank. Once they regrouped with the central forces and encircled the Pallars, victory would be within reach. Ghislain quietly acknowledged the plan, expressing his understanding. Gordon, however, questioned whether it would truly work, his uncertainty evident. Kair, ever confident, assured them that if the center held, the strategy was achievable. Belinda, raising her voice to interject, pointed out a critical concern. She reminded the group that the Pallars could not be attacked directly, as they merged seamlessly with the darkness. Her question, directed at Ghislain, left the others momentarily silent. All eyes turned toward their leader. Kair, the brawny yet occasionally insightful mercenary captain, suggested the use of mana. His suggestion, though rare, appeared reasonable for once. Ghislain, undeterred by the group's hesitation, reassured them, reminding Belinda of the magic scrolls that had been distributed. As night fell further, the mercenaries raised their voices in war cries, rallying their spirits for the impending battle. The formation was set, shields raised high, and the crossbowmen prepared to strike. One mercenary shouted instructions to maintain formation, emphasizing the importance of their cohesion. Another voice rang out, reporting the loss of the last lantern. The Pallars were closing in. Ghislain, speaking to himself, recalled an entry from the pioneering journal of the Delphini ducal house, which described the Pallars' extreme aversion to light. He moved with purpose, retrieving a magic scroll and preparing to use it. With a clear command, he tore the scroll, releasing the stored magic. Another note from the journal is that illuminating the area will reveal the true forms of the Pallars. The assault team followed Ghislain's lead, tearing their scrolls to unleash the magic stored within. Beams of light shot into the night sky. In an instant, the sky lit up as though it were day, banishing the oppressive darkness, exposing the Pallars' eel-like forms as they surrounded the camp. One mercenary, stunned by the transformation, murmured about the darkness lifting. Another, more alarmed, exclaimed at the revelation of the creature's forms. Gordon, now able to see the monsters clearly, shouted his observation, his voice filled with both fear and determination. The creatures, recognizing the threat, began their charge. Chaos erupted as another mercenary called for preparation against the attack. The crossbow unit fired in unison, their bolts aimed to halt the Pallars' advance. Amidst the chaos, Gordon rallied the shield unit, urging them to hold the line as he stood at the forefront, becoming the vanguard for the central formation. Ghislain, raising his sword high, called for the assault unit's attention. The true forms of the Pallors had been revealed, and the time to act was now. With a decisive swing of his sword, he signaled the charge. Ghislain, driven by his loyalty, moved without hesitation to follow his leader's command. Caer, energized by the prospect of combat, grinned at the chaos to come. Belinda, ever watchful, stayed close behind Ghislain, ready to watch his back. With unwavering confidence, Ghislain raised his sword once more, leading the assault unit into the fray, determined to slay the Pallors in one fell swoop. Caer's passion for battle ignited with every strike he delivered. Ghislain's tactical mastery with various weapons became evident as he engaged on the flank. Ghislain thrust his sword forward, skewering several monsters in a single motion. He then swung his sword horizontally, slicing through more foes in the broad path of his blade. The Pallors, monsters capable of blending into the darkness, but with weak physical durability, filled the battlefield. Ghislain assessed that with this team, they could break through the enemy's ranks in an instant. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his forces to reduce the monsters' numbers as much as possible. Ghislain blocked the incoming attacks, drawing the monsters' attention with both an axe and a sword. Meanwhile, Caer disrupted their formation with swift movements and precise sword strikes, breaking through their ranks. Though he was not invincible, the sheer number of monsters soon swarmed him. At that moment, Belinda stepped in, creating an opening by throwing 8 daggers at the monsters surrounding Caer. Once she has done her part, she called out to Ghislain, signaling him to step in. Ghislain leaped high into the air, his sword moving as though dancing with the wind. He came down hard, striking with the full power of his blade, cutting down monsters in his path. This was the strength of Perdium's elite force in action. As magical light illuminated the battlefield, the fight continued around the shield and crossbow units. Fortunately, the monsters had yet to break through the mercenaries' ranks. From behind their shields, mercenaries shot their arrows without hesitation. One mercenary cursed the overwhelming number of monsters. Another reported running out of bolts. The pressure was mounting, and many wondered when the assault unit would arrive. The Pallors, growing closer with their gaping mouths, caused the shield unit to cry out in fear. But just as things seemed dire, the assault squad swept in from the flank, their weapons never pausing as they slaughtered the hundreds of Pallors in front of them. Ghislain paused briefly, silently commending the 2 units who had managed to hold their ground. Now, all 3 units were united. He could feel the momentum shift in their favor. One of the mercenaries shouted that the boss had arrived. Others, relieved, began shouting that they were saved. Gordon, visibly pleased, noted that the plan was going well. Ghislain, still focused, ordered his forces to spread out and surround the remaining monsters from all sides. The experienced mercenaries charged in an organized fashion. But as they moved, one of the Pallors, a horned one, issued a loud scream, commanding the others to retreat. This left the mercenaries momentarily confused. Pallors were not known for their intelligence, and it was strange to see them attempted to flee. Ghislain realized the Pallor leader must be giving the signal to retreat. He immediately ordered Belinda to find the leader, instructing her that the one with the horns was the one calling the retreat. Caer, seeing the retreat, asked if they should keep chasing them. Belinda questioned whether it would be better to simply let them go. Ghislain explained with certainty that the Pallors had a strong obsession with their prey. Even if they retreated now, they would follow the group for days, relentless in their pursuit. The only way to avoid another battle was to take down the leader, disrupting their command structure and causing them to fall apart. Belinda paused for a moment, a smile forming as she thought of how much her young master had changed. She pulled out a hook attached to a line, infused it with mana, and expertly threw it toward a tree trunk. She used the line to propel herself into the air, soaring over the retreating Pallors and heading straight for the leader. Spotting the horned creature, she spun the hook and launched it with deadly precision. Once it caught, she shouted to Ghislain, signaling him to give chase. Ghislain, seeing her signal, stretched his arm back and murmured to himself that he had found the target. With a burst of power, he poured mana into his legs and launched himself forward. He tore through the Pallors' ranks, cutting down several as he made his way to the leader. His sword pierced the horned Pallor's chest, driving through its heart. He muttered that it was the end, then swung his sword once more to cleave the leader's body in 2. With the leader dead, Ghislain turned to the remaining mercenaries and ordered them to wipe out the remaining monsters. He stood fearlessly before the mob of Palers, watching as the mercenaries charged forward without hesitation. One of the mercenaries, filled with anger, shouted that they would make the Palers regret ever trying to hunt them. Kair, eager to prove his strength, shouted for his men to do better than the last remnants of the Ratatas mercenaries. Ghislain, hearing the provocation, sighed but offered no response. As the sun rose over the mountain range, casting its light over the battlefield, the mercenaries, aided by light scroll magic, fought through the night with relentless vigor. Ghislain stabbed the last of the Palers, ending the battle at last. Ghislain praised his mercenaries for their commitment and their ability to follow his plan. Cheers erupted from the mercenaries, their voices filled with relief and triumph. The battle was over, and the big three stood together. Ghislain commended Ghislain for his efforts, praising him for his hard work. Ghislain, acknowledging the compliment, responded that everyone had done well. Belinda, ever concerned, asked if Ghislain was hurt anywhere. Ghislain immediately turned his attention to the situation at hand, instructing Belinda to check the head count right away. He also directed Kair to bring the Cerberus mercenaries, without pausing for rest. He added that he and Ghislain would scatter Palers' corpses around the camp. Puzzled, Kair wondered aloud what effect scattering the corpses would have. Ghislain calmly explained that the smell of the corpses would drive other monsters away. Paler, being one of the highest-ranking monsters at the entrance to the Forest of Beasts, would make for an effective deterrent. Ghislain, chiming in with a touch of humor, added that this would ensure the camp area would be safe, teasing Kair by calling him Kid, as if to provoke him. Kair, not one to back down from a challenge, gestured in a way that seemed to indicate he was ready to settle things with Ghislain. With a playful challenge, Kair asked if Ghislain wanted to end things today, while Ghislain, relieved by the distraction, let out a sigh. Reflecting on the time spent in the Forest of Beasts, Ghislain realized it had been about 10 days since they entered. Now that the Paler threat had been dealt with, he assessed that all the dangerous monsters along his planned route had been handled. The only remaining task was to mine the runestone veins. As the sun rose slightly above the horizon, Ghislain wondered if their struggles were finally over. Belinda approached and reported on her findings. She confirmed that the Cerberus mercenary corps consisted of 41 people, and the contracted mercenaries had decreased by 3, leaving a total of 126. Ghislain spoke softly, remarking that Cerberus had not suffered any casualties. Kair, proud of his leadership, smugly proclaimed that it was no surprise, considering who was leading them. He made a point of reminding Ghislain that he had outdone the old man in leading his corps. Ghislain, focused on the situation, asked about the 3 contracted mercenaries who had died. Belinda explained that their identities could not be confirmed, as their bodies had not been found. Gordon added that Manus was missing, and the others speculated that he might have died in battle. However, this theory was quickly dismissed, as one mercenary pointed out that there were no bodies to support that claim. Another mercenary suggested that Manus had likely sneaked away. The others noted that it was not surprising, given Manus' track record. It was obvious that Manus had somehow convinced 2 other mercenaries to abandon the group and leave. As Ghislain processed this information, 2 mercenaries, who had followed Manus, began talking about the intense battle they had just survived. One remarked that they would have died if Manus hadn't run, as he had urged them to do. The other chimed in, suggesting that now that they had put some distance between themselves and the danger, they could afford to slow down a bit. But Manus, more practical than the others, snapped at them, urging them to keep running while the monsters were distracted. He emphasized that they needed to get out while they could if they wanted to survive. When he glanced back, however, he noticed the 2 mercenaries had stopped in their tracks. Manus, still oblivious to the danger, asked them why they stopped. Before the 2 could respond, they froze in fear. One of them pointed behind Manus, and he turned around to face the source of their terror. A pair of crimson-red eyes stared back at them. Looming over them was a gigantic snake, large enough to swallow a person whole. The 3 mercenaries stood frozen in fear, realizing too late that they had provoked a creature far beyond their ability to escape. Strangely enough, the blood python did not consume the 3 deserting mercenaries. Instead, it carried them to its nest, tossing them into a growing mountain of corpses, right in the runestone vein that Ghislain had been searching for. The journal Ghislain had retrieved from his memory was accurate, confirming that a runestone vein lay just a little deeper into the forest. The mercenaries, who had previously been grumbling incessantly, now displayed an unexpected discipline as they forged a path through the forest. They began by cutting down trees, trimming them further to make them manageable, and then moving them. Kair watched in amazement as they worked without needing instruction, noticing how efficiently they felled a tree nearby. It was the first time he had ever seen these lazy mercenaries so well-disciplined. Ghislain muttered under his breath, sensing this moment had been inevitable. Kair responded, acknowledging the irony, and then turned his thoughts back to the mercenaries' newfound focus. He wondered aloud if they would all disband after this expedition, remarking that it would be a waste to use them only once. Ghislain, focused on his task of cutting through a tree, casually mentioned that he planned to hire them all as his personal soldiers. The mercenaries had surpassed the limits of their usual role through their experience here, and Ghislain believed they could form a solid foundation for expanding his forces. Gazelle approached with a report. He mentioned that the pallor corpses had been scattered near the clearing, just as he had ordered. Kair acknowledged the report and expressed satisfaction with their progress, noting the impressive effect. He observed that no monsters had been spotted between the campsite and their current location, a sign that the tactics had been successful. His gaze briefly shifted to Ghislain, the disdain from their earlier encounters seemingly gone. However, something still felt off to Ghislain, an uneasy sensation he couldn't shake. He tried to dismiss it, but couldn't quite rid himself of the ominous feeling that lingered. Belinda suddenly appeared, swinging from a tree before landing and kneeling. Her excitement was palpable as she reported that she had returned and, with just one word, conveyed the thrilling news. There was something ahead. Ghislain immediately understood the significance. He commanded the mercenaries to clear the path at full speed, as their destination was now within reach. Hearing this, the mercenaries rallied their remaining strength and pressed forward. Not long after, they saw it, the very thing they had been searching for. The runestone vein gleamed just beyond the last line of trees. The sight of it was mesmerizing, and they paused, taken aback by the beauty of the shimmering crystals. One mercenary muttered in disbelief that this couldn't be real, while another voiced similar shock. Ghislain calmly explained that this was exactly why they had embarked on the expedition. It was a top-grade runestone vein. The crystals protruded from the earth like a mountain of diamonds, and Kair marveled at the sight, realizing that there truly was something valuable hidden in the forest. Ghislain, standing nearby, couldn't resist a smug comment, praising Ghislain's foresight. Belinda, in her usual exuberance, jumped to Ghislain's side, embracing him tightly as though it were the most natural thing in the world. She asked, with excitement in her voice, how he had known about the vein. One of the mercenaries wondered aloud if all the scattered crystals were truly runestone, while another enthusiastically shouted about how they had just stumbled upon something most would only dream of encountering once in a lifetime. Others eagerly discussed the possibility of mining the crystals and becoming rich. However, a sudden, hoarse voice echoed through the mist, abruptly cutting through their excitement. It warned that none of them would be going anywhere. They immediately recognized the voice and noticed Manus standing up, as though possessed by some unseen force. Before anyone could react, Manus collapsed, shrouded in a thick mist. The mercenaries rushed toward him, calling out in frustration, but Ghislain raised his sword and commanded them to step back. With practiced ease, Ghislain stretched his arm back in preparation to swing his broadsword. When he did, the sheer power behind the strike sent a gust of wind that swept away the mist. As the fog cleared, the mercenaries were confronted with the grim sight of a mountain of bones, the blood python's lair. One mercenary shouted in horror at the sight of the countless corpses scattered across the ground. Another demanded to know what had happened here. They quickly realized that not only were there monster corpses, but human ones as well. The bodies seemed to confirm that this was no abandoned lair. Belinda and Ghislain quickly fell into a defensive stance, calling for instructions from their young lord. Ghislain, his gaze scanning the area, acknowledged that peaceful mining of the runestones would no longer be possible. He noted that the scale of the carnage suggested this was the nest of high-ranking monsters, and the fact that some of the bodies weren't fully decayed indicated that it hadn't been abandoned for long. The toxic gas from the corpses had mixed with the mist, which was why they hadn't noticed the danger right away. Ghislain cursed inwardly, recalling that no records of special dangers had been noted near the vein. Everyone needed to pay attention, so Ghislain issued a command for battle, his voice ringing out as he sensed something approaching. True to his instincts, the massive blood python appeared right before him, as if materialized from thin air, moving with an uncanny stealth. The moment it did, its gaping mouth opened wide, preparing to swallow Ghislain whole. Ghislain ordered everyone to scatter, and Belinda, Kair, and Gillian immediately moved into position while Ghislain stepped forward as the vanguard. With no trace of fear, he leaped into the air, sword raised, ready to confront the python. As the python lunged, Ghislain dodged the initial strike and swung his sword downward in a circular motion. The momentum from his leap carried him toward the body of the serpent, moving safely away from its head. With his sword infused with mana, he leaped, thrusting it toward the serpent's skull. Even with the force of 2 attacks, only a shallow cut marred the python's head. Gillian, watching from the side, couldn't help but mutter that even after using mana, the strike had barely left a mark. Kair, equally astonished, voiced his disbelief over the strength of the python's scales, unable to comprehend how it could withstand such an attack. When Ghislain attempted to jump away, the python immediately opened its mouth wide again. Using its glands near the fangs, it sprayed venom at Ghislain while he was still in the air. Ghislain, quick to respond, twisted his body and turned his cape to shield himself from the poisonous spray. But the attack didn't stop there. The python swiftly brought down its tail, aiming to strike Ghislain from above. Ghislain, anticipating the strike, used the momentum from his turn to swing his sword. The tail and his blade collided, and the sheer physical power of the python sent him crashing to the ground with a tremendous impact. Belinda's voice rang out in worry, so loud it almost seemed imbued with mana, as she called out to her young lord, fearing for his safety. Meanwhile, the python's body moved frantically, and chaos erupted around them. One of the mercenaries, caught in the madness, shouted in panic, warning everyone to be careful not to get caught up in the python's rampage. Another mercenary, in frustration, questioned just what kind of snake could be this enormous, while a third mercenary screamed as the crushing force of the snake began to tear through their ranks. With the mercenaries in disarray, the experienced trio quickly took action. Gillian moved with quick movement, pulling 2 of the mercenaries out of harm's way. Belinda used a rope to tie up several others and threw them away from the crushing force of the snake. Kair, the leader of his corps, commanded his group to scatter away. The rampaging snake was relentless and devastating, and the mercenaries were helpless in its wake, screaming in fear of being crushed under its monstrous strength. Ghislain, still kneeling on the ground, tried to circulate mana through his body, preparing for his next counterattack. As he watched the python's menacing gaze fixated on him, he knew this creature was the true master of the runestone vein. In his mind, Ghislain reflected on the situation. The blood python was one of the creatures deemed impossible to hunt in the forest of Beast's expedition. It resided deep within the forest, so he had never expected to encounter it here. The chances of victory seemed slim, and while retreating was an option, he had no time to waste. Grabbing the runestone in his hand, he steeled his resolve. If he gave up now, everything he had done up until this point would be for nothing. His mind was set, and with renewed conviction, Ghislain declared to himself that he was someone burdened with many responsibilities. With that, he activated the 3 mana cores in his upper body, raising his sword in defiance of the massive creature before him, his eyes burning with the determination to defeat it. Ghislain opened his 3rd mana core, considering whether it would be enough to defeat the blood python. The serpent, after rampaging through the ranks of mercenaries, set its sights on him once again, sensing the power swelling within the seemingly insignificant human before it. With a gaping mouth, the creature charged. Ghislain's sword flared with the mana he had imbued into it. He sidestepped, deflecting the snake's strike with his blade, sending it to the side. In a swift motion, Ghislain ran his blade along the serpent's head. Unfortunately, its scales proved too tough. Like a dancer with a broadsword, Ghislain swung his blade upward, then brought it down with precise force, taking out one of the serpent's eyes. But the battle was far from over. The blood python retaliated, bringing its tail down to crush Ghislain. The young master stood his ground, blocking the devastating blow with his blade as if he were a tank. Mana coursed through his veins, pushing the limits of his abilities. Meanwhile, the serpent opened its mouth, attempting to devour him. The massive serpent unleashed a barrage of attacks, its weight adding force to every strike. Ghislain, relying on his physical strength and the energy from his third mana core, matched the serpent's force, managing to hold his ground. He screamed, determined not to back down despite the slim chances of survival. There were battles that could not be avoided. Just as his father had borne the weight of the territories, Ghislain would carry the weight of the doom hanging over his estate and its future. Kair, Belinda, Gillian, and the rest of the mercenaries watched in awe, surprised by the sight of their young master fighting with everything he had. It was the first time they had seen Ghislain unleash all of his strength in battle. Ghislain leapt toward the snake's head, raising his sword to strike its open mouth. In his mind, this was the moment to fulfill his responsibility. After putting some distance between them to regain control of his breathing, Ghislain observed the blood python. It showed no signs of faltering. The thought crossed his mind. Keeping the third mana core open for too long was dangerous. His mana would run out before he could finish the creature off. Unexpectedly, the mercenaries he had brought along charged forward. Belinda called out to him, prompting Ghislain to turn toward her. Gillian stood in front, and to his surprise, Kair stepped up to face the enormous serpent as well. Belinda checked to make sure Ghislain was unharmed, urging him to move to safety. She pleaded with him, urging him to get to safety while they would hold the serpent off. Ghislain's response shocked everyone present. He commanded the mercenaries to heed his order and leave immediately. Kair and Gillian turned back, confused by the unexpected order. Belinda was baffled and wondered what he meant by that, her mind racing. Gordon questioned aloud whether the boss had really given that command. Gillian, too, spoke up, asking what Ghislain meant. Ghislain explained calmly, revealing that even he couldn't guarantee the safety of everyone against such a monstrous foe. He couldn't afford to lose anyone here, making it clear that he valued their lives far more than the battle ahead. Belinda was still stunned, asking what would happen to Ghislain now, to which he responded simply, his resolve unwavering that he had to finish the battle here. She watched him in astonishment, as she couldn't believe that he would push himself even further, especially when making it this far was already a miracle. She wondered, silently, why he would go to such lengths. Ghislain's aura flared once again as mana surged through his veins and into his sword. The blood python responded by unleashing a cloud of poison, attempting to drown the group with a deadly spray. Ghislain shouted for the mercenaries to flee immediately, but rather than retreating, they moved forward, raising their shields to protect him from the poisonous onslaught. Ghislain was taken aback by their unexpected response, unable to fathom that they had chosen to fight rather than run. One of the mercenaries shouted, expressing their willingness to fight alongside him. Another declared they had never met an employer like him before. Gordon chimed in, affirming their loyalty, saying they had survived many battles thanks to Ghislain and would do so again. Kair excitedly added that the treasure awaiting them was theirs for the taking if they could bring down the snake. Belinda, with conviction in her voice, vowed that she would not leave him behind. Gillian, the first to swear his loyalty, offered to create an opening by distracting the serpent. He told Ghislain that just as they believed in him, he should now believe in them. Ghislain steeled himself, understanding the risks involved. He knew he might lose one of his men, but turning back was not an option. He warned them that the blood python's size was beyond normal. Its poison was deadly, and its blood-red scales were tough enough to deflect even with mana-coated blades. If it landed a single blow, one of them would surely die. Belinda was still stunned, trying to grasp why Ghislain was so determined to take down the serpent. But then, his gaze shifted to the blood python's crushed right eye and the open wound. The opportunity was clear. He could strike there. Raising his blade so everyone could see, Ghislain called for action, commanding the mercenaries to heed his orders and return together. In unison, the mercenaries raised their voices in affirmation. They were undeterred by the blood python's enormous size who stood tall before them. The serpent's mouth opened wide, and the mercenaries raised their shields in preparation. Without hesitation, the big four sprang into action. Belinda, with her dagger in hand, positioned herself behind Kair, who wielded his strangely shaped blade, both preparing to strike at the serpent's right eye. Gillian, raising his axe, aimed for the wound in the creature's mouth, while Ghislain searched for an opening, moving carefully with his blade. The mercenaries did all they could to restrict the snake's movements, using every ounce of strength they had. Carrick thrust his blade into the serpent's right eye, drawing the creature's attention. In response, the serpent swiftly swung its head, opening its mouth in a lethal snap aimed at him. Fortunately, Belinda was there to react, pulling Kair out of harm's way using a line, saving him from the deadly jaws. Ghislain leaped in, his axe crashing down with force. While the weapon couldn't pierce the blood python's scales, Ghislain's strength, enhanced by his mana, forced the serpent's head to slam into the ground. Seeing the opening, Ghislain moved from the side toward the serpent's remaining eye. The snake noticed him, but it was too slow to stop him. With precision, Ghislain pierced the serpent's eye, causing it to scream in agony. Ghislain's thoughts raced. Even though he knew what would happen in the future, he understood that not everything would go exactly as planned. But he could not afford to stand by and watch as others perished. He had to kill it. The mercenaries pounced on the snake, with Ghislain still pinning it down. The creature, in its final moments of strength, suddenly jerked its head upward. It sensed the strongest mana above it and prepared to charge. Ghislain leapt high into the air, blade raised, prepared to deliver the final blow. He had no choice but to end it now. After all, he was the only one who knew the future of the estate, and he could not fail. The serpent, with its mouth gaping wide, surged toward Ghislain. As if Ghislain failed to react, the serpent swallowed him whole. The others watched in shock, convinced that the young master had been swallowed whole. Belinda screamed for her young master, helpless. But to their astonishment, Ghislain's blade pierced the serpent's head from inside. He ran his blade outward, splitting the serpent's upper head in two. Ghislain emerged from the wreckage, drenched in poison, but victorious. The blood python was dead. Kair and Ghislain smiled, relieved to see their young master safe. Belinda, overwhelmed with joy, was just as glad to see Ghislain alive and well. As the future of Perdium, Ghislain knew that he couldn't allow the expedition to fail. And as the Mercenary King, he couldn't let those who followed him die without purpose. With the defeat of the blood python, the expedition toward the runestone vein came to a successful conclusion. Back at Perdium Castle, Albert was seething with fury. He raged about Ghislain's blatant defiance of the Lord's orders, entering the Forest of Beasts. This, Albert declared, was nothing short of treason. In the room were Zwalter, the Count of Perdium, and Homern, who tried to calm Albert's rising anger. Homern was well aware of the young lord's reckless nature, but with the lord away on a long expedition, wondering if Ghislain think he was the ruler now. Albert's accusations were sharp and bitter. Homern sighed and explained that there was no point in getting worked up now. The young lord had been in the Forest of Beasts for over 2 weeks. Had Scoven not falsified his report, they could have intervened earlier. Homern still couldn't understand why Scoven had chosen to help Ghislain, risking his own knighthood for the young lord. Albert grew more frustrated, insisting that they could not ignore this any longer. His lordship must act before Ghislain caused even greater chaos. Homern agreed, adding that as soon as Ghislain returned, he must be imprisoned and severely punished. The Count remained silent, his mind racing with questions. He could not understand why his son had stirred up such trouble. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Randolph, the captain of the Perdium Knights, rushed in urgently. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and all present could sense the gravity in his tone. He informed them that it was urgent, and the Lord needed to come out immediately. Zwalter raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued, and asked what the matter was. With an expression that clearly carried weight, Randolph revealed the startling news that the young lord, Ghislain, had returned. Outside, Ghislain strode confidently toward Perdium Castle. He knew that meeting his father would bring great consequences, but he was certain that once his father saw the results of his actions, everything would be all right. Once Ghislain arrived, he immediately took a seat before his father, the 2 officials, and the knight captain. Albert, though seething with fury, remained silent, waiting for the Archduke to speak. Even Randolph and Homern could not guess what this young man had in mind. Meanwhile, though Zwalter was relieved that his son had returned alive from the Forest of Beasts, he couldn't bring himself to express his relief, for Ghislain had defied his orders. Ghislain calmly addressed his father, his voice carrying a childish tone. His words were simple, that he had returned. Walter reminded him that he had explicitly told him not to venture into the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain apologized, stating that it was something that had to be done. This response only prompted confusion from Homern, who questioned what Ghislain meant by that had to be done. Randolph followed, asking whether Ghislain truly believed it was worth disobeying orders for. Entering the Forest of Beasts was a serious offense, Randolph added, emphasizing the danger not only to Ghislain's life but to the estate itself, emphasizing the risk if monsters had poured out of the forest and attacked the estate. Ghislain, undeterred by their scolding, calmly responded that he was still alive and no monsters had invaded the estate. His response only seemed to fuel Homern's anger, while Randolph shouted at him, demanding to know how he could dare speak back. Albert, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, asking whether Ghislain found the situation amusing. Given that there had been no incidents in the Forest of Beasts this time, Albert suggested that they could let it pass, though his tone was tinged with frustration as he rummaged through his pocket. However, Albert then placed a letter on the table, making it clear that for this matter, there could be no excuses. Ghislain immediately recognized the letter from Count Rayfold, asking if it was indeed from him. Albert confirmed it, explaining that he had suspected something would go wrong when Ghislain visited Rayfold without warning. Worse, Ghislain had extorted 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia, who had been regularly sending support funds to Perdium. This had enraged Count Rayfold, who was now severing his ties with the estate and calling off the engagement. Albert stressed that this was a serious issue that could shake the entire estate. Ghislain took a moment to think. He was unbothered by the details of the report. He knew that manipulating a money-hungry count was not difficult, but it was clear that Amelia had resorted to working with an enemy to bring him down. Ghislain realized that the leverage he had over her was now useless, and he understood that revealing her secret deals or merchant connections would be seen as attempts to cover up the situation. If he had been even a little late in entering the Forest of Beasts, he would have been trapped in the estate. Time, he thought, was not on his side. He placed the letter back on the table. Albert, urging Ghislain to speak, questioned whether he had anything to say in response. Homern, interrupting, suggested that the 20,000 gold should be returned immediately. Randolph sighed, remarking that the amount would have covered the Night Order's expenses for some time. Ghislain responded simply, stating that he had spent it all. The four men were taken aback, but Ghislain explained that he had used the money to develop the Forest of Beasts. To the others, this sounded like one of Ghislain's usual reckless schemes. He was seen as having no concern for the future of Perdium's estate. Albert, still shocked, demanded to know if Ghislain had truly burned through all that money on a forest full of monsters. Ghislain, without offering excuses for his actions with Rayfold, simply apologized for the situation. Randolph, enraged, grabbed Ghislain by the collar, cursing him as a reckless brat. He reprimanded Ghislain for selling out the future of the estate with his own hands. Homern declared that Ghislain Perdium was no longer fit to be the Archduke and demanded that Ghislain be restrained and thrown into prison. In a calm, nonchalant tone, Ghislain responded that he would personally provide the necessary support funds from now on, including the 20,000 gold. Walter, clearly perplexed, asked his son what he meant by that with a calm voice. Ghislain, without hesitation, called out to Belinda, who had been waiting outside. She entered the room, holding a box in her hands. Ghislain explained that if his goal had been merely to enter the Forest of Beasts and return, he would never have started its development. Belinda placed a box on the table, and as she opened it, the older men were initially confused by the glowing crystal inside. However, Walter immediately recognized it. Ghislain revealed that was top-grade runestone. The recognition was immediate for those familiar with it, though Albert, seeing of it for the first time, expressed his surprise. Homern took the crystal and examined it closely, clearly impressed. He asked where Ghislain had acquired such a valuable item. Randolph, still processing the discovery, accused Ghislain of trading it for the 20,000 gold, though his face betrayed his shock. Ghislain, however, responded nonchalantly, explaining that he had mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Belinda, standing nearby, shot an annoyed glance at the older men for doubting Ghislain's words. Albert, still taken aback, noted that while the runestone was indeed valuable, it wouldn't nearly be enough to sustain the estate on its own. Ghislain nodded in agreement, but assured them that this wasn't all of it. He then led the group to the outskirts of the estate, where the results of his expedition were displayed in full. Piles of high-grade runestone filled the area, with more being transported in by carriage. In addition, the corpses of various monsters, valuable for their remains, were being sorted by the mercenaries Ghislain had hastily gathered for the mission. Homern, amazed at the scale of it all, asked Ghislain how much of this had been collected in just 15 days. Randalt, even more astonished, questioned whether he was seeing things. Zwalter, equally surprised, turned to Belinda and asked if everything had truly been obtained during the expedition. Belinda responded with certainty, affirming that Ghislain had personally led the effort and secured all of it. Ghislain, with pride, explained that the haul included the remains of various creatures like the dirus int and the blood python, but that the runestones here were just a small fraction of what had been mined from the vein. He reiterated that the purpose of the development was to benefit the estate, and as such, everything should be used for its benefit. Albert, reviewing the situation, estimated that with this much material, they would no longer struggle with support funds. The realization struck Randalt and Homern, leaving them shocked and impressed. Their demeanor shifted as they approached Ghislain, offering praise for his remarkable success. Randalt, acknowledging Ghislain's exhaustion from the expedition, spoke first, expressing his admiration. Homern followed, offering his own compliments, and the two even massaging Ghislain's shoulders in gratitude. Ghislain, however, had a few conditions before he would offer his support. He listed them one by one. The first condition was the immediate release of Scovin and Ricardo, as they had only followed his orders. His second condition was that public access to the Forest of Beasts remain restricted, warning that unnecessary rumors could harm the estate. After considering these requests, Homern found them reasonable, but Ghislain's third condition was far more contentious. He insisted that he would personally recruit and manage the mercenaries and security forces, as interference with the movement of troops within the estate would only waste time. Homern, alarmed by this suggestion, voiced his strong objection, demanding to know if Ghislain was proposing to form a private army. Equally concerned, Randalt voiced his objection, questioning what Ghislain might do with such an army. Albert, maintaining a more composed tone, stepped in to clarify the situation. He told Ghislain that he was mistaken if he thought he could simply do as he pleased without interference. He reminded Ghislain that his current position was one where he should be seeking forgiveness, not making demands. Ghislain, however, calmly explained that he was only setting the necessary conditions to replace Rayfold's financial support. He added that delays in operations like these would have a negative impact on Perdium's finances. He then turned to Albert, challenging him to consider if he was truly fine with the consequences of such delays. Albert, momentarily speechless, had no immediate response. Seeing the tension escalate, Albert turned to Zwalter, urging him to intervene. He pleaded with his brother, asking him to take control of the situation before Ghislain's demands jeopardized the future of the estate. However, Zwalter remained silent, watching the events unfold. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to Ghislain, drawing the attention of everyone gathered. It was Gillian, who greeted Ghislain warmly. Kayer, standing nearby, also welcomed him with a smile, and Gillian praised Ghislain for his efforts. Ghislain responded affirmatively, acknowledging the praise, while the mercenaries who had joined them in the expedition stood in line behind Gillian, sharing in the sentiment of respect and admiration. Gillian reported the loading of the runestone was nearly complete and waiting for further instruction. With just a command, they would be ready to move at any time. Kayer, now speaking with more respect and calm, reported that, as instructed, the dirus int bark had been stored without preservatives. He then asked what should be done with the blood python. Ghislain gave the necessary instructions, telling them to dismantle the python's body, separating the venom, blood, flesh, and hide to prevent decay. The mercenaries responded affirmatively, ready to follow his orders. Zwalter turned to Randalt, clearly impressed by the mercenaries' presence. However, he couldn't understand how Ghislain had managed to command such powerful individuals. Zwalter agreed, remarking that the mercenaries seemed like an elite unit. This prompted Ghislain to turn around and respond. He acknowledged the comment, but also explained that without the mercenaries' help, the expedition would have been extremely difficult. Zwalter, observing his son, saw him in a new light. Zwalter then commanded the officials to return. As he turned around to leave, the others hesitated for a moment, but followed, as he gave them no opportunity to question his decision. Before departing, Zwalter addressed Ghislain, choosing to overlook his action this time. However, he reminded his son that if he disobeyed his orders again, there would be consequences. Ghislain, grateful but firm, thanked his father and expressed that one day he would inherit the estate as its rightful successor. As he walked away, Zwalter remarked that Ghislain had the spirit of the Northern Wolf. The title referred to the Count of Perdium, who protected the northern frontier of the Kingdom of Lithuania. Ghislain's father, Zwalter, had led a lonely life. With weak military power and an estate suffering from poverty, he had been forced to defend the northernmost frontier for years. He had devoted his entire life to protecting the estate, without the company of his wife, Elena, or even his son. In the end, his reward had been a lonely and forgotten death. With the immediate tension subsiding, Kaer expressed relief, remarking that they could finally relax a little. Belinda, still concerned for Ghislain, asked if he was heading straight back to the castle. Ghislain replied that he wouldn't rest just yet, instructing Belinda to prepare everything so they could depart at any moment. Surprised, she asked if he wasn't going to rest. Ghislain, noticing Ghislain's weariness, also suggested that he take some time to recover, pointing out that it was already a miracle he had survived being inside the blood python. Belinda sternly reminded him of the effort it had taken to detoxify the poison from his body and pleaded with him to rest before moving forward. Ghislain, though fatigued, tapped Belinda's shoulder and assured her that he was counting on her. Despite his exhaustion, he knew he couldn't afford to delay the mining process. Word of Perdium securing the runestone vein would spread quickly, and it would soon reach the ears of those who sought to claim the estate for themselves. Deciding to leave the rest to the trio, Ghislain turned to head back, though with each step his breathing grew heavier. He knew they had to strengthen their forces as quickly as possible to a level where no one would dare challenge them. But before he could take another step, his body gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Belinda immediately shouted his name, but even without an immediate response, a pang of pain struck the hearts of all who had witnessed the fall of the Archduke. In the dimly lit, foreboding hall, a messenger pigeon arrived, a letter securely fastened around its neck, heading toward the mysterious figure who coveted the Perdium estate. The figure, Count Desmond, Harold Desmond, loomed in the shadows, a figure who commanded everything from behind the scenes. As if performing an action long ingrained, he accepted the pigeon, his grip unwavering. With measured motion, he opened the letter. Inside, a report confirmed the partial reclamation of the Forest of Beast, suggesting a territorial war with the Dygald family and the eventual destruction of Perdium. After that, the ducal house would intervene. With sharp eyes, Count Desmond read the report. The destruction of Perdium. His voice carried a weight that left no room for doubt. Before him, those gathered under his command sat around a circular table, representatives from across the kingdom awaiting his directive. One of them, pondering aloud, wondered if they should reduce Perdium to a lordless land. Another expressed that the time had come. A third suggested that the ducal house likely intended to appoint a new ruler for Perdium. Count Desmond then asked how many of his people were still in Perdium. One of his subordinates answered that 2 retainers and 1 knight remained. He immediately ordered the 2 retainers to be sent to Dygald's territory. The fact that the missing Dygald heir had been found dead in the Perdium estate would be enough justification for war. Furthermore, Count Desmond added that Victor would take full command of the operation. This command caught the attention of the gathering. One person expressed disbelief, stating that it was surprising they were deploying Desmond's strongest card so soon. Another remarked that if Frank had done his job properly, Perdium would have fallen on its own. A third person, questioning the need for Victor's involvement, wondered if the ducal house, usually so discreet, had shifted its approach. Count Desmond explained that the Forest of Beasts had changed everything, though the others were left to wonder whether it held some unknown riches. Standing up, Count Desmond asserted that every decision followed Duke Belfine's will, instructing his subordinates not to question any orders. He then asked if anyone else knew about the situation in Perdium. The scene shifted to Rayfold Estate, where Amelia screamed in distress, her cries filling the room. Leaning her head against Bernarfa's chest, she shouted Ghislain's name. Bernarf stood still, allowing her to cry, her body trembling as he did so. Amelia muttered about how Ghislain had secured a runestone mine using the 20,000 gold he had taken from her. Even after sending the wildcats, they had failed to kill him. She had even humbled herself before her father to cut off Perdium's funding. The realization burned, and it had all made her look like a fool. With a calm voice, Bernarf suggested that Amelia was not acting like herself. Taking a long breath, Amelia acknowledged it, admitting she had let her emotions take over. She quickly gathered herself and turned to her table, stating that what was done. It was clear she was already plotting her next move and started cooking, focusing on both Ghislain and Perdium. Bernarf, sensing her renewed determination, smiled and offered to follow any order she gave. Amelia explained that now that they had discovered the runestone mine, Perdium's financial troubles would soon end. Bernarf mused that a celebration might be underway there. However, Amelia pointed out that the important thing was that they hadn't sold the runestones yet. According to their latest intelligence, the runestones had only been secured 2 days ago, which wasn't enough time to establish a reliable supply chain. She decided they would exploit that weakness. Amelia concluded that the only place in the north where they could sell the runestones was the Crimson Magic Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmud, known as the Tower of Advancement. Runestones were essential for magical research, and magic towers always took securing such supplies seriously. She commanded Bernarf to set up an ambush with wildcats along the main route to the northern tower. Their target wouldn't be Ghislain, but the workers transporting the runestones. They would disrupt the transportation, causing chaos, and in the confusion, they would seize the runestones. Bernarf raised a suggestion about the Scarlet Flame Tower in the Brivant territory, but Amelia reassured him, explaining that the Crimson Tower had been in decline and that Ghislain would never seek the lower-paying tower when the Crimson Magic Tower would offer more. Amelia's voice was filled with determination as she proclaimed that this time, she would take everything from Ghislain Perdium. Meanwhile, at the Perdium estate, Ghislain rested, having been worn out from the battle with the beast. Though valiant in his fight, his body had finally given in, requiring time to recover fully. When Ghislain had been swallowed whole by the blood python, survival had seemed impossible. After all, he was only human. The blood python, a predator of its level, had its own process for digesting prey. Before passing food into its esophagus, the snake secreted venom to dissolve its prey for easier digestion. However, the mana released from Ghislain's third core burned the venom upon contact, preventing it from invading his body. The toxic fumes created in the process, though, filled the air, making it a deadly environment for anyone attempting to breathe. Most prey would have lost consciousness or died during the process, but Ghislain, bearing the future of his estate on his shoulders, told himself to endure. If he lost consciousness inside the blood python's mouth, everything would be over. The expedition, his precious family, and his future would be lost. In that critical moment, knowing he could not avoid the poison, Ghislain decided to make it his own. He channeled the poison that had entered his body, attempting to absorb it into his mana core. Using the fierce rotation of mana within his core, he worked to neutralize the poison. This technique, requiring delicate mana control, could only be achieved by those who had reached superhuman levels, and Ghislain attempted it. He could not be certain of his success, but he decided to try. He used it as an alternative fuel to withstand mana explosions, and this, he believed, was how he would break free from the blood python's grasp. After 2 days of sleep, Ghislain finally woke up. To his surprise, the usual aches in his body were gone. Instead, he felt refreshed. As his memories slowly returned, he sat up, feeling a haze in his mind. He wondered where he was. He remembered receiving forgiveness from his father, but everything after that was unclear. As he gathered his thoughts, he noticed Elena sitting by his bed, as though she had been tending to him the whole time he had been unconscious, waiting for her brother to wake up. Without warning, Elena rushed toward him and hugged him tightly, relieved to see him awake. She explained that he had woken up after 2 days, and after leaving without a word, he had suddenly collapsed upon his return. A flood of emotions overtook her, but once the initial worry faded, her voice softened, greeting him with a familiar warmth. Still trying to make sense of everything, Ghislain nervously muttered her name. But before he could process it further, Elena abruptly pushed him back onto the bed and ran out of the room, calling out to Belinda that her brother was awake. Ghislain's thoughts remained focused on the situation at hand. 2 days after emerging from the blood python's body, he had received only minimal first aid from Belinda before continuing to work. He had tried to endure until the runestones were sold, but his young body had not been able to handle it, causing him to collapse. His thoughts deepened as he reflected on his recklessness. Considering how reckless he had been, Ghislain realized his body was in surprisingly good condition. Sleeping for just 2 days shouldn't have been enough to recover from such damage. He assessed his body and noted something strange. His recovery rate had drastically improved, and his mana capacity had increased. When he tried to gather his mana, he noticed that its nature had changed. Ghislain wondered if his mana had fused with the blood python's energy during the process of neutralizing the poison in his core. He murmured to himself that he never knew in his past life that he could grow stronger in such a way. The risk he had taken had certainly paid off. He would need to run some tests after dealing with more pressing matters. One thing was certain, which if this method worked, he could become dozens of times stronger in no time. A content smile crossed his face, but his focus quickly shifted to the matter at hand. Selling the runestones was now the priority. 2 days had passed, and by now, everyone who needed to know about the runestone mine was already aware. Ghislain quickly got dressed, intending to gather the mercenaries immediately. Just then, someone knocked on his door. He assumed it was Belinda and called out to her, telling her there was no need to knock. However, to his surprise, his father entered the room, followed by Belinda, who wore a cheerful expression upon seeing him standing, and Elena, who had a sheepish grin on her face. Zwalter, his father, exclaimed his relief that Ghislain was awake. Ghislain responded, startled by his father's words, and confirmed that he was fine. Visibly relieved, Zwalter expressed his satisfaction that Ghislain was okay. Coming to his side abruptly, Belinda ran her hand along his face, nagging him like a child. She scolded him for suddenly collapsing and expressed how worried they had been. Ghislain reassured her nonchalantly that he was fine. Zwalter stepped closer to Ghislain, asking if they could talk. Standing before his son, Zwalter then said that he had a request. Ghislain, confused, listened intently, for his father had never spoken to him this way before, as he had always viewed him as the failure of the Perdium estate's heir. Later, the 2 men, father and son, made their way to the training ground. The eerie silence was only broken by the sound of their combined footsteps, each carrying their own sword in hand. Ghislain couldn't help but observe the Duke closely, realizing it was the first time they had been alone together. He thought about how, in his past life, he had always been too busy avoiding his father, fearful of the scolding he would receive. The tension of the present moment stirred memories of the past, though Ghislain remained focused on the now. Once they reached the center of the arena, Zwalter spoke, apologizing for having called his son out so soon after his rest. Ghislain reassured him, mentioning how well he had slept for 2 days and feeling great as a result. However, Ghislain quickly shifted the conversation, bringing up the request his father had mentioned earlier. He is growing nervous, wondered whether he would be scolded. Zwalter maintained his stern gaze on his son for a moment before shifting his eyes away, as if deliberately avoiding them. Ghislain's suspicions grew at his father's odd behavior, and an uncomfortable silence filled the space between them. As the silence stretched on, Ghislain reflected on the words his mother had once shared with him as a child. He recalled a hazy evening when he, his mother, and Elena had been perched atop a hill, gazing out at the distant Perdium estate. His mother had spoken of his father, revealing that he was not an honest man, explaining how he always prioritized others before himself and never showed his true feelings. But, she had added, he was different when it came to her, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she recalled his confession of love. His mother had told him then to try to understand his father, even if he seemed rough around the edges, as he was simply bad at expressing himself. Ghislain had not understood the depth of her words back then, but standing before his father now, the meaning seemed clearer. Zwalter suddenly assumed a stance, holding his sword vertically and instructing Ghislain to raise his sword. Nervous, Ghislain followed the command, beads of sweat forming on his cheek. Despite the nerves, he steeled himself, locking eyes with his father. They prepared for the sparring session, each taking their own stance, swords ready. In the blink of an eye, Zwalter lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward Ghislain. He responded quickly, deflecting the attack by turning his sword and positioning it in front of him. Zwalter withdrew, spinning his blade upward before bringing it crashing down with all his weight. Ghislain planted his feet firmly and received the blow near the hilt of his sword. Determined, Ghislain swung his sword from behind, aiming for his father. Zwalter brought his sword down to block, then quickly counterattacked with the precision of a striking snake. Ghislain barely managed to raise his sword in time to defend. The battle continued, each maneuver coming faster and sharper than the last. Zwalter's movements were fluid, but Ghislain kept pace, thrusting his sword with deadly precision. Zwalter dodged and retaliated, pushing his weight behind every strike. With each exchange, Ghislain began to understand what kind of sword his father wielded. The heavy blade that could easily overpower the northern barbarians was also capable of gentleness, capable of protecting those most precious. As the sparring continued, Ghislain felt the weight of the blade in a way he never had before. He now understood the balance his father struck between strength and tenderness. After several more exchanges, Zwalter lunged again, bringing his sword down with great force. Ghislain blocked with the hilt of his sword, redirecting the strike before swiftly swinging from his side in an attempt to land a blow. Just as quick, Zwalter raised his sword behind him to defend. In the next instant, both father and son recognized an opening in each other's defense. Then they struck. They locked swords, each pointing their blades to the other's neck. The match ended in a draw, both men eyeing each other intently. Ghislain, with his sharp gaze, studied his father, while Zwalter, though proud of his son's skills, was left with a sense of nervousness over what he had just witnessed. Zwalter broke the silence, praising Ghislain for his growth, and with a nervous smile, Ghislain muttered a brief thanks. But his surprise deepened when Zwalter offered him some advice. He suggested that Ghislain ease up on the pressure during their encounters. While Ghislain certainly had the strength and reflexes capable of taking down monsters in the forest, Zwalter noted that his intentions might be too easy to read by an opponent. Ghislain pondered his father's words, offering a low hum in acknowledgement. He was used to gauging his opponent's movements when fighting, but perhaps there was more to consider in the heat of battle. Lost in thought, he considered how to incorporate this new insight into his technique. As Ghislain pondered, a realization struck him. He had never truly been formally taught by anyone before. His swordsmanship, built entirely on real combat and instinct, lacked proper instruction. Having never learned through formal teaching, there were undoubtedly things he had missed along the way. But now, with his father's guidance, those gaps were being addressed. Ghislain came to a quiet epiphany. He had always believed that he could only rely on himself, and had carried the burden of solitude, never seeking guidance. But now, receiving it from his father, he saw that it wasn't such a bad thing after all. It was something he could learn from, something he could embrace. Grateful, Ghislain turned to his father and thanked him for the lessons. However, Zwalter remained silent, his expression unreadable as he fixed his gaze on his son. After a moment, he spoke, admitting that he had actually intended to scold Ghislain. The young man was taken aback. His father explained that, despite any merit Ghislain had earned, breaking the rules was still breaking the rules. If everyone ignored the rules just because of their contributions, it would lead to chaos. Ghislain listened intently, no longer the foolish child he had been during his adolescence. He was growing, evolving. His father noticed it too, expressing that Ghislain had changed. Zwalter recognized that unlike others who sought trouble to gain merit, Ghislain seemed to be looking beyond that, seeing something larger. Zwalter advised him to continue on his current path, to think about Perdium and those around him, and to fulfill his responsibilities as the estate's successor. The word responsibility echoed in Ghislain's mind. While he couldn't express it, his resolve to protect the estate had solidified the moment he opened his eyes in the barack. Before his father left, Ghislain remembered something. He asked Zwalter about the request he had mentioned earlier. Zwalter, hesitant and struggling to express himself, finally turned and asked Ghislain if he had any money. It was for the repairs of the northern fortress. Later, Ghislain donned his cape and made his way toward the Forest of Beasts encampment. There, his mercenary army awaited, his strongest subordinates at the forefront, ready to greet him. As Ghislain approached, the mercenaries stood in line, greeting him in unison. Ghislain smiled at the sight of them. He asked how everyone had been doing, and the mercenaries responded enthusiastically, showing their respect and admiration for him. Kair commented on how healthy Ghislain looked, while Ghislain asked about his well-being. Ghislain reassured them, apologizing for keeping them waiting. He then inquired about Rachel, Ghislain's daughter, and was pleased to hear that she had recovered beyond expectations. Ghislain bowed his head in gratitude, thanking Ghislain for his role in Rachel's recovery. With pleasantries out of the way, Ghislain's tone shifted. He informed his trusted subordinates that the estate was in danger. His serious words carried weight, and they all understood that something significant was brewing. They had seen his actions in the forest of beasts, and they could tell that a greater threat loomed. The four of them gathered in a tent, where Ghislain revealed the details of the situation. He shared everything, from the attack on Elena to the forces attempting to trigger a war by killing her, the discovery of the Daigal prince's corpse, and the growing threats targeting Perdium. Ghislain's mind raced as he speculated that spies had been operating within the estate for some time. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Belinda remarked that she now understood why Ghislain had been in such a hurry. She had thought that the discovery of the runestones would have brought some respite, but now it was clear there was no time to relax. Always eager for a fight, Kair remarked that after the Forest of Beasts, war seemed to be the next step for Perdium, a place that never seemed to have a dull moment. Ghislain understood the danger as well, realizing that Perdium's recent discovery of the runestones made it a prime target for enemies seeking to take advantage. Ghislain confirmed their thoughts, emphasizing that their enemies wouldn't simply let Perdium be. He then paused as Belinda urged them to inform the retainers and Lord. But Ghislain shook his head. He cautioned against acting too quickly, pointing out that even Elena's knights had betrayed her, and there could be spies among the retainers as well. They couldn't afford to trust anyone until they knew who their true allies were. He explained that, while they had bought some time by saving Elena, the discovery of the runestones had likely accelerated the plans of their enemies. A fierce battle awaited them. The words "thought battle" hung heavily in the air, as Ghislain prepared himself and his forces for what was to come. Silence filled the room as the gravity of the situation settled in. Ghislain felt a deep trust for the three subordinates before him, certain that their loyalty was unwavering. Kair spoke first. He told Ghislain that he was ready to follow any order. His fierce personality seemed disappeared before the young lord. Equally devoted, Ghislain expressed his commitment, stating that he had already dedicated his life to Ghislain and would follow him to the very end. Being the loyal and brash maid, Belinda suddenly stood, declaring that no one else but her would protect the young master. Ghislain let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile forming on his lips. He then turned to the matter at hand, his voice firm as he addressed the imminent danger to the estate. He explained that the greatest enemy to Perdium was the Duke of Delphini, the shadowy figure who coveted the estate. He named Count Desmond and Amelia, two deceptive figures who worked under the Duke's orders, and vowed not to let them succeed. The next step, Ghislain revealed, would be heading south to the Scarlet Flame Tower. Sensing an opportunity, Kair expressed excitement about finally selling the runestones, eager for the wealth it would bring. Belinda questioned Ghislain's decision, suggesting that the Crimson Magic Tower, being closer, would offer a better price. But Ghislain explained that the Scarlet Flame Tower was the better choice, as it would generate less friction. Ever the strategist, Ghislain understood the reasoning. When dealing with high-value goods like runestones, it was only logical to prepare for any potential threats, anticipating the presence of uninvited guests. Belinda quickly acknowledged the possibility of an ambush, recalling how the previous dealings had almost turned into a trap. The Scarlet Flame Tower had once been the most prosperous in the south. However, when Delmut of the Crimson Magic Tower reached the level of a Seventh Circle mage, the balance of power shifted. Now, the Scarlet Flame Tower struggled to regain its former glory, still unable to rival the power of the Crimson Magic Tower. Ghislain's interest in the Scarlet Flame Tower was more personal. He had someone in mind, someone from his past life whom he needed to recruit into his plans. The scene shifted to the Scarlet Flame Tower complex. The structure rose high above its surroundings, seemingly ahead of its time. Inside, in a library, a woman sat amidst piles of books, trembling as she clutched a staff in her hand. She muttered the name of her teacher, Lanato, and wondered when the light, her teacher, had spoken of would finally arrive. The party made their way toward the Scarlet Flame Tower, which loomed ahead as they arrived. Belinda and Kayr's faces showed clear astonishment. Ghislain led the group personally, ensuring he would not need to pay the merchant's share. In awe, the man, the legend, and the myth, Gordon marveled at the tower's height. He had heard of it for years, but never expected to see it in person. One of the mercenaries also shared their amazement, stating they had long heard of it, but were now seeing it firsthand. Gordon then commented on the stark contrast between the lives of the people in the tower and those in Perdium, highlighting how different the world seemed from the one they knew. The areas surrounding magic towers often developed through trade with the mages. The surroundings of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower, in particular, were remarkably clean and advanced. As one of the standing magic towers, it also produced magic scrolls. On the street, mages worked effortlessly, repairing the road and laying street tiles as though they were seasoned construction workers. One of the mercenaries, astonished, wondered aloud how such work could be done using magic, while another expressed disbelief at seeing magic performed without a scroll. The group watched in wonder as they passed by, observing the mage's skill. As they moved forward, the group of mages glanced sharply at the passing party of mercenaries, their expressions tinged with disdain. In an instant, the mages cast a spell, blue flames shooting from their staffs, burning with an intensity that seemed to scorch the very essence of their existence. The flames enveloped them, and before long, they seemed to vanish from sight. The mercenaries reacted in surprise, exclaiming how extraordinary it was. With a hint of nonchalance, Ghislain calmly explained that it was a concealment spell and remarked that the mages clearly didn't want to be seen. Ever the skeptic, Kayr scoffed at the situation, chastising the mercenaries for their behavior. Belinda, somewhat taken aback but still impressed, expressed that even if the tower wasn't what it once was, it remained a powerful force. Ever the pragmatist, Ghislain reminded them that Brivient was one of the wealthiest territories in the kingdom, and thus it made sense that such a tower would still hold importance. However, Ghislain pondered deeply on this. On the surface, the tower was still grand, but no one could have predicted its decline from its former glory. Soon, the party arrived at the imposing gates of the tower, where they stopped momentarily to gain entry. Ghislain remarked with some satisfaction that they had finally arrived. Straining his neck to get a better view, Kayr commented that it was so tall it almost seemed as though it would snap his neck. Belinda chimed in, noting that even reaching the main gate felt like a journey in itself. As they approached, something struck them as odd. There were no gatekeepers to be found. Instead, two sets of armor, each holding massive axes, lay unattended. Suddenly, a mage called down from above the gate wall, ordering the party to step back. Right after, lines of mana formed in the air, reaching down toward the discarded equipment. The mages, standing on the gate wall, magically animated the armor to stand as guards. The towering figures of the armored guardians, now animated by magic, raised their axes in a defensive posture, blocking the entrance. One of the guards bellowed, demanding to know the party's identity and purpose. Tinged with incredulous in her voice, Belinda commented that the armor seemed almost like puppets, while Kayr sneered, remarking that these were typical gatekeepers of a magic tower, unwilling to even come down to speak face-to-face. Stayed composed, Ghislain announced Ghislain's identity as the Archduke of Perdium and asked to speak with the person in charge of transactions. However, the mages immediately rejected their request. One mage scoffed, dismissing anything from Perdium as low-quality materials or cheap potions, calling a waste of time to deal with people from such a place. He ordered them to leave. Angered, Belinda screamed at the mages, demanding they come down and face them. Still calm, Ghislain turned to Ghislain and asked how they should proceed. Taking a moment to consider, Ghislain then spoke, asking if the mages were truly comfortable with their decision. The mages halted their taunting and looked at him curiously. Without hesitation, Ghislain pulled out a piece of runestone and held it up for the mages to see. Initially, the mages seemed puzzled, their gaze distant as they tried to understand. But soon, one mage's eyes widened as he realized what the group had brought, an entire carriage full of runestones. The mages began to register what was happening. Could it be that everything they brought was runestones? With a smug grin, Ghislain asked if they were truly going to pass up such an opportunity. At this, the gate was opened, and the party was granted entry. Ghislain and Belinda were escorted to meet the person in charge of transactions. Two men greeted them warmly, bowing in recognition of their esteemed guest. The man who introduced himself as Sylvain, the trading manager of the tower, promised to assist them with whatever they needed. Unfazed, Ghislain requested someone capable of handling such a large transaction, indicating his desire to meet directly with the tower master. Sylvain was taken aback by this request, but quickly assured them he would notify the tower master and have someone escort them to the reception room. Belinda, still seething from the earlier disrespect, muttered under her breath about how they should have been treated with more respect from the start, directing her words toward the mage guard earlier. Just then, an explosion rattled the tower, drawing Ghislain's attention. He wondered aloud if something was wrong, but the mage quickly dismissed his concern, explaining it was a common occurrence during magic research. Still, Ghislain's thoughts drifted elsewhere, and a certain figure lingered in his mind. At the research lab, the door opened, and three seemingly high-ranking mages stepped into the room. One was lying on the floor, the air thick with dissipating mana. A blonde-haired mage spoke sternly, telling the girl that she had been warned about entering the research lab. Alfoy, blonde-haired woman who sneered at the black-haired girl, her tone dripping with mockery as she spoke. She couldn't believe that someone without the ability to use magic would dare occupy a spot in the research lab. She taunted the girl, asking if she was ignoring the words of Alfoy, the heir to the magic tower and a third circle master. Another mage, a black-haired man, joined in, also mocking the girl and her teacher for accepting such a disciple. A third mage, a blonde-haired man, chimed in, arrogantly stating that the black-haired girl should be grateful for even being allowed a spot in the prestigious Scarlet Flame Magic Tower. The black-haired girl, lying weak and disheveled on the floor, gasped for air but still found the strength to respond. She weakly asserted that as a mage, she had the right to use the research lab just as much as anyone else. With a cruel smirk, Alfoy responded dismissively, calling her a mage before casting a spell. With a swift motion, Alfoy summoned crimson flames to her staff, preparing to challenge the girl with a fiery attack. Alfoy's tone was smug as she told the girl to try blocking the fire with her own magic. She hurled a fireball toward the seemingly helpless girl, casting the first circle spell Fire Sling. The black-haired girl, barely able to steady herself, raised her hand, struggling to cast a defensive spell. As the fireball approached, she faltered, her hand trembling as she prepared to take the hit with her bare body. Just before the fireball reached its target, a caped figure appeared between them. Ghislain, wielding his sword, moved swiftly, deflecting the fireball with ease. His actions freed the girl from the torment she had been enduring at the hands of her fellow mages. Ghislain turned to face the three mages with a nonchalant expression, commenting on the research taking place at the Scarlet Flame Tower. He called out the bullying that had been allowed to occur, the apparent disregard for the dignity of fellow mages. Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, the argument had escalated. Hubert, the master of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower, was seething with frustration as he learned that their supply of runestones was nearly exhausted. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling the weight of the situation as his head throbbed from the looming shortage. The situation was dire, and Hubert could see that if things continued this way, the gap between their tower and the Crimson Magic Tower would only grow wider. With growing frustration, Hubert demanded answers. He had ordered the elders to stock up on runestones in advance, but now it seemed they had failed to act. His voice rose as he accused them of wasting time and resources his patience slipping further. One elder, wearing a yellow hat, internally scoffed at Hubert's outburst, reflecting on how the Tower Master had spent more time socializing with nobles and indulging in luxuries instead of focusing on the tower's needs. Another elder, wearing a red hat, shared similar thoughts, growing increasingly frustrated with Hubert's lack of foresight. A third elder, with a green hat, brought up another pressing concern. While the shortage of runestones was one issue, the real problem was that their master was only a 6th-circle mage, while the master of the Crimson Magic Tower was a 7th-circle mage. Hubert, furious at the mention of Delmud, the Crimson Magic Tower's master, lashed out. If only he had more runestones, he believed he could easily reach the 7th circle himself. He vented his frustrations, accusing Delmud of hoarding all the runestones and claiming there was nothing special about the stones that should give the Crimson Magic Tower such an advantage. The green-hatted elder pressed on, asking what their plan was if they ran out of runestones, as the lack of them would prevent them from training properly. Hubert's anger flared again as he cursed Delmud, who had surpassed him and reached the 7th circle. He wondered aloud why Delmud, a low-born mage, was able to achieve such progress while Hubert struggled. Before the conversation could continue, Sylvain, the trading manager, burst into the room with urgent news. He apologized for the interruption, but insisted that they needed to come down immediately. An enormous shipment of runestones had arrived. At the mention of the runestones, the elders were left stunned, their confusion quickly turning to cautious hope. Meanwhile, in the research lab, Alfoy was continuing her attack on Ghislain, launching fireballs toward him. However, Ghislain stood unwavering, his sword in hand, effortlessly deflecting each attack as if they were little more than annoyances. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Alfoy's growing frustration. Determined to end the confrontation, Alfoy gathered all her mana, conjuring a massive fireball with every ounce of her power. She hurled it at Ghislain with the intent to overwhelm him. But Ghislain stood his ground. With a swift movement, he raised his sword and swung it downward. The blade cleaved through the fireball, splitting it in half, leaving both Ghislain and the black-haired girl untouched. The other mages watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Ghislain's swordsmanship had completely disarmed Alfoy's magic in a way none of them had expected. Bewildered and furious, Alfoy demanded to know who Ghislain was. She had assumed he was just another noble taking a casual stroll through the tower, but this display of skill shattered her assumptions. Before she could react further, a line appeared around her, swiftly tightening and binding her. She gasped in shock as Belinda, with the precision of an assassin, immobilized her. The scene now looked grotesque, with Alfoy helplessly bound, her previous arrogance stripped away. Belinda's voice was cold as she threatened the restrained mage for daring to attack her young master. Thus, Belinda tightening the line around her. Struggling against the bindings, Alfoy muttered in disbelief, asking just who these people were. Before she could respond further, a voice rang out, demanding that the commotion cease. Hubert's voice echoed through the lab, his frustration reaching its peak as he screamed at the chaos unfolding before him. He was accompanied by the 4 elders, who had arrived to witness the turmoil. Alfoy, still bound, Ghislain with his sword drawn, and the tension in the room was palpable.